Part 5. We have to invent the future. Interviews. They can be different in the future too. Interviewed by Rowan Wilson for Ready Steady book. In 2010, Rowan Wilson interviewed Mark for Ready Steady book about the paraspace of Zero, blogging and cyberculture, capitalist realism, hauntology, and lost futures. Rowan Wilson, your blog, K-Punk, is one of the leading blogs for cultural analysis. When did you first start writing it and why did you start? Mark Fisher, thank you. I started it in 2003. At the time, I was working as a philosophy lecturer in a further education college in Kent. I reflect on some of my experiences there in capitalist realism. I was then quite badly depressed, not because of teaching, which I enjoyed, but for a whole series of long-term reasons, and I started blogging as a way of getting back into writing after the traumatic experience of doing a PhD. PhD work bullies one into the idea that you can't say anything about any subject until you've read every possible authority on it. But blogging seemed a more informal space, without that kind of pressure. Blogging was a way of tricking myself back into doing serious writing. I was able to con myself, thinking, it doesn't matter, it's only a blog post, it's not an academic paper. But now I take the blog rather more seriously than writing academic papers. I was actually only aware of blogs for a short while before I started mine. But I could quite quickly see that the blog network around Simon Reynolds' blog, which was the first network I started to read, fulfilled many of the functions that the music press used to. But it wasn't just replicating the old music press, there were also sorts of strange, idiosyncratic blogs which couldn't have existed in any other medium. I saw that contrary to all the clichés, blogs didn't have to be online diaries, they were a blank space in which writers could pursue their own lines of interest. RW, you're almost one of the elder statespeople of blogging now. How has it changed since you started? MF, blogging networks shift all the time, new blogs enter the network, older ones fall away, new networks constitute themselves. One of most significant developments was the introduction of comments, a largely unfortunate change in my view. In the early days of blogs, if you wanted to respond to a post, you had to reply on your own blog, and if you didn't have a blog, you had to create one. Comments tend to reduce things to banal sociality, with all its many drawbacks. Yet blogs continue to do things that can't be done anywhere else. Look at the way that speculative realism has propagated through blogs. Originally coined as term of convenience for the work of the philosophers Ray Brassier, Graham Harman, Ian Hamilton Grant and Quinton Malassu, speculative realism now has an online unlife of its own. This isn't just commentary on existing philosophical positions, it's a philosophy that is actually happening on the web. Graham has his own blog, Object-Oriented Philosophy, but there are a whole range of speculative realism-related blogs, including Speculative Heresy and Planomenology. Reed Kane of Planomenology has gone so far as to argue that speculative realism is the first avatar of distributed cognition, that, in other words, there is a natural fit between SR and the online medium. RW, you were one of the co-founders of the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, described by Simon Reynolds as the academic equivalent of Apocalypse Now's Colonel Kurtz. Who did you form it with and what was its purpose? MF, the main driving forces behind it were Sadie Plant and Nick Land. But Sadie Plant left quite quickly, so the crew as it developed was much more shaped by Nick Land. Nick's 1990s texts, which are to be issued in a collected edition this year, by Urbanomic, who publish the Collapse Journal, are incredible. Far from the dry databasing of much academic writing or the pompous solemnity of so much continental philosophy, Nick's texts were astonishing theory fictions. They weren't distanced readings of French theory so much as cybergothic remixes which put Deleuze and Guattari on the same plane as films such as Apocalypse Now and fictions such as Gibson's Neuromancer. Jungle was crucial to the crew. What the crew was about was capturing this specifically British take on cyberculture, in which music was central. Crew was trying to do with writing what Jungle, with its samples from such as Predator, Terminator, and Blade Runner, was doing in sound, text at sample velocity, as Kadwo Eshun put it. RW, the writing of the crew seems very different to your current style. Are you still involved with the crew, and indeed is it still operating? MF, it was never formally disbanded, but then again it was never formally constituted. It's odd because, it's only a decade on that the stuff is starting to get published in book form. As I said, Nick's texts are just about to be published. Steve Goodman has just had his book Sonic Warfare published on MIT Press. As for the change of style, I suppose a number of things happened. One was the slowing of the UK cyberculture that had inspired the crew throughout the 90s. Gradually, the exorbitant hypotheses of the crew seemed to have less purchase on a culture that increasingly seemed to correspond more with Jameson's ideas of retrospection and pastiche. In the 90s, it was possible to oppose a vibrant cyberculture to the malaise which Jameson identified. But in the 90s, the blight of postmodernism spread everywhere. Also, I found that, as I started teaching regularly, and as got used to writing for an audience, and there's no form of writing that makes you as aware of having an audience as blogging, print publications just don't compare. I rediscovered rhetoric, argument, and engagement. The exhilaration of the crew style was its uncompromising blizzard of jargon, text as a tattoo of intensities to which you just had to submit. But it's hard to maintain that kind of speed intensity for longer writing projects, and I found that I enjoyed producing writing that was expository and which tried to engage the reader rather than blitz them. I like Zizek's line that the idiot he is trying to explain philosophy to is himself. I feel the same. Much of my writing now is me trying to explain things to / for myself. There were also political schisms. The crew defined itself against the sclerotic stranglehold that a certain moralizing old left had on the Humanities Academy. There was a kind of exuberant anti-politics, a technilo celebration of the irrelevance of human agency, partly inspired by the pro-markets, anti-capitalism line developed by Manuel de Landa. Out of Braudel, and from the section of Anti-Oedipus that talks about marketization as the revolutionary path. This was a version of what Alex Williams has called accelerationism, but it has never been properly articulated as a political position. The tendency is to fall back into a standard binary, with capitalism and libertarianism on one side and the state and centralization on the other. But working in the public sector in Blairite Britain made me see that neoliberal capitalism didn't fit with the accelerationist model. On the contrary, pseudo-marketization was producing the pervasive, decentralist bureaucracy described in capitalist realism. My experiences as a teacher and as trade union activist combined with a belated encounter with Zizek, who was using some of the same conceptual materials as Crew, but giving them a leftist spin, pushed me towards a different political position. I guess what I'm interested in now is in synthesizing some of the interests and methods of the Crew with a new leftism. Speculative realism has returned to some of the areas that the Crew was interested in. What I'm hoping will happen in the next decade is that a new kind of theory will develop that emerges from people who have been deep cooked in post-Fordist capitalism, who take cyberspace for granted and who lack nostalgia for the exhausted paradigms of the old left. RW, one of the most exciting things to happen in publishing last year was the development of the Zero Books imprint. Can you explain how that came about and the purpose of the project? MF. The imprint was set up by the novelist Tarek Goddard. He asked Nina Power and me if we'd like to do books, and we suggested a range of other people. What we wanted was to produce the kind of books we'd want to read ourselves, but which weren't being published anywhere. In mainstream media, the space that had drawn Tarek and myself towards theory in the first place, the music press, areas of the broadcast media, had disappeared. Effectively, that kind of discourse had been driven into exile online. So part of what Zero was about was harvesting the work that has been developed on the blog networks. Zero is about establishing a paraspace, between theory and popular culture, between cyberspace and the university. The Zero books are a reminder of what ought to be obvious, but which the imbecilic reductionism of neoliberal media would like us to forget, Serious writing doesn't have to be opaque and incomprehensible, and popular writing doesn't have to be facile. R.W., your first book, Capitalist Realism, Is There No Alternative, was published by Zero in November. Why do you think that capitalism, even in the wake of the financial crisis, has such a grip on our consciousness? MF, I'm not sure that it has a grip on our consciousness so much as on our unconscious. It shapes the limits of what we can imagine. It does so because it has enjoyed 20 years of unchallenged domination, blitzing our nervous systems with its intoxicants, paralyzing thought. Put at its simplest, capitalist realism is the widespread idea that capitalism is the only realistic political economic system. The response to the financial crisis only reinforced this belief. It was unthinkable that the banks could be allowed to crash. The problem is imagining an alternative that anyone believes could be actually attained. Which isn't to say that an alternative can't ever come about. In fact, after the financial crisis, we're in the bizarre situation at the moment where everything, very much including the continuation of the status quo, looks impossible. But this is already an improvement from how things seemed only 2 years ago. The financial crisis forced capitalist realism to change its form. The old neoliberal story was no longer viable. But capital has not yet cobbled together much of a new narrative, or come up with any economic solution to the problems that led to the crash in the first place. It's as if capitalism has suffered its own version of shock therapy. R.W., how is your argument different from that put forward by Fredric Jameson in his work on the culture of postmodernism? M.F., well, as I say in the book, in many ways what I'm calling capitalist realism can be contained under the rubric of Jameson's theorization of postmodernism. Yet the very persistence and ubiquity of the processes that Jameson identifies, the destruction of a sense of history, the supersession of novelty by pastiche, meant that they have changed in kind. Postmodernism is now no longer a tendency in culture, it has subsumed practically all culture. Capitalist realism, you might say, is what happens when postmodernism is naturaliste. After all, we've now got a generation of young adults who have known nothing but global capitalism and who are accustomed to culture being pastiche and recapitulation. R.W., in the book you move from describing the problems of capitalist society to how it is making us mentally ill. What do you think are the central lasting effects of neoliberalism on our psyches, and, with its collapse, how do you see these unraveling? M.F. Neoliberalism installs a perpetual anxiety. There is no security, your position and status are under constant review. It's no wonder that, as Oliver James shows in The Selfish Capitalist, depression is so prevalent in neoliberalist countries. Widespread mental illness is one of the hidden costs of neoliberal capitalism. Stress has been privatized. If you're depressed because of overwork, that's between you and your brain chemistry. I do think that the financial crisis killed neoliberalism as a political project, but it doesn't need to be alive in order to continue to dominate our minds, work, and culture. Even though neoliberalism now lacks any forward momentum, it still controls things by default. So, sadly, I don't see the deleterious psychic effects of neoliberalism waning any time in the immediate future. RW, identify the madness of managerial bureaucracy, the incessant and pointless auditing culture, in contemporary public services, specifically education. You discuss how this auditing culture is now, along with capitalism's PR network, a new big other, a replacement for God. It's the ideological matrix that we all cynically dismiss but nonetheless remains the binding authority. Why are we not simply able to shrug it off? MF, PR is not limited anymore to specific promotional activities. As I say in the book, under capitalism, all that is solid melts into PR. In so-called immaterial labor, the effect of auditing is not to improve actual performance but to generate a representation of better performance. It's a familiar effect that anyone subject to new labor's targets will know all too well. Neoliberalism reproduces itself through cynicism, through people doing things they don't really believe. It's a question of power. People go along with auditing culture and what I call business ontology not necessarily because they agree with it, but because that is the ruling order, that's just how things are now, and we can't do anything about it. That kind of sentiment is what I mean by capitalist realism. And it isn't merely quietism. It's true that almost no one working in public services is likely to be sacked if they get a poor performance review, but they might well be sacked if they start questioning the performance review system itself or refusing to cooperate with it. RW, so now we move from the critique to the positive proposals. In an interview with Matthew Fuller for Mute, you tentatively suggest that the left needs to come up with a new big other, one that is more representative of Rousseau's general will. How is this to be distinguished from the capitalist big other, and how would it be prevented from becoming reified, a new system of mystical dominance? MF, reification isn't a problem per se, in fact, it's something we should hope for. Evan Calder Williams, whose book Combined and Uneven Apocalypse is coming out on Zero, talks of an anti-capitalist reification, and I think that's what we need to develop. It's capitalism that poses as being anti-reification, it's capitalism that presents itself as having dissolved all illusions and exposed the underlying reality of things. Part of what I'm arguing in capitalist realism is that this is an ideological sleight of hand. It's precisely neoliberal capitalism's ostensible demystifications that allow all kinds of strange, quasi-theological entities to rule our lives. But I don't think the aim should be to replace capitalism's fake anti-reification with a real anti-reification. Reification can't be entirely eliminated. I take this to be one of the important lessons that Lacanian psychoanalysis has to teach. Being a speaking subject at all involves a minimal reification. The big other is coterminous with language itself. But this is very far from being a problem for the left. It's the left that needs to insist on the reality of something in excess of individuals, whether you call it the general will, the public interest, or something else. When Mrs. Thatcher famously denied the existence of society, she was echoing Max Stirner's claim that all such abstractions are spooks. But we can't ever rid ourselves of these incorporeal entities. Neoliberalism certainly hasn't. As I argue in Capitalist Realism, neoliberalism hasn't killed the big other, for who is the consumer of PR if not the big other? The point now, and I would affirm this forcefully, not tentatively, is to invent a leftist big other. This doesn't mean reviving authoritarianism. There is no necessary relation between the big other and a strong leader. On the contrary, in fact, authoritarianism happens when there is a confusion between the big other and an empirical individual. What we heed are institutions and agents that will stand in for but cannot be equated with leftist big other. RW, you talk about the reformatting of memory that is a symptom of capitalist realism, where history can be altered almost instantly as we stand agog before the supposed ceaseless innovation of capitalism. You were also one of those to start using the concept hauntology, the idea that there was a cultural meme that acknowledged the collapse of a moment and picks through the remains for the lost futures buried within. Similarly, we are in a political landscape littered with ideological rubble. My suspicion is that for you the moment that has collapsed is the politics of '68, one that was perhaps guilty of the reformatting of history and memory in its own way, before many of its ideas were taken up by a post-Fordist capitalism. So what is the detritus that you are picking through? What of the discarded remnants of left politics would you dust off? And is it possible to give old ideas new momentum? MF, I would say that, in many ways, the politics of '68 haven't collapsed enough. '68 is a specter which still hangs over theory. Yet the forces which '68 railed against no longer exist. There is no Stalinist party or state that we need to blow apart with a cultural revolution. Which isn't to say that we should want to return to Stalinist authoritarianism, or that it is possible to do so. The oscillation between these two options is the sign of a failure of political imagination. It's necessary to go all the way through post-Fordism, to keep looking ahead, especially at times when there seems to be nothing ahead of us. Part of the importance of the concept of hauntology is the idea of lost futures, of things which never happened but which could have. On one level, late capitalism is indeed all about ceaseless reinvention, nothing is solid, everything is mutable, but on another level, it is about recapitulation, homogeneity, minimally different commodities. Some of Jameson's best passages are about this strange antinomy. Deleuze and Guattari, too, emphasize the way in which capitalism is a bizarre mix of the ultramodern and the archaic. The failure of the future haunts capitalism. After 1989, capitalism's victory has not consisted in it confidently claiming the future, but in denying that the future is possible. All we can expect, we have been led to believe, is more of the same but on higher resolution screens with faster connections. Hauntology, I think, expresses dissatisfaction with this foreclosure of future. So it's not now a question of giving old ideas new momentum, it's a matter of fighting over the meaning of the words new and modern. Neoliberalism has made it seem self-evident that modernization means managerialism. Increased exploitation of workers, outsourcing, etc. But of course this isn't self-evident. The neoliberals fought a long campaign on many fronts in order to impose that definition. And now neoliberalism itself is a discredited relic, albeit, as I argued above, one that still dominates our lives, but only by default now. Part of the battle now will be to ensure that neoliberalism is perceived to be defunct. I think that's already happening. There is a change in the cultural atmosphere, small at the moment, but it will increase. What Jim McGuigan calls cool capitalism, the culture of swaggering business and conspicuous consumption that dominated the last decade, already looks as if it belongs to a world that is dead and gone. After the financial crisis, all those television programs about selling property and the like became out of date overnight. These things aren't trivial, they have provided the background noise which capitalist realism needed in order to naturalize itself. The financial crisis has weakened the corporate elite not materially so much as ideologically. And, by the same token, it has given confidence to those opposed to the ruling order. I'm sure that the university occupations are the signs of a growing militancy. We need to take advantage of this new mood. There's nothing old-fashioned about the idea of rational organization of resources, or that public space is important. Similarly, what is intrinsically modern about putting workers under intolerable stress? The pseudonymous postal worker Roy Mayall put this very well in his LRB blog. We used to be told that there were three elements to the postal trade: the business, the customers, and the staff, and that all were equally important. These days we are clearly being told that only the business matters. So now the modernizers are moving in. They are young, thrusting, in your face, and they think they know all the answers. According to them, the future is the application of new technology within the discipline of market. But the market doesn't tell us what to do, people tell us what to do. The market is essentially a ploy by which one group of people's interests are imposed on the rest of us. The postal trade is at the front line of a battle between people's needs and the demands of corporations to make ever-increasing profits. That's what they mean by modernization, and it's not nostalgia to remind ourselves that things used to be different. But the fight will only be won when we can say with confidence, not only that things used to be different in the past, but that they can be different in the future too. I'm hoping that, before long, the neoliberal era will be seen for what it was, a barbarous anti-enlightenment atavism, a temporary interruption of a process of egalitarian modernization. R.W., at the end of last year you edited a collection of essays. The Resistible Demise of Michael Jackson, brought out almost at the speed of John Blake Publishing. What was so important about Michael Jackson's death that made you put such energy into this project? MF, yes, it's rapid response theory. There's no doubt that Jackson's death arrived at a punctual moment. A whole 30-year reality system had just collapsed with the bank bailouts. Obama had been elected. There was no one who personified that 30-year period more than Michael Jackson. In the few days after Jackson died, I found myself watching his videos over and over again. I surprised myself by moved from a position of detached cynicism to feeling increasingly sad. There was something in those videos, particularly the off-the-wall clips, which afterwards disappeared from Jackson personally and from the culture in general. So I listened to Off the Wall and Billie Jean obsessively. I probably listened to Billie Jean 40 times, but it was like listening to it for the first time. There were depths to it I'd never got to before. I wrote a post on my blog which elicited some positive responses, and it struck me that the network around Zero, which includes many of the world's music writers as well as theorists, was in an ideal position to produce a book that could deal with Michael Jackson as a symptom. Which isn't to say that the book is some desiccated analysis that doesn't engage with the sensuous qualities of Jackson's music. There are some wonderful descriptions of the tracks and Jackson's dancing. The book was put together very quickly, but I'm extremely pleased with the results. It was heartening to see what music writers can do when you give them space and let them pursue their interests. There are some pieces in the book, such as Chris Roberts and Ian Penman's, that are so sui generis that it is difficult to imagine them appearing anywhere else. RW, you've had a busy year, what with the blog, teaching, finishing a stint as reviews editor at The Wire, conference papers, marriage, Zero, and the publication of 2 books. Is it time for a rest now, or will 2010 be just as busy? MF, this is not the time for a rest. On a personal level, a rest is impossible. Most of what I do doesn't make me much money, so I have to keep working at a furious rate to keep my head above water. On a wider cultural and political level, this is a highly exciting time, not a moment to be convalescing. This year, in addition to the teaching, blogging, freelancing and editing for Zero, I will be putting out Ghosts of My Life, which will bring together my writings on hauntology and lost futures. In some ways, it's the other half of capitalist realism. There's another big project that I'm involved with which I have high hopes for, but we're not ready to go public on that yet. RW, and finally, I hope it's not too late to ask, what were your favorite books of last year? MF, apart from the Zero books, and I've almost certainly forgotten something really important, they would be Frederick Jameson, Valences of the Dialectic. A genuinely monumental work that I expect to be referring to for many years. Graham Harman, Prince of Networks. A stunning reinterpretation of Bruno Latour's work that is also Graham's most lucid account yet of his object-oriented philosophy. Jody Dean, Democracy and Other Neoliberal Fantasies, Communicative Capitalism and Left Politics. Jody's sharp analysis of the impasses of the left is also a kind of requiem for much the 2.0 bluster of the last decade. Slava Zizek, first as tragedy, then as farce. Much more focused than some of Zizek's recent books, this was a reminder of his supreme relevance to the current conjuncture. RW, thanks Mark. Capitalist Realism, interviewed by Richard Capes. Since there are so many people who are depressed, and I maintain that the cause for much of this depression is social and political, then converting that depression into a political anger is an urgent political project. Antidepressants and therapy are the opium of the masses now. Mark Fisher. Richard Capes, what is capitalist realism? Mark Fisher, you'd think I'd be able to answer this very quickly. But in fact it's easier to spot than it is to define, I think, capitalist realism. There's various different ways of looking at it. One is looking at it as a belief that capitalism is the only viable political economic system. That's one sense of the realism, that anything else is unrealistic. And it's often what you hear people say if one is critical of capitalism. They'll say, well, it might not be the best system, but it's the only one that works. One can think of it as a belief, but it's also an attitude in relation to that belief, an attitude of resignation and defeat. So I suppose that what I'm talking about with capitalist realism is not so much the attitude propagated by this kind of neoliberal right. It's more how the success of the neoliberal right transforms the attitudes of the general population, and especially of the left, I think. But of course the problem with talking about beliefs or attitudes is it implies a kind of individual psychological perspective. What we're talking about here is the kind of collective psychic infrastructure, I'd say a kind of diffuse ideological atmosphere, and the way in which those beliefs are instituted across all areas of life in a country like the UK, from the media through to the workplace, through to our own unconscious attitudes. RC, when and how did capitalist realism emerge? MF, I think you're looking at the 80s as the key period of transition really. We're looking at a kind of synergy between ideology and the restructuring of capitalism from so-called Fordism to post-Fordism, Fordism being the sort of dominant form of capitalism in the West, in the post-war period, which was based on a kind of compact of stability, where the working class was offered security in exchange for boredom. Where most towns would have one or two major industrial enterprises, most of the male workers would expect to work in those industries their whole working life. But they could expect minor incremental improvements in their standard of living over that working period. This sort of fell apart in the 70s when the world that we're now familiar with, so familiar, in fact, that we take it for granted, the world of post-Fordist capitalism started to emerge. What are key terms of post-Fordist capitalism? The dread word flexibility, which, in terms of the worker, tends to cash out of what's called precarity, i.e. constant conditions of instability and insecurity, short-term employment, casualization. And of course that goes alongside some of the other key developments of post-Fordism, such as digitization of the workplace, just-in-time production, and, of course, globalization. So the restructuring of capitalism in this way caught labor on the back foot, labor as in the workers' movement as well as in the Labour Party. The key problem I think articulated by the most forward-thinking of the left groups in the 70s and 80s, including the sort of the autonomous in Italy and what's called the New Times group around Marxism today in the UK, was, how could the left hegemonize post-Fordism, how could the left produce its own version of post-Fordism? And I think the failure to meet that challenge accounts for a lot of the failure of the left. On the one hand we have the restructuring of capitalism along the lines of post-Fordism. But what's key to that, of course, is that this just wasn't something that was simply imposed by capital on workers, it was in many ways driven by the desires of workers who simply didn't find enticing a life of boredom for 40 years in a factory, who wanted more freedom. I think the key issue now is, in a way, the discrepancy between what they did want and what they actually got. I think that's where opportunities lie for the left, actually. But coming back to where did capitalist realism emerge? Well, when and how did it emerge? It was that the right successfully harnessed those desires, the anti-authoritarian currents that came out from the 60s. The left, I think, failed to come up with a convincing model of an anti-authoritarian left. Energies that were released by the kind of struggles against capitalism on the left then became diverted into this neoliberal project, which, in the 80s, had two faces. On the one level there was inducement. In the UK we saw this in the form of, particularly, the selling off of council houses. It was a really good move by Thatcher in lots of ways, because it immediately positioned the whole of the post-war social democratic project as sort of being out of date, top-down, bureaucratic, and kind of Thatcherite neoliberalism as being about the future that would deliver choice to individuals, which would deliver freedom away from the strictures of the state. A whole array of things happened in the UK, of course, privatization. Again, privatization was articulated in terms of giving people choices. You too can now own shares. Alongside these carrots, of course, there was a lot of stick with the destruction of the unions, or the effective destruction of the unions. The miners' strike is the most powerfully symbolic image of the end of the workers' movement. I think when we think about the miners' strike, that gives us the most kind of vivid sense of how deeply established capitalist realism was by the middle of the 80s, and certainly by the end of the 80s. By the end of the 80s we were in a situation that would have seemed science fictional from the perspective of the middle of the 70s. If you told people that all of the national utilities would be sold off and privatized, that the mining union which had just brought down the conservative government would be sort of defeated in abeyance, that the unions were simply not major players in public life anymore, that would have seemed unimaginable. Yet it happened, and it happened in a relatively short time. If the 80s were the sort of battleground in retrospect, it seemed like there was only one way that battle was going to go. In the 80s, of course, things seemed different. It didn't seem inevitable that neoliberalism would triumph. In retrospect, the success of neoliberalism seems to have been overdetermined. But by the 90s, I think, the key moment, of course, is the arrival and election of New Labour, which was the final victory for Thatcherite neoliberalism, where the Labour Party could come in, essentially accepting the broad framework that had been imposed by neoliberals. I think then we enter into the kind of phase of capitalist realism which most of the book is devoted to analyzing, I suppose. RC, how has capitalism persuaded us that it's the only realistic political economic system? MF, one way of getting to this is by forcing ritualistic compliance, where there's no other available language or conceptual model for how we understand life, work, or society, except that of business. And that's one of the key things that happened in that period, particularly with public services, and that's something I dwell on at some length in the book Capitalist Realism. It's the extent to which teachers are now required to go through these self-surveillance procedures, these self-assessment procedures, which have been imported in from business, and the strange subjective disavowal that comes with these procedures. Often managers who are uncomfortable imposing kind of business rhetoric, business methods, nevertheless will say to workers, say to teachers, you don't have to believe in this, but this is what we have to do now. We have to go along with this kind of thing. And that sense that one has to go along with practices and languages coming in from business, I think that that is a key part of the sense that there is no alternative, that this is how things are done now and there's no other way around it. I think that in addition to what I said earlier are a kind of crushing of the previous forms of working class solidarity. Well, a crushing, I guess it's better to talk about decomposition really, in lots of ways, because it wasn't simply, as I said, about capital hammering trade unions. It's that trade unions in the form they had developed had to fit with the Fordist mode of organization, and as post-Fordism emerged, as Fordism fell apart, as I say, partly driven by the desires of workers, trade unions and other aspects of the labor movement failed to move with it. The effect of that is this kind of generalist atomization, I think a kind of collective depression, which isn't experienced collectively, because nothing is, actually. But where between the individual and the state there's nothing in the space anymore. The space that trade unions used to occupy, well, people could feel then a direct connection between their own working lives and a wider political world and have some sense of agency because of that. That space was gone and people were. There's this process of what I've called the privatization of stress, or general psychic privatization. You get to own your own home, but your home becomes this place of refuge and consolation in a world where, because outside it, public space is massively denuded. And it's this decline of a public space which we can have any connection with. And it massively contributes to the sense that there's no alternative to the way things are. RC, you argue in the book that capitalist realism is immune to moral criticism. Could you explain why? MF, it's no use just talking about greed and these categories. There's this kind of embedded Hobbesianism with capitalist realism. Part of capitalist realism is, that's the way the world is. And that involves, well, people are naturally competitive. If there's widespread greed, or if this is appealed to as a notion, well, the reason there was a bank crash was because of greedy bankers. That won't undermine capitalist realism, it'll feed into it. It will feed into it in the sense that that kind of resignation, cynicism are part of the background of capitalist realism anyway. It also misses the target, I think. The problem with late capitalism is not the greed of capitalists. That's the difference between a Marxist analysis and an ethical one. The Marxist one will focus on systems, forms of organization are central. Capitalism is not bad because CEOs are uniquely evil. It's the other way around. Anyone who's in the position of CEO would act as CEOs do. It's just a systemic pressure that produces that kind of behavior. Part of the problem is that we are looking at systemic tendencies here. It's archaic and kind of folk psychological to focus on these categories which we think apply in everyday life, like more responsibility, to this kind of inhuman system. The scale of what we're up against is obfuscated by a focus on the ethical. RC, you also talk about recycling as another way in which our attention is deflected from a real problem. MF, isn't recycling a classic case of, we assume responsibility for the systemic tendencies of capitalism? It's not really our fault that there is an environmental catastrophe. The thing it is nobody's fault, you can say, in a genuine sense, but that is the problem because there is no agent capable of acting. There's no agent at the moment that's capable of taking responsibility for a problem on the scale of the environmental catastrophe that we're facing. Instead, it's contracted out to us as individuals as if we could do anything about it by simply putting plastic in the right bin. That won't solve the environmental catastrophe that we're up against. The only thing that can solve it is the production of an agent capable of acting. But of course nothing like that has ever existed throughout human history until now, which doesn't mean it can't exist, but that we're in very new territory. That appeal to individual responsibility, as if aggregating up enough individual responsibility will substitute the need for this kind of agent. That's one of the pernicious dimensions of the culture behind recycling. RC, towards the end of the first chapter you argue that gangster films like Goodfellas and Pulp Fiction offer visions of the world that promote capitalism or reinforce capitalist realism. Could you explain how they do that, because they're often seen as offering a very gritty, realistic portrait of modern life? MF, exactly. It's because of that though, isn't it? What do we mean by realism? That's very much at stake. I think Elroy also talks about. I think Elroy is an interesting case because he's pretty open about it in the political dimension of it. Elroy's project in something like American Tabloid, where he wants to take down all of these images of kind of American liberal politicians and expose the kind of seedy acquisitiveness behind the veneer. Elroy's quite open about this as a cultural political project. This sense of precisely what is realistic. What is realistic? That people are competitive, they naturally struggle against one another, that the real world of the streets is described by this kind of micro-capitalist. Not even micro, often struggle between warring families or warring interest groups. Quite clearly this will feed into capitalist realism, I think, in lots of levels, in the assumption of individualism, the assumption of competition, also what has disappeared from that picture, which is any kind of public world. RC, would you say the American TV series The Wire is a work of capitalist realism? MF, it's a fascinating parallel with the book, I think, in that, in lots of ways it's very similar to capitalist realism. What is the difference between that and large swathes of gangster rap or Elroy is the implicit critique in it, isn't it? There's a celebration with Elroy or gangster rap, this not just how things are, but there's something good about the fact they're like this actually, and that we need to be positive about disillusionment. Behind The Wire, despite this sense of massive institutional inertia, and just the impasses of politics, the fact that however hard individuals try to act, the system has either a way of subsuming them or eliminating them, although that could be dispiriting, in the same way that capitalist realism could be dispiriting. For me the message of The Wire is very similar to the message of capitalist realism, that this is what we're up against now. That was how things were pre-2008. Of course one of the many things that interests me about The Wire is the emphasis that's placed on post-Fordist bureaucracy, the same as I place it in capitalist realism, on the way that kind of target culture has this inherent kind of skewing of facts, the sinister alliance between managerialism and target culture, in the way that it sort of blocks out initiative and also prevents people from doing their job in a way that you'd think they ought to be doing it. On the face of it you'd think with The Wire, yeah, it's a negative message, and to that extent it would reinforce capitalist realism. The second series about containerization, about the decline, the diminishment of the old forms of labor, and their replacement with this kind of post-Fordist robotics computerization is very flat with the themes of capitalist realism the book. But I see it more as describing or rather anatomizing diagraphing capitalist realism, rather than it actually reinforcing it, because it quite plainly lacks that element of celebration. It does also lack resignation, even though it does seem to be a seamless world from which there is no escape. The very fact it exists is a form of refusal of resignation, I think. Showing the sheer systematicity of these processes is something other than simply being resigned to them in everyday life and work. RC, you mentioned the phrase privatization of stress earlier in the interview. Could you talk about your experience of this when you worked as a teacher in further education? MF, FE in the UK used to be the place where students who didn't really get on that well with conventional education where they would go for a slightly different approach. I started teaching there the early part of the 2000s, and one could already see that ethos under threat, and it became, increasingly as the decade wore on, as the kind of Blairite business agenda came to dominate life at college more and more. Partly what I mean by the privatization of stress in relation to education is that people are required to become their own workers. There's a trick that's been played by neoliberalism which we've all succumbed to more or less, which is the idea that bureaucracy is in the past, bureaucracy belongs to this old statist, heavy, top-down, centralist world, and we're glad to be rid of it. But of course, when we think about what our working lives involve now, I'd say for many people it involves more bureaucracy, not less. The difference is that the kind of bureaucratic surveillance is not performed by external parties, it's increasingly performed by us. We have to fill in 50 or 60-page logbooks, we have to fill in endless detailed documents assessing our own performance. But this is part of a sort of wider privatization of stress, which is that we're invited to take responsibility for the additional stresses that an increased workload and decreased security bring to bear on us. Since trade unions are no longer as effective as they were, our first recourse often when we're put under extra stress is not to complain to a trade union or get them to act on our behalf, but to go to a doctor and get antidepressants, or if we're lucky in inverted commas get therapy. The rise of depression amongst the general population, particularly amongst the young, is, I think, a symptom of this privatization of stress. RC, in the book you say that in Britain depression is now the condition most treated by the NHS. MF, as far as I'm aware that's still the case. I haven't checked out the statistics recently, but I can't imagine that in the period we're in at the moment depression has decreased amongst the population. What struck me about this was, why is this acceptable? Why, particularly in a period in which we can look back now and see as a period of boom, why in this period of so-called boom were so many people, particularly young people, why were so many of them depressed? Doesn't this indicate some fundamental kind of effective problem with late capitalism? It seems to me that one aspect of the privatization of stress is there's not an availability of a kind of cultural language of disaffection and discontent, particularly for the young, I think. And one of the interesting things about the last year or so, with the student militancy at the end of 2010 and the riots this year, is this kind of eruption of a negativity, which I don't think was available to young people in lots of ways in the high pomp of capitalist realism. RC, in the book you talk about students suffering from depressive hedonia. Could you tell us what this is? MF, I was talking about the students I was teaching, so they were younger teenagers, not that young, I suppose, 16 to 19. Not undergraduates. This does seem to strike a chord with them actually. Many of the people who write to me about the book, younger people, think that that captures something about their experience. Depressive hedonia would be just a way of thinking about the form that depression takes in a world where stimulus is always available, I think. I don't think we've remotely got to grips with the effective consequences of the kind of cyberspace matrix that the young especially are embedded in. Part of what I'm describing in the book really is the tensions between a kind of crumbling disciplinary framework in which teachers are there as these prison guards of this collapsing system. Well, on the one hand they are prison guards. On the other hand, they're required to interface with this constant world of stimulus, and be entertainers. There's a tension between being a prison guard and an entertainer. It's pretty difficult to say the least. In terms of depressive hedonia, depression is usually described as a case of anhedonia, where the sufferer of depression is unable to derive pleasure from anything. It seemed to me that there's almost an opposite syndrome in place with teenagers, where pleasure is so easily available that, well, that it's this very availability of pleasure that's depressing in many cases. Guess there's a kind of consumer model of pleasure which is involved, which doesn't build up people's sense of self-esteem, sense of well-being, or perhaps more importantly a sense of involvement in things. Instead of that you've got this kind of rapid-fire small bursts of pleasure. And one of the things that's removed by this is a kind of productive boredom. The existential crisis posed by boredom in the 70s, when you really could be bored, when there wasn't a seamless stimulus matrix available. I think there's a big relation between that, the availability of a certain kind of boredom, and phenomena like punk. The availability of constant low-level stim in 21st century culture precludes that kind of boredom, precludes alienation in a certain way, but produces this kind of general feeling of unacknowledged disaffection, I think. These forms of stimulation are not really capable of engaging people in a way that takes them out and beyond themselves. People are sort of trapped in themselves in this form of kind of functional misery, in a sense that they're just miserable enough, as it were, miserable enough to carry on, not too miserable that they would either reach a point of subjective destitution or just have to question, pushed to the point where they have to question the general social causes for why they're like this. So I think it's just enough pleasure to keep them depressed, as it were. That's one way of looking at depressive hedonia. But of course one of the great things that's happened over the last year or so, that's significant though, is the student protests at the end of 2010. It was students who lead this. There's a sense there of what I was looking for or hoping for when I was writing Capitalist Realism, that these forms of unacknowledged disavowed discontent would convert into forms of public anger. What was so exciting about the student protests was seeing that process start. Because I think a lot of the older people are much more in that mode that I was describing earlier, of kind of resignation. I don't think there's many people who are fans or enthusiastic supporters of the coalition government, but I suspect the general attitude is, well, there's not much we can do about this. In other words, a form of capitalist realism. What we saw with the young is a kind of challenging of that in a very dramatic way. RC, in a talk you gave about capitalist realism earlier this year, you called for the development of a leftist psychotherapy. Could you explain what you mean by this? MF, this is really serious, I think. Since there are so many people who are depressed, and I maintain that the cause for much of this depression is social and political, then converting that depression into a political anger is an urgent political project. Of course it's not only about that. It's also about levels of real distress and suffering in society, which cannot be handled or dealt with by the individualizing, privatized assumptions of dominant forms of treatment in mental illness, which are, in this country, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a kind of combination of positive thinking and kind of psychoanalysis light, the focus on the family background of the sufferer, and on then of converting thought patterns from these negative into positive ones. There's that. And on the other hand, brain chemistry focus, the horrible loop whereby massive multinational pharmaceutical companies sell people drugs in order to cure them from the stresses brought about by working in late capitalism. Neither of these things are very effective. All they do is largely contain people's depression rather than actually deal with the actual cause of depression. One can apply Marx's arguments about religion very directly to this, that religion was the opium of the masses. Antidepressants and therapy are the opium of the masses now, in lots of ways. That isn't to say that they don't do anything at all. They do in many cases relieve intense suffering, which people are undergoing. But it's just the same as religion. As Marx said, it'll make people better in a kind of Savage and pitiless world religion wants real comfort to people in the same way, in a world of relentless competition, of digital hyperstress, etc. Being able to talk to someone for an hour in cognitive behavioral therapy, or having something which will take the edge of things via antidepressants that will make people feel better, but just as with religion, it doesn't get to the sources of that sort of misery in the first place. It in fact obfuscates it. If you want to look at the rise of capitalist realism, one can also look at the decline of anti-psychiatry. As anti-psychiatry declined, then capitalist realism grew. I think there's a relation there between the two. That normalization of misery as part of the privatization of stress has been absolutely central to the rise of capitalist realism. How do we get beyond that? Some kind of return to the issues that were raised by anti-psychiatry. I'm not saying necessarily that everything anti-psychiatry said was right. With anti-psychiatry, as with many other anti-authoritarian strands of leftism that emerged in the 60s, that kind of rhetoric became diverted and captured by the neoliberal right. When did anti-psychiatry cash out? Well, in some ways, care in the community, etc. But of course that wasn't the only way it could have gone. Thinking about ways of reforming, changing institutional care, of looking at a shift beyond this narrow kind of focus either on family background or the kind of chemical makeup of people's brains, this could have a very high impact, I think, if we could articulate this. A reader of capitalist realism actually drew my attention to the work of someone called David Smale, who's himself a kind of therapist, though I don't think he'd like the term therapist. He, in a number of books, has sort of argued for the development of a leftist psychotherapy. Smale claims that feelings of well-being fundamentally arise from a public world against the background of a public world. And in a society in which the concept of the public has been so kind of viciously and systematically attacked, it's no surprise, Smale argues, that distress has increased. He argues that as I would that the dominant forms of treatment in mental illness have reinforced that rather than challenged it. I think developing Smale's ideas could be extremely powerful. R.C., in the book you call French students involved in protests against neoliberalism immobilizers. What does this term mean? MF, it's a term I use myself, like immobilization to bring capitalism to a halt. I think the problem of articulating things in that way is that it feeds into the dominance of capitalist realism, in the sense that it concedes that history belongs to capital, or history is only going one way, capital. And that all we can do is obstruct, resist, or delay the inevitable triumph of capital. It seems to me there are obvious problems with that way of thinking. It's really still part of capitalist realism. It's part of capitalist realism in a very big way, because we've lost any sense that the future is ours, that we can move forward to a future that we're constructing. Instead, all we're doing is putting up barricades against a future that we ourselves are conceding belongs to capital. R.C., how did the student protests in Britain differ from that? MF, I'm not sure that they did differ that much from it. As with many left-wing protests, there's a strong sense of what they're against, but not so much sense of what is wanted. What's encouraging about it for me is that at least the British young have broken out of that kind of pull of what's conventionally called apathy, but I don't like that term at all. In the book I use the term reflexive impotence, which I think is a better sense of what's at stake with many British young. Why I called it reflexive impotence is that people feel they can't do anything, and they're sort of aware that their feelings that they can't do anything mean that they can't do anything, or contribute even more to the inability to actually act, yet it still doesn't enable them to act. Reflexive impotence is another phrase for depression, I think. That's how a depressive person feels. They know that their own attitudes are reinforcing their own inability to do anything, and also making them feel worse. Yet knowing that is not likely to inspire them to act. Instead, it makes them more and more depressed. I think that sums up the situation for the British young, or large swathes of the British young up to 2008. I guess what's also encouraging about the student protests is that politics becomes an available option. I think the level of so-called depoliticization was so strong amongst the young that even sort of failed or flawed forms of politicization are encouraging, because I think part of depression and part of the depression I was talking about really is the disappearance of politics as such. Many young people in Britain who take capitalist realism for granted don't see much of a future for themselves, don't see a very interesting future for themselves. At best they'll be indebted in order to get a job that isn't very exciting. That's probably how they're seeing things. And the idea that one can challenge this politically, one don't think for many of them that it was available as a thought. Making it available again was what was encouraging about student militancy. RC, do you think more and more students are breaking out of the bounds of capitalist realism and becoming more radical? MF, I think it is early days. There's all kinds of things going on. I think student militancy, the emergence of it, is something that wouldn't have happened before 2008. After the bank crisis of 2008, this is a major event, a kind of major trauma for capital, and of course we're still right in the middle of it. And it's evident that capital does not have a solution to the problems which lead up to the bank crises of 2008 at all. I think student militancy is one dimension of it, the riots are another. But I think that these are really the beginnings of something, and we don't know where it's going to go at all. And it's a shame in a way that this massive efflorescence of student militancy before Christmas last year dissipated and wasn't able to be sustained during this year. That doesn't mean that it's gone away. I think certainly over the next course of the month or so, building up to November, in November there's going to be another big flashpoint. A lot of the people who have been politicized by what happened last year will be back again. The thing is, things move so quickly. There's a strange rhythm of events at the moment where you have this massive rush of unpredictable kinds of events occurring. I think that's what happened with student militancy at the end of last year, then earlier this year we had the whole Murdoch thing, and then the riots. These things erupt in an unexpected way, in a way that goes far further than people would anticipate before they happen. But then things seem to go back to normal, seem to stabilize again. But every time things go back to normal, so-called normal, then normality is much more unstable, I think, than it was before. This tendency of collapse at the moment, with what we're living through, is the disintegration of the reality system, quite simply. Something that has been built up for over 25 years, i.e. capitalist realism, in the neoliberal mode, since that has been so pervasive, since that has dominated all of the assumptions of institutional and organizational life as well as the unconscious, it's not surprising that it doesn't collapse all in one go. People's expectations, everything they take for granted, is shaped by that reality system that in itself keeps it going for some period. But at the same time, we can see it really rocking at the moment. I think there's the opportunity for the left at this time. I think, yes, we need things to get radical, but we also need to get hold of the mainstream. This is where we're totally disconnected. It's not only that we are totally disconnected from the mainstream, so-called. I mean, I use the mainstream in inverted commas, because precisely at moments like this we don't know what the mainstream can be. We know what it was up to 2008. Part of the book Capitalist Realism is really about the massive decline of mainstream media, mainstream culture, under the kind of tyranny of capitalist realism. I just don't think we know what mainstream media or mainstream politics can be like in the coming period, because everything is up for grabs again. We can see that severe crisis that the ruling class is in the UK, which was made clear by the so-called Hackgate thing, a network of complicity between the media and the police and politicians, which David Cameron had to admit he was right in the middle of. Now you'd think that would provide an opportunity for the left, but the problem is there's no presence in the mainstream, no agent that can press home this clear advantage. And that's been quite clearly the case since 2008. RC, how can the left hope to establish a presence in the mainstream media when it almost completely excludes genuinely left voices? MF, I don't think it's inevitable that they would be excluded. I think it's a mistake to think the form of mainstream media is fixed, that kind of neoliberal attuned mainstream media with its very narrow bandwidth, with very low expectations that it has of its audience. This was something that was imposed gradually. It is something that was fought for and achieved by neoliberals and their allies in big business. But it's a hegemonic struggle, and media and mainstream politics are terrain which the political right have dominated to the extent that people forget that there's ever anything different to this. But I don't think we can say in advance what will be excluded and what won't be excluded. For instance, with the Labour Party, you can still see them acting as if it was before 2008, still acting as if the old so-called center ground still existed. But it just doesn't exist anymore, and no one's testing this out. That's the problem. No one is testing out what would happen if you tried to take a more left-wing perspective in the mainstream media. Since Ed Miliband and the post-New Labour Party has decided to pitch things towards some obsolete center ground, we just don't know what would happen. And I think that's what needs to be tested out at the moment. It's quite clear that we're facing a dilemma, that the UK, what we've seen with the riots and with the student militancy, is these kinds of fissures in UK society that we haven't seen to this extent since maybe the poll tax riots, or, even earlier than that, the miners' strike. I think capitalist realist hegemony depended upon this kind of production of consensus, or rather image of consensus, that had to be kind of continually reproduced by the media. Even when the media is condemning riots or condemning student protests, nevertheless they are visible, the visible cracks in this form of consensus, or, like I said, appearance of consensus. So, like I say, we just don't know what's going to happen at this stage, and we shouldn't concede any terrain to the enemies, especially at this time, really. RC, it's not in the interest of the mainstream media to encourage people to question capitalism, though, is it? Newspapers, for example, are profit-seeking businesses, owned by very wealthy people. MF, that's defeatist, because we can't go anywhere without. Either the media is reformed or we actually compete on terrain which is not favorable to us. I don't think this means we ought to concede to it. I think reading Nick Davis' book, Flat Earth News, it's very interesting. It does vindicate everything you've said with newspapers. 60% of broadsheet content comes from PR. But I guess what's interesting about that, though, isn't that the owners of the newspapers collude with the PR companies as such. It's more that it's a direct consequence of the underfunding of journalism. Journalists are required to turn around 10 stories a day. They won't be out on the streets doing investigative reporting. They'll be editing press releases. But I think this is susceptible to influence by us as well, what Davis calls these astroturf groups, as a play on the idea of grassroots organization. So a lot of things which appear in the paper as if they'd come from grassroots organizations in fact come from these corporate astroturf PR bodies or whatever. We need our own astroturf bodies, as it were, to compete into this ecology. What gives us hope here is the fact that there isn't a strong agenda being pushed by these journalists, that they'll accept anything that comes into the inbox if it's pushed there with sufficient kind of vigor. I still think a lot of journalism is kind of opportunistic, and it's a question of our organizing to intervene into this kind of ecology. We've seen examples recently of Owen Jones, though Owen Jones has got in all kinds of media on the back of chavs. He's appeared on Daybreak, Sky News, right in the heart of this kind of corporate beast. So it can be done. I don't think we can a priori say what can be achieved at this time. Capital is in disarray, the ruling class is in disarray at the moment, and I think that if we give up in advance and say, we'll never get into mainstream media, then we're doing them a favor. Of course, the other danger is simply constructing everything so we adapt to the existing structures of mainstream media. That's also fatal, toning things down so that we can be accepted. It's about a hegemonic struggle so that we can change what is acceptable to say on there. And if we can't do that, then we have failed. That's pretty clear, and New Labour is the most objective lesson in that. If you simply construct your project on the basis of what is now acceptable in the mainstream and maybe just slightly shifting things over, that will fail. And not only fail, but will also produce this kind of political despondency such as I tried to describe in the book really. I think we have to go between these two strategies, either staying outside the mainstream media completely or just adapting to what the mainstream media is like now. We have to learn lessons from neoliberals, really, I think. They were capable of changing what the media was in the same way we have to imagine that the media can change in our direction. Of course they've got resources we haven't got. But we've got resources they haven't got as well. Going back to what I was saying earlier on, we should be inspired to the extent to which the triumph of neoliberalism, in a way, is showing how things can go from impossible to inevitable. That's the way history goes, that things seem completely off the agenda, that there's no way that things can happen, suddenly, things switch where they're the only thing that can happen. That's how it was with neoliberalism. The one thing we can be sure of at the moment is that things can't go back to how they were before 2008. That can't happen. We're in a period of major tumult, major change. The right, the kind of neoliberal right, is at its weakest since I can remember. And we need to think ahead, I think, about how things can be different. And media is really a key part of that. I think it's really significant that the Hackgate thing happened this year, because it's part of this delegitimation process, you might say. The delegitimation process has at least two aspects. I think one is the discrediting of neoliberalism, although neoliberalism is quite plainly going to continue as a kind of guiding set of defaults for a while yet. As a political program with a kind of confidence, it disintegrated after 2008. So we're in this kind of vacuum at the moment where neoliberalism has effectively collapsed, but nothing has come to replace it. That is an opportunity. RC, in your book you say that the anti-capitalist protests do nothing more than provide a carnivalesque background noise to capitalist realism. Could you explain why? MF, there's this spectacular dimension to anti-capitalist protests, this purely petitionary dimension to it. My problem with the anti-capitalist thing in a sense is that there's nobody who can meet the demands that are being put forward there. It has the form of petition, but there's no one to whom this petition is actually aimed. That's what's peculiar about it. Let's imagine at one of these G20 protests, let's imagine everyone inside the G20 goes, well, okay, we've heard this noise. We've heard these slogans. That's it? We agree that capitalism is really a bad system. Then what? Even if everybody inside the G20 meeting agreed with that, they still couldn't do anything. It's this peculiar form of spectacular petition, which I think does not expect to win because there is no model of what it would be like to win, as it were. This is not to say that nothing went on there and those protests were completely valueless or insincere. But I do think we need a concept of failure on the left. I think that one thing that separates the neoliberal right from the left is that there's much less tolerance of failure on the neoliberal right. I think built into many of these movements is a kind of inbuilt expectation of failure, so that it's not a problem if things actually fail. With the student thing there was at least, although it actually did fail, it could have succeeded, at least theoretically. It had a determinate aim. The people they were exerting pressure on had the power to make the decision not to impose those student fees, etc. Unless there are determinate winnable goals, a kind of generalist despondency will result. It's what my comrade Alex Williams calls feel good, feel bad. You feel good because you're out in a protest doing something. But ultimately you feel bad because, and these two things are completely sutured together, the feel good and the feel bad. You feel bad because you don't expect to achieve anything ever. It's just a kind of carnival of the defeated. It's those aspects that I think are troubling about that kind of protest. As I say, the student protest was different because they had a determinate goal that produced this criterion of success and failure. Also, because of the sustained nature of it. There wasn't just something over in a day. It was something over a period of weeks. It built up and had managed to embed itself in the structure of universities, by the occupations. That produces a very different dynamic to a kind of anti-capitalist carnival that happens for a day or a short period of time. The problem ultimately was that, as we discussed earlier, that did fizzle out. I think that then just poses different challenges about how, since people have been politicized by that issue, how do we sustain that kind of struggle over a longer period, and how do we keep it embedded into everyday life? I think that link between people's working life, or the life of students, and politics is crucial, that politics is not something that is just performed by a professional class of administrators at some spectacular distance. It's something that directly connects with how we live and work. I think that that was the power of the student protests by contrast with the 90s noughties anti-capitalism, although I'm not suggesting a total discontinuity there. It seems to me that trade unions were successful in the past, as I've said, because of Fordism. The collapse of Fordism, that's made the way trade unions operate more difficult. But that doesn't mean that no form of workers' organization couldn't work effectively now. But I do think we need imagination and a real shift from the Fordist paradigm. Having been an active trade union member in points in my life, I've seen the extent to which higher echelons of trade unions are still orientated around, many of them are still orientated around Fordism, around pay and strikes. I saw this particularly with teaching. Many of the issues that I describe in the book, the problems of observations, of bureaucracy, of self-surveillance, these are things that teachers are kind of passionate about, which unions have a very limited interest in. I think shifting the terrain of struggle onto things that matter to people is a way of re-engaging them. There's no reason, in my view, why trade unions themselves couldn't become major players again if they're prepared to shift, very belatedly, into the post-Fordist world. RC, is the Occupy movement taking place in America at the moment doing nothing more than providing a carnivalesque background noise to capitalism? MF, part of what makes things different now from how they were in the past, just is the fact that the banking crisis has happened and that capital is on the back foot. There's an element of petitionary acting out with those forms of anti-capitalism that I describe in the book. In the situation where capital is much weaker but also the situation is much more desperate, I think that has created a different set of situations where, what are people to do faced with this kind of ongoing train wreck of the financial system? There's a sense that anything thrown in front of that train is good at this time. We simply don't know, I think, how far things will spread, how things will develop in conditions as they are now as opposed to what they were like at the end of the 20th century, at the beginning of the 21st century. It seems to me that these negative protest-based movements, if they're to have any lasting impact, must transform into robust organizations that have institutional structures and a positive agenda. But I don't think that we can rule that out at this stage. We just don't know what's going to happen. RC, some have argued that one of wonderful things about the movement is its lack of a central organizing system because it's bringing together all kinds of people with different problems. MF, okay, that's a resource. But I think organization is required, though, because otherwise how do we compete with capital? I think capital is quite happy facing people who are not that organized. It's good to have a broad-based group of people. But there was a broad-based opposition to the Iraq War, and that's a major moment of capitalist realism, I think, in the UK. When you have however many millions out in the streets in the UK and nothing happened, that shows that sheer numbers of people don't necessarily accomplish anything. I think you only accomplish anything when you've got organization, goals, and structures, in the end. Otherwise you've just got some faith in a kind of spontaneity of the people somehow. When has that ever yielded anything? You're not up against things which are susceptible to spontaneity. There's a difference between capitalism and other forms of kind of political social dominance, isn't there? We can't just take all of the capitalists out and execute them. Capitalism is a structure, it's as much a cognitive structure as it is a social structure. You can't just take out the ruling class. Even imagine this was the case. Imagine it was possible. You can't just take out the ruling class and have got rid of it. Difficult questions are, how do we organize life differently? How do we organize the economy in a way that's different from the way that capitalism has done? That's not solved by executing capitalists. RC, what do you think a post-capitalist society look like? MF, I'm not sure we're even close to answering that question at the moment, to be honest. I'm not saying that in a defeatist way. In a way it's partly a testament to the power of capitalist realism. We have to start by granting the power that it has over our imaginations, over our social, political, and economic imaginations. Part of that power is the way it structures oppositions in our minds, so that you think there's this deadlock between either we've got state centralization or neoliberalism. It's imperative that we think beyond this deadlock, I think, so that when we're arguing against neoliberal capitalism, then we're not implicitly arguing to go back to social democracy or back to a Stalinist state. We might want to go back to elements of social democracy. But it's not going to be enough to say that we just want to retreat to how things were a few years ago. I think we need a sense of where we're going to. We can be somewhat emboldened here because it's not as if anyone's got a very clear idea of where things are going at the moment. And the one thing we can be certain of is that they won't carry on as they have been. We need this boldness of imagination on our side, willingness to engage in thought experiments, science-fictional scenarios because, quite honestly, they're just as likely as anything else that's going to happen. RC, in the last chapter of the book you suggest that one way society can be improved is by establishing a paternalism without the father. Could you explain what you mean by this? MF, that's one challenge to the impasses that we're in. As we were talking about the mainstream media, I do think media is crucial. One of the ways in which neoliberal hegemony has cemented itself is by an attack on paternalism, because it's saying paternalism is part of this obsolete, bureaucratic, centralizing, top-down, archaic world that we're glad to be rid of. What's involved in paternalism? Paternalism is other people telling you what you ought to do, and we neoliberals don't believe in that. We believe that you should be able to choose for yourselves. Now this whole way of setting things up has, I think, been highly successful and for that reason deeply pernicious. They also associate paternalism with elitism, because they will say, paternalism then is someone deciding for you what you ought to like and what you ought not to like. One doesn't simply want to reverse the terms there and accept the way the binary is set up. We need to think about how paternalism could be different from the image that neoliberalism has of it. What's interesting to me is the way in which elements of paternalism do survive in neoliberal culture. The smoking ban, for instance. It quite clearly runs contrary to the way I was characterizing, one might say caricaturing the neoliberal appeal. This is quite clearly stopping people from making choices. Paternalism survives in a kind of way in health. It doesn't survive in culture, and that's interesting. But it seemed to me that what was at stake in mass media, when I was growing up, and the paternalistic dimension of it, wasn't people telling me what to do. They're assuming intelligence on my part. They're assuming that I can cope with things that I didn't already like. There's this different model of desire that's at stake with how I would construct paternalism in a positive way, which isn't about just deciding for people what's good for them. It is about having a wager that there is maybe a desire for the strange in people. People don't already know what they want, and that the things which they really end up most valuing may be things which surprise them. What I'm arguing is that a lot of the features that neoliberalism, neoliberal culture claims for itself, which is innovation, the capacity to surprise, newness, none of these things are generated by neoliberal culture. The exact opposite is the case in fact. When you have a consumer model of choice in inverted commas, what you get is this kind of bland homogeneity, a photodiversity, concealing an extremely narrow bandwidth of options. What was it that actually did allow for there to be innovation, surprise, and novelty? Well, some kind of condition of stability and some kind of removal from immediate commercial pressures. That's how one could think about, particularly, how the BBC used to operate, how Channel 4 operated in its early days. Nothing is more illustrative, I think, the triumph of capitalist realism in the UK than Channel 4, which started off showing Tarkovsky seasons, had hour-long programs simply consisting of philosophers discussing ideas to location, or whatever else is on Channel 4 at the moment. There's some massive decline that then produces this retrospective impossibilization. That other Channel 4 did exist, but now it seems utterly impossible. But it is only possible in some kind of model of paternalism, of thinking the best of people and thinking they deserve the best, not of serving up whatever people want, or whatever is held that people want. Part of the notion behind this for me would be the plasticity of desire. Neoliberalism wants to trap people in where they already are. This model of paternalism is about saying people are capable of being stranger, of liking things which they don't know at the moment that they would like. That's the side that we should be on, is in inculcating this. Of course, for me, as a teacher, there's a kind of flatness, I think, between this concept of paternalism and teaching. Surely teaching must involve this kind of wager that the student can enjoy things which are alien to them. That's some of the issues for me about how to think of paternalism differently. The reason I don't like the term paternalism is the association with familialism, patriarchy, etc. It's very difficult to think of a word that would work in the same way. That's probably part of the conceptual poverty brought about by capitalist realism, that we're forced back onto this word that in many ways is unsatisfactory. Recently, I've done a pamphlet with Jeremy Gilbert, which will be coming out too. There we use the term democratic through compass paternalism, partly drawing upon Raymond Williams' work in his book, I think it's 1961, Communications. Williams presciently discusses different models of broadcasting. You start off with an authoritarian one, move towards a paternalistic one, and then that breaks down under pressure from things like the commercial model. What Williams wants is a democratic model where everyone participates in the production of media. I think that we can't just directly go there. We need this kind of democratic paternalism. The goal is more participation than production. The paternalistic dimension just acknowledges the fact that there are asymmetries of kind of power, knowledge, etc. But the democratic side says we can't be satisfied with these differences in power, knowledge, we must aim towards equaling them out. That's how I'd like to think about the political project, as one of democratic paternalism. One of the problems with paternalism in the way it had traditionally been set up was that that was an elite body that could sit and decide what was good for everybody. There isn't going to be, in any desirable system in the future, there isn't going to be one body that will decide for everybody what is good for the rest of them. There's already a plurality of different kinds of knowledge bases and skill bases, etc., which will mean that that is avoided. Part of what's involved in refloating this concept of paternalism is defending the concept of education, and also defending the concept of authority, and differentiating the concept of authority from that of authoritarianism. Authority based on expertise, knowledge, skills, there's nothing wrong with that, providing it isn't abused. That needs to be abused to be authoritarianism, which is simply power based on fear. Part of a democratic political project is not eliminating authority, but constituting authority collectively. The best way of fighting authoritarianism is not abandoning the question of authority, which will always reassert itself in one form or another, if one simply ignores it, but of constituting authority in this collective way. I think that returns to this challenge I was suggesting right at the start of the interview that we need to now face up to again, which is this question of how do we develop an anti-authoritarian left. Like I said, the question was posed in some ways in the 70s and the 80s. Now we have to answer it. RC, what's to stop a paternalistic state from becoming a totalitarian one? MF, I think I sort of partly answered that by totalitarianism is authoritarianism, authority simply being asserted on the basis of fiat. And I think that would be very different from the model of authority, the paternalistic model of authority that I was suggesting. That's why, I think, you need definite democratic paternalism, rather than just paternalism per se. I'm not really saying anything that different from how some teaching situation would operate, for instance, where one can't simply impose stuff on the students and expect them to accept it. You have to negotiate with them, you have to win them over, to start from the level they're at, etc. RC, and if you can't do that, what do you do then? MF, if we can't do that, then we're in a severe crisis at that point. What are the situations where you can't do that? All I'm saying is that an authoritarian solution won't help. If you can't bring people round in that situation, then there may be nothing you can do. But simply returning to some kind of authoritarian solution where you just tell them that would only exacerbate the problems, it won't solve them. I think we'd have to bet on the fact that this sort of can be done and you can bring people with you. At a point where we're forcing people to do things, things have already gone wrong very severely. Let me put it another way, I think we're very far off leftist totalitarianism at the moment, and we're too frightened of it as well. In the 60s, Stalinism was a clear and present danger. Leftist totalitarianism was a real threat that people were trying to escape from. It simply isn't now. It's not that one should entirely dismiss those fears, but I think that we're at the stage where we need to establish a new orthodoxy, a strong hegemonic presence, and once we've done that, then we can worry about the dangers of that being taken too far or totalitarianism, etc. But I just don't see that as an issue at this time. What's more of an issue is the kind of soft totalitarianism of neoliberal dictatorship, isn't it? I don't use those terms lightly. This situation where there's a rhetoric of choice and no effective political choice, where there's a general kind of helplessness and people feel they've got no control over their lives, it seems to me that these are what we need to fight against. I've never been able to force a student to do anything anyway. Let's say there was the full resources of the military and prison service available to me, I wouldn't still be able to bend the student, still, in that way. If things have gone past the point of negotiation where you can't, as it were, manipulate people in their own interests, then that's a severely extreme situation. RC, another thing you say needs to happen is for the left to not take over the state but subordinate it to the general will. MF, yeah. Neoliberals don't really have to run the state as such themselves. They get their subordinates to do it. The state is clearly an important locus of power. We get some theories which already write off the state, and I think that is a mistake. It's quite clear that neoliberalism could not have achieved the hegemony it has without also being able to control states. So I think the state remains an important locus of power. It's just the idea of taking over the state, in a way, in the classic style of the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, etc. Even if you could do that, that wouldn't achieve the overthrow of capitalism anyway, partly because capitalism is a global phenomenon. It itself is in the position I say it subordinates the state. It doesn't have to take over the state directly. Partly what I was thinking there is that we want to differentiate ourselves from being old-style statists. This is again part of this neoliberal binary where they're for a small state, we're for a big state. I think we need to first distinguish the concept of the public from the concept of the state. The two aren't the same. The state facilitates public space, but is not the same as the public. The public interest is not synonymous with the kind of will of the state. Partly the importance of this move is to differentiate us from the caricature of the old left. But at the same time it's important not to go down certain kind of anarchist route where you're denying the importance of the state at all. The state quite clearly retains a massive significance. RC, how do you get the state to serve the people? MF, why does parliamentary politics serve the interest of business? Because business is the only effective agent acting upon it. The point is, why is capitalist realism rife in parliamentary politics? You can't explain that in terms of the logic of parliamentary politics itself. Parliamentary politics is in many ways responding to the situation outside it, such as the decline of trade unions, etc. The classic situation of the 70s was where the politicians were caught between business on the one hand and trade unions on the other. What we need to do is constitute a force outside of Parliament strong enough that it becomes a dominant influence on Parliament. Again, learn from neoliberalism. It doesn't control Parliament because it has its own people directly in there, though that might to some extent be true. The point is that even if that were true, how is it possible? It's possible because of constitution of forces inside society, isn't it? That's it at its basic behaviorist level, I think. Politicians and administrators will bow to the strongest force in a certain way. Then what we need in the first instance is to create conflict in their own minds. At the moment, it's just all too easy to bow down to business, because it's only powerful force acting upon them. There's a widespread, inchoate discontent, for instance, about the banks, and since there's no agent that's capable of focusing that discontent and bringing it to bear on politicians, then they can ignore it. They just make a few moralizing gestures towards it. To me it's a question of how you constitute those extra parliamentary forces, how we produce these new forms of solidarity. RC, but business has a very fixed set of things it wants, whereas the public want a multitude of different things, don't they? MF, that's why I do think we at least need some determinate set of demands, at least provisionally, because otherwise things just dissipate. Unless we've got a set of demands of that sort, and some kind of model for a new orthodoxy. That's the thing about the mainstream, a model for what we want the mainstream to look like. If we don't have that, then those, as you say, specific determinate demands that business has will continue to dominate. RC, in the last chapter of Capitalist Realism you also say that strikes in public services are self-defeating. Could you explain why? MF, I think things have changed. The strikes earlier on this year, the TUC one and all of that, and the action that's coming up in November. There's a difference there because it approaches them all almost like a general strike. It's not just that teachers are out, but the whole of the public sector. I'm still suspicious of one-day strikes, of just how effective they can be. Unless the discontent and militancy spreads beyond that one day, it's very easy to contain a one-day strike. As happened in the Fay College where I worked, you get this farcical situation where the principal, on a £120,000, would come down and hand out coffee to the people picketing, because everyone will claim to be on the side of the workers because it doesn't really cost anything. Rather, it costs us stuff, it costs the workers their wages for the day. It doesn't really cause any lasting damage to the institution, that kind of action. Certainly they can easily plan for and, indeed, in many ways welcome it, because it lowers the wage bill for the year. I wouldn't want to make a definitive statement about the modern day situation now. But I think we need to think about winning hegemonic influence again. Why have nurses got more status than teachers? It's partly that nurses often go on strike. It's not that one should pander to the image of them in the media, but at the same time that's where we're starting from and why we have to struggle against it. Given that the media will use all of its weapons to produce what Alex Williams calls negative solidarity, turning one set of workers against another. With a one-day strike with teachers, the classic or standard line from the media is, well, look at how the teachers are inconveniencing the rest of the workforce, of childcare, and all of that. I think we just have to think of the long-term strategic consequences of these things. I hope that if one-day strikes happen they would work, but I just think that too often they haven't worked. Rather than just kind of going over and over these things that have failed, keep doing them, is to look at different forms of disruption, things which actually inconvenience management. Like I say, in terms of teaching, why do things that inconvenience the students? Or if it's children, why inconvenience the pupils and the parents? Why not do something that only inconveniences management? I think the benefit of the kinds of refusal that would be invisible to the students, pupils, parents, etc., is that they show the absolute uselessness of this kind of bureaucratic work and the extraneous nature of managerialism. If one refuses to collaborate with certain managerial initiatives, one can perfectly well carry on teaching, just cause problems for management. I think more imagination about targeting disruption on those who you want it to hurt would be good. RC, I interviewed Keith Famish several weeks ago about his book, Time's Up. In it, he argues that the only way to prevent global ecological collapse and thus ensure the survival of humanity is to rid the world of industrial civilization. Do you have any thoughts on this? MF, if that is true, it's very depressing. That's not a reason to object to it in itself, I suppose. We need to hold on to a model of the future. That's something I want to retain from Marxism, actually is a kind of technocratic vision of the future. It doesn't mean it has to be one that's completely indifferent to the environment. I suppose that I am one of those people he would attack in the sense that what I would hope for is that there's a managed solution to these things that would involve technology. As I sort of mention in the book about rationing, I don't see a problem with the rationing of resources at some point. But I don't see that as necessarily meaning that we would be immiserated. People are always bleating on about the Second World War, how great that was, about how great people felt during the time of rationing, and sort of how healthy people were as well. I think we've seen in a sense the results of the opposite of that having unlimited access to things doesn't produce well-being or happiness. On the contrary, it produces a kind of generalist misery, I think. I don't have any problem with an idea of a rationing of resource at some point, which I think could be part of the solution here. But I do still believe civilization is possible. I think the question is, how are things to be managed? Part of what I want to argue for is a defense of the concept of management as opposed to managerialism. It seems to me that the only solution to environmental catastrophe is a managed one, or we're already betting on the catastrophe already having happened, or already acting like the catastrophe already has happened. I find libidinally alienating these visions of a sort of return to organic societies, little villages. RC, some might argue that such societies would be less alienating than what we have at present because they offer a face-to-face social existence. MF, I think there are severe problems at a libidinal level, like that. There's a reason that people don't want face-to-face contact. Sometimes there's a value in face-to-face contact. There's also a value in impersonality. The achievement of an urban modernity was the ability not to have to deal with face-to-face contact all the time. I really think this is deeply dubious line because I suspect what is behind the claim that it has to be like this and that civilization can't carry on is this kind of death wish and this desire to take us back to the kind of conditions of a medieval world. RC, those making the claim would probably argue that the death wish is civilization itself which is heading towards self-destruction. MF, fair enough. I can see that, but there's two deaths here, I think, neither of which I want. I really want to avoid this binary that either we're going back to something which think people there's a drive to escape those conditions that you can't put back in a box. The only way of eliminating the desires for impersonality, for homogeneity, for mass production, the only way of ending the desires for that is by a post-traumatic forgetting, I think. Otherwise those desires will maintain. I think there's nothing wrong with those desires actually. This makes me a Marxist, I think, but I believe in mass production, of coordination, etc. Marx is somewhat sanguine about many of the issues that we wouldn't be anymore because of there's this Promethean model of extracting resources from the earth, and this kind of model of practice that was about converting the inert matter into something useful for us or whatever. I think we are rightly now somewhat suspicious of that kind of Promethean drive that's indifferent to the depletion of resources, etc. Okay, so there's a kind of death logic of that Prometheanism, which just uses up all the resources. But we don't want to be forced between these two deaths, I think a death of modernity and a kind of return to village life. The idiocy of rural life, that's the great phrase from Marx and Engels. The issue for me is how to commensurate an environmental agenda with modernity, with the desires for mass production, for the homogeneous, for the generic. I wouldn't think these things are the only things that should go on in culture. But an important element of culture which I think is crucial to maintain. RC, won't mass production end if you end capitalism? Don't the two go hand in hand? MF, I don't think we have to see things in that way. What interests me is almost the opposite, the way we see elements of communism erupting in capitalism, at the point of highest capitalist triumph. Like I always say about Starbucks, Starbucks shows the desire for communism because everything attributed to Starbucks is everything that was said about communism, that it is homogeneous, it's generic, etc., etc. What do people want from Starbucks? Not the coffee, well, I hope not, because it's horrible. They want from it something that is familiar, that's generic, that is a form of public space, kind of homogeneous public space. We can argue that post-capitalism can deliver this better and cheaper than Starbucks does. The desire for public space, the desire for the homogeneous and replicated can be synonymous. But all we've got at the moment is degraded versions of it, such as Starbucks. There's no reason to think that mass production is just a feature of capitalism. You know, we've got robots and stuff. This is one of the concrete challenges about how we would construct an economy without capitalism. The difference between me and my line of and certain kinds of anarchistic approaches, I suppose, is that I just agree with Marx, where the global triumph of capitalism is the precondition for post-capitalism. If capitalism is global, then we need also to be global or sufficiently global. It's not like capitalism operates by global government, but it has sufficient systems to coordinate its activities around the world which minimize the effectiveness of anti-capitalist struggle. I think we need similar systems of global coordination, and I think that can involve resource management so that we most effectively use it, so resources are used in the most effective way. I think condemning us back into this world of literary dark ages, where we're in tiny villages and we have a limited sense of the world around us, is a horrific prospect. I still maintain a hope of a rationally organized post-capitalist civilization. Preoccupying, interviewed by the Occupied Times. Occupied Times, Paul Mason recently commented that the uprisings of 2011-12 have brought the curtain down on capitalist realism. Can you briefly outline what you mean by the term capitalist realism? And do you believe that the financial crisis and the subsequent popular fight back have signaled a new beginning? Mark Fisher. Capitalist realism can be seen as a belief that there's no alternative to capitalism, that, as Frederick Jameson put it, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Other systems might be preferable to capitalism, but capitalism is the only one that is realistic. Or it can be seen as an attitude of resignation and fatalism in the face of this, a sense that all we can do is accommodate ourselves to the dominance of capitalism, and limit our hopes to contain its worst excesses. Fundamentally, then, it's a pathology of the left, nowhere better exemplified than in the case of New Labour. Ultimately, what capitalist realism amounts to is the elimination of left-wing politics and the naturalization of neoliberalism. I think it's too quick to talk about the end of capitalist realism, though what we have been seeing for the past couple of years is a challenge to this naturalization of neoliberal concepts. In some ways, the austerity measures that have been implemented have constituted an intensification of capitalist realism. Those measures couldn't have been introduced unless there was still a widespread sense that there is no alternative to neoliberal capitalism. The various struggles that have blown up since the financial crisis show a growing discontent with the panic neoliberalism that has been put in place since 2008, but they have yet to propose any concrete alternative to the dominant economic model. Capitalist realism is about a corrosion of social imagination, and in some ways, that remains the problem. After 30 years of neoliberal domination, we are only just beginning to be able to imagine alternatives to capitalism. But at least now we can imagine imagining such alternatives. OT, what have you made of the global Occupy movement's role as part of the mass mobilization against the politics and economics of austerity and neoliberalism? From what you've seen, can Occupy and other movements mount a sustained opposition to the ruling status quo, continuing with the global actions plan throughout May? MF, the short answer is that this remains to be seen. There's no doubt the Occupy movement has played a major role in the shifting of ideological atmosphere that has happened in the last year or so. You're right that the question of sustainability is crucial. In capitalist realism, I argued that the anti-capitalist movement had become background noise to capitalist business as usual, something that it was by and large easy for capitalism to ignore. The question is, can Occupy provide the basis for a sustainable antagonism? The broad problem we're facing here is, how can this antagonism be sustained now that the Communist Party has disappeared and trade unions have for the most part become quiescent? The party and the union structure provided sustainability, continuity, and institutional memory. Now, it's not that these are the only institutions that could provide such things, or that those older institutions would be fit for purpose, even if they had survived into the 21st century. But a genuinely new force that is capable of struggling against 21st century capitalism must be able to fulfill those functions. I think we also need to recognize the importance of building hegemony, and this means stepping outside the activist universe. There's a danger of the activists' world become very self-contained. We need to reach beyond those intensely engaged with politics to those who don't look to politics at all to explain the misery of their lives. It's those people who have been most affected by capitalist realism, and who could be mobilized against it, if they could be reached. OT, what was your reading of the riots last August? The epitome of neoliberal materialism, or further evidence of a system built on greed breaking down. MF, I think those involved in the riots were largely exactly the kind of people I was just talking about, those for whom politics means absolutely nothing. I'm not saying that the riots weren't political, that they were an inexplicable upsurge of criminality, as the right did. The riots were political, but in a negative sense they were a massive symptom of a failure of politics, an expression of discontent which lacked political goals or strategy. These are the signs of a system verging on collapse. People took part because they felt radically excluded. The invisible wall that prevents people from acting like this had collapsed. There was so little on offer that there was almost no incentive not to riot. It's to be hoped that the discontent that exploded so powerfully, and, in many cases so tragically, in the riots, can be harnessed. Shortly after the riots, I went to a screening of the Black Audio Film Collective's 1986 film Handsworth Songs, an essay film about the 1980s riots. The film's director, John Acumpfra, said that, if these rioters can bring the British state to its knees for 3 days, they will also be able to organize themselves. That is my hope. OT, in the sections of the book where you cover the culture of work, you describe the combination of marketization and maddening bureaucracy as market Stalinism. This evokes the excellent U.S. television series The Wire, where the police, the politicians, the teachers, etc. are all shown to be focused, above all else, on juking the stats. Can you describe how market Stalinism works and how we can hope to get rid of it? MF, I hadn't actually seen The Wire at the time I wrote Capitalist Realism, which is why there's no mention of it in the book. But you're right, The Wire exemplifies so much of what I wanted to say in Capitalist Realism. In fact, if you want to know what capitalist realism is, watch The Wire. Market Stalinism was my term for the kind of bureaucracy which was typical of Blairism, but which, as The Wire demonstrates, was by no means confined to Blairism, or to Britain. The neoliberal claim was that marketization obviates the need for the state and for bureaucracy. But the result of imposing marketization on public services is always a crazed proliferation of bureaucracy, via target setting, league tables, performance reviews, etc. Just as under Stalinism, everything becomes geared towards the production of appearance. In these conditions, gaming the system is inevitable. How to get rid of market Stalinism? We need to expose one of the biggest lies in neoliberalism, the idea that it is an anti-bureaucratic force. This will involve a struggle against managerialism, and towards a workplace based on the collective autonomy of workers. OT, you write in Capitalist Realism, this battery of bureaucratic procedures is by no means confined to universities, nor to education. Other public services, such as the NHS and the police, find themselves enmeshed in similar bureaucratic metastases. Now that the police want to strike, do you think they should be seen as just another public service, or does their role of enforcing the government's agenda mean we shouldn't oppose cuts to the police force in the same way we do the NHS, education, or welfare? MF, it's a difficult question, but one that should be answered pragmatically and strategically. If we are involved in fighting the police either literally or at some other level, then the police are playing their role as ideological enforcers. Which isn't to say, I must emphasize, that we should ignore police brutality and corruption. What happened to Alfie Meadows and others is appalling, and needs to be exposed. But we have to remember that the police aren't the enemy, they are the servants of the enemy, and if all of our energy is taken up struggling against them, then they are doing their job for their masters very effectively. Ultimately, it must be far better if the servants are turned against their masters. OT, a lot of what you write in the book comes from your experiences of working as a further education teacher. Where do you believe the Coalition, and New Labour before them, are going wrong with their education policies? MF, the broader agenda here is the imposition of what I have called business ontology, the idea that only outcomes recognized by business count. It's gradually become accepted that the principal, if not the only role of education, is to turn out the kind of compliant individuals which business wants. As systems from the private sector are increasingly introduced into education, the influence of managerialism grows, and the status of the teacher is downgraded. The pretext for the battery of bureaucratic and self-surveillance techniques that have been implemented by successive governments is that they increase efficiency, but their effect is to spread anxiety and erode the autonomy of the teacher. This isn't an accident, it's the real aim of these measures. Education has been corralled into naturalizing and intensifying capitalist competition. It's easy to forget, for example, that league tables were only introduced relatively recently. League tables produce the kind of market Stalinist distortions I was talking about earlier. Teaching becomes a matter of training students for examinations, anything else is a luxury. Contrast this with the much-praised education system in Finland, which is fully comprehensive, has no league tables or inspectorate, and is based on trust in teachers. OT, a predominant theme of the book is the issue of mental illness in capitalist societies. You write, what is needed now is a politicization of much more common disorders. Indeed, it is their very commonness which is the issue. In Britain, depression is now the condition that is most treated by the NHS. It seems that with mental illness scarring the lives of so many sufferers and their loved ones in the UK, it should be towards the top of the political agenda. How can we begin to reduce the stigma, isolation, and shame that our society still attaches to the issue of mental illness? How can we convince people that its cause has roots in the collective, not just the individual? MF, this is a crucial question. The way in which social and political problems are converted into individual pathologies, to be explained via chemical imbalances or family history, neatly sums up so much of what has happened under capitalist realism. It's what I've called the privatization of stress. Depression has been described as a pathology of responsibility. You feel intensely responsible for the state that you're in. The excruciating paradox is that, while you feel that only you can get yourself out of depression, the condition consists precisely in your inability to act. There's more than an analogy with the political hopelessness and fatalism that have characterized capitalist realism. Depression, after all, is a pathology which centrally involves a sense of realism. The depressive thinks that they are being realistic, that they have perceived the real state of things, denuded of illusion. This describes the post-utopian tenor of capitalist realism perfectly. Other societies had their illusions, their dreams of something beyond capitalism, but we have come to terms with the inevitability of competition and precariousness. Yet depression shows the extent to which people even during the boom years could not come to terms with this. With precarity increasing and welfare programs eroding, it's not surprising that there should be an increase in depression and anxiety. But this increase in distress has been pathologized, neuroticized, and commoditized over the past 30 years. Instead of looking to unions when our workload becomes unbearable, we're invited to look for a medical solution. Stressed by too many working hours. Take this medication, which will restore the balance of your brain chemistry. Worried about losing your job? Tell me about your mother. This is a major example of the naturalization process I talked of earlier. What we need is a denaturalization of mental illness. I think the formation of a dedicated pressure group could work towards this. We need something like a revival of the anti-psychiatry movement of the 60s and 70s. Well, not so much revival as a reoccupation of the terrain that anti-psychiatry fought on. You could argue that the receding of anti-psychiatry correlates very closely with the rise of capitalist realism. With neoliberal economics being so globalist, so strongly enforced by powerful entities on a national, international, and supranational level, does this not make it that much harder for any one nation-state to adopt a new economic paradigm? Would there not be credit rating downgrades from the objective agencies who missed the Enron and subprime scandals, a hysterical frenzy among the corporate media, veiled threats from the IMF and OECD and, quite possibly, stampeding capital flight? Couldn't there even, depending on the extent of the country's departure from the consensus, be hostility from the other neoliberal countries? Of course, that would happen, and this kind of threat plays a large part in the current mode of capitalist realism. In fact, this is pretty much a statement of what capitalist realism is at this time. But it presupposes that capital is the most powerful force on earth, and it's this presupposition which needs to be undermined. How? By constituting a counterforce capable of disciplining capital. We've become used to a world in which workers fear capital, never the reverse. Capitalist realism has never been about direct ideological persuasion. It's not that the population of the UK were ever convinced of the merits of neoliberal ideas. But what people have been convinced of is the idea that neoliberalism is the dominant force in the world, and that, consequently, there is little point resisting it. This perception has arisen because capital has subdued the forces acting against it most obviously. It has crushed unions, or forced them into being consumer/service institutions within capitalism. But you're right, the situation has changed since the heyday of social democracy, and one of the principal ways in which it has changed is the globalization of capital. Indeed, this is one way that unions were outmaneuvered. If your members won't work for these rates, we'll go to a place where workers will. One of the strengths of Occupy is that it is a transnational movement. But the challenge for Occupy is whether it can constitute a force capable of inducing fear into capital. My suspicion is that it won't be able to do that on its own, and that it will need other institutions and groups, probably including unions, if it is to succeed in being a counterforce to capital. Capital isn't actually global, but it is sufficiently global, and therefore any effective opposition to it needs to be sufficiently global also. The concrete question, somewhat obfuscated by many of the debates about centralization versus networks, concerns coordination. How are disparate groups to be coordinated? We learn lessons from neoliberalism here. Its success was based on building a patchwork of heterogeneous groups, often with different, even conflicting agendas. The book ends very optimistically, saying that there is a sense that anything was possible again. That was 2 or 3 years ago now. Still optimistic? More or less than before? Well, I think that the optimism has somewhat been borne out by what's happened since I wrote the book. As I said, I think it's going too far to say that capitalist realism is over, but the fact that Paul Mason could make such a claim shows how much has changed over the past couple of years. Just before the student militancy blew up in the UK at the end of 2010, I spoke at a conference, making the in retrospect mild claim that there would be shows of public anger against austerity, and I was accused of revolutionary nostalgia. The point is, that it was my accuser that seemed to have the most realistic handle on things then. But surely there's not anyone now who thinks that public discontent in the UK is at an end. Things have got better and worse since 2009, worse, in that panic neoliberalism has further attacked the welfare state, NHS, education, etc., better in that opposition is coalescing, and the ideological climate has shifted. OT, you've written a lot about how popular culture has reinforced capitalist realism. You show how commercial pop and hip-hop music and films like Children of Men and Wall-E, even when purporting to critique authority and the system, in fact leave only a message of its inevitable perpetuation. Do you feel that there is much in the way of popular culture that does successfully subvert capitalist realism? What subversive music, films, and books can you recommend to OT readers? MF, I'm not saying that there are no political potentials at all in the popular culture I discuss in capitalist realism. What I was pointing to, though, was the fact that anti-capitalism at the level of a film's message does nothing in itself to disrupt the superhegemony of capital. Anti-capitalism, or at least anti-corporatism, is utterly standard within Hollywood films. Consider something like Avatar, for instance. This is the objective irony of capital: nothing sells better than anti-capitalism. Or, even more bleakly, late capitalism's culture is anti-capitalist. There is an asymmetry: we struggle against capital, but part of capital's defeat of us is that it can sell our books. This isn't a completely closed circle, though. The issue is how culture connects up with struggles, and you can't second-guess that. It's possible that any of the films I talked about could contribute to the development of class consciousness or inspire people to engage in struggles. Conversely, it's possible that even those films or television programs which inventory the features of capitalist realism end up reinforcing it. Take something like The Wire. Yes, it exemplifies practically everything I say about capitalist realism, but, for that very reason, you could say that it supports, rather than subverts, capitalist realism. You could very easily take away the message that struggling to change things is pointless, the system wins in the end. But one film I would recommend to people, if they haven't seen it, is Mike Judge's Office Space, which I briefly discuss in Capitalist Realism. I've seen no film which better captures the bureaucratic immiseration of late capitalist managerialism labor. We need a post-capitalist vision. Interviewed by Anti-Capitalist Initiative. Anti-Capitalist Initiative, Paul Mason recently argued that in light of the Arab revolutions, capitalist realism has come to an end. Do you agree? Mark Fisher, I think that is going too far. I understand why Paul made that claim, but capitalist realism is very tenacious. Certainly, things look very different to how they did a few years ago during the high pomp of capitalist realism, when it was thought that the age of revolutions was in the past. That no great change will ever happen again, that every part of the world will eventually end up capitalist. These ideas, basically, the theses of Francis Fukuyama's The End of History and The Last Man, were widely accepted at an unconscious if not a conscious level, even by those opposed to capitalism. It's that acceptance of capitalist dominance, or rather the unthinkability of any break from that dominance, which constitutes what I've called capitalist realism. But with what has happened in the Arab world, the hope for radical, systemic change has been reignited. It's part of a shift in ideological atmosphere that we have seen manifested this week in the French and the Greek elections, with their votes against austerity. Austerity, after all, is the deflated yet intransigent form that capitalist realism has assumed since the bank crises. Before the bank crises, capitalist realism managed to look as if it were a post-political condition, not a particular ideological constellation, just the way things were. It's no longer able to sustain that post-political mask. But if capitalist realism were actually finished, then there wouldn't be any austerity at all. It's only because people continue to accept that there is no alternative, not only to capitalism, but to neoliberal capitalism, that the swinging cuts that have been imposed in the name of austerity have gone through. As it is, in Europe, we are only seeing the beginnings of a challenge to austerity. These challenges are by no means insignificant, but it's not yet the end of capitalist realism. But there's another way in which capitalist realism persists. Capitalist realism can also be seen as the inability to imagine an alternative to capitalism, and I don't think we're close to overcoming this yet. Not surprisingly, After 30 years of capitalist realism, our capacity to even conceive of alternatives to capitalism has atrophied. Opposition to neoliberalism is growing, but this new anti-capitalist mood has yet to bring forth any powerful vision of post-capitalism. Certain tendencies in anti-capitalism are, in effect, inversions of capitalist realism. They accept that capital controls technological modernity, and offer only withdrawal and retreat as an alternative. AI, how can the left organize itself today to maximize its impact? MF, the most important problem the left now faces seems to me to be coordination. There are any number of groups hostile to capitalism, but the task is to bring them together to form a sustainable antagonism. We need to forge greater links between those already engaged in struggle, the unions, Occupy, the student movement, the various anti-cuts groups, and also to reach out to those who aren't yet politicized. The way that the opposition between centralization and decentralization has dominated discourse on the left recently has distracted us from the fact that coordination does not entail Stalinist centralization. Systems can be coordinated and decentralized at the same time. After all, that's how capitalism operates. A key question is institutional memory. A system that has no memory cannot learn and will keep repeating the same mistakes. What's crucial is that we give up any nostalgia for previous eras. Leftist politics has been weakened by its attachment to superseded forms of economic and political organization. There's a strange romance of glorious failure which we have to give up. A major part of grasping the potentials of the present is reaching out to precarious workers. We need to think creatively about how they can be politicized and organized. AI, do you think that the autonomist critique of classical Marxism has any relevance in helping us understand the modern world? MF, yes, I do. The autonomist critique of authoritarianism and Stalinist bureaucracy is something that we shouldn't forget. Any credible leftist politics now has to take the problem of anti-authoritarianism very seriously. At the same time, however, we have to recognize that the situation is very different from the context in which autonomist ideas first emerged in the 1960s and 1970s. Then, the Communist Party and the trade unions were very powerful. Stalinism was still an oppressive presence. None of these things are true today. Whatever the merits of autonomism, anti-statism, it has to be acknowledged that anti-statism is now hegemonic. There's a congruence between the language of neo-anarchism and David Cameron's Big Society, which is not to say that the discourses are identical. But one problem with anti-statism, particularly when coupled with localism, as it often is that it makes any defense of institutions like the NHS very difficult. The drive of the original autonomists was to escape existing institutions, whereas I think our aim today should be to produce new institutions. AI. Today people talk about zombie capitalism, an undead system which people can't see beyond. Does this chime with Owen Hatherley's militant modernism * argument about the way the left has to challenge the dominance of neoliberalist capitalism as the only modernizing force on the planet? MF, yes. Neoliberalism is now undead. It was massively discredited after the bank crises, but that hasn't stopped it continuing in zombie form. The default settings of most of our institutions remain neoliberal, and will do so until they are reset. In claiming there was no alternative to neoliberalism, the neoliberals were staking a claim that they were the only modernizers. Resistance to neoliberalism was a resistance to modernization. Neoliberal ideologues have successfully imposed an equation between neoliberalization and modernization. This has been central to capitalist realism. Look at the way that something like the Royal Mail disputes are reported in the mainstream media. The workers are always said to be struggling against modernization, when really they are opposed to privatization. At the same time, it's clear that neoliberalism has in many ways arrested modernity. That's part of the point of militant modernism. The rise of neoliberalism has seen a turn to postmodern cultural and political forms, a formal nostalgia that is manifested in the refurbishing of familiar modes. It's not for nothing that Frederick Jameson calls postmodernism, with its culture of retrospection and pastiche, the cultural Logic of late capitalism. Neoliberalism claims to be the only modernizing force, but it's increasingly clear that it is incapable of delivering modernity. The current crisis is a massive opportunity for the left to reclaim modernity for itself. We have to invent the future. An unseen interview with Mark Fisher. Mark Fisher, do you drive? Sam Berkson, no. MF, I don't drive either, and I can strongly relate to many of the poems, having spent so much time on public transport. There was something that Mrs. Thatcher said, if you are a man over 30 on public transport, you failed. I think that's really telling actually. The men I know don't drive, but often women do. I think with women, it might be safety that makes them want to drive. I always find it a waste of time being in a car. Whereas on a train you can read, write, do something else, and you can listen. But almost nobody listens to each other anymore because of the amount of headphones, etc. I think what comes out strongly from your poems is it is public transport in name only because 1, it isn't owned publicly, as all these hideous private operators, and 2, the space isn't actually public, as you draw out in a lot of the poems. People are engaged much more in their own private conversations on mobile phones. To a ridiculously embarrassing and excruciating extent sometimes. SB, usually only a few people are listening. It's ironically public because everyone is so much in their own private world. What they're doing is bringing a much more private world into the public sphere. Everybody, right or left wing, doesn't like the idea of people listening into their private conversations. And yet we are at a time when our conversations are the most listened into because all the creeping technology. And also we're complicit with things like Facebook. We're quite happy to blurt out what we're doing all the time. MF, I think there is a double thing going on. Increasingly people are concerned about Facebook and its erosion of privacy or whatever. I think there is an interesting double think coming out here. In one sense people are talking on mobile phones, assuming that people aren't listening to them but sort of knowing at some level that at least one person will be. And then there is that Facebook phenomenon. When you put stuff on there, hoping that people will actually look at it, desperately sharing it, looking for an audience that you may or may not get. And then neurotically checking how many likes or comments you get. SB, it is not caring about the audience that is there but desperately needing more and more of an audience. MF, I think celebrity is important on lots of levels to do with its faux intimacy, isn't it? There is a generalization of the female-targeted gossip magazines, the general form of culture, TV, etc. It is this phenomenon of referring to people by their first names, like you get on the cover of these things as if you know them. Tim Burrows, people reading mags on the train, talking about dieting. MF, it is biocontrol, and the model for that is the women's magazine. It is about reducing a certain anxiety. It is not about saying you must do this one thing. It is about on one page Jerry Halliwell is happy with her curves. The next month she is feeling much better because she has lost weight. You get these double binds being issued all the time by these magazines. The function of which is to destabilize and keep people in a state of anxiety and also add on solutions to every problem, which is always that a consumer object will resolve this for you. Dieting is biopower, a form of body control. What we have got with this digital culture now is this weird thing of hyperordinariness. You have got people who are done up to the nines, but it isn't like David Bowie where you are playing with some abstract aestheticization. We have got people who have this uber ordinariness. It is a normative model, perfect teeth, right skin tone. An utterly conservative artificiality. SB, you hear people say symmetry is the ideal human beauty, and I like to think that symmetry is probably something that looks okay. But to deny that there is some sort of beauty in the eye of the beholder, that there is something original and unique about things and that we each find different things beautiful, is bringing things back to the power of something very conservative, as a way of conforming towards being beautiful, and of course it is not normal at all. It's a really freaky look. MF, it's a washback from digital. A lot of people are photoshopping themselves. The normalization of cosmetic surgery, Botox, etc., is part of this biopower regime and this constant anxiety about appearances, etc. Cosmetic surgery is not good, it's not good. People are concerned about their appearance, but they are measuring by the standards of this depressing normativity. Neuroses is highly productive, and very useful for capitalism. What's better than inherent dissatisfaction? Inherent dissatisfaction can be sold to endlessly. That's why that women's magazine model is so useful for consumer capitalism. SB, you see that on the tube there is an advert at the moment about wishing your friends were more beautiful. I think it is an advert for a camera, that idea that you want to be displayed as beautiful by the fact that you hang around with beautiful people. TB, that has always been the paradox of the tube. It is where you will find the most professional people in London at a certain time, but it seems like the least airbrushed place you could be. You are up against someone's face, see every imperfection. SB, yeah, the lighting's terrible, isn't it? The light on the tube is deliberately meant to be uncomfortable because people are less likely to fight each other if they are uncomfortable and exposed. If I were designing the tube and I wanted to make it comfortable, I wouldn't do it like I do it. Take things like the pubs. They worked out that pubs put people off if you can't see inside. The whole idea of a dark little nook so you come in to hide away in a corner, what you really want is big glass-fronted windows. People can come in and feel comfortable and safe. MF, that isn't a pub to me, that's a bar. SB, it just feels uncomfortable because it feels like you are being watched. It's the panopticon, isn't it? MF, it is second phase Foucault, a sort of auto-panopticon. I remember someone said during the time Big Brother was still worth thinking about that the difference between Big Brother and Foucault's panopticon was in Foucault's panopticon you didn't know whether you are being watched or not, whereas contestants on Big Brother know for sure they are. There is now this phase with Facebook of the auto-panopticon, as we said earlier, where people make themselves the object of surveillance and survey themselves in this weird way. SB, we can fight back. And we have also got this other problem on tubes and buses. There are so many adverts around. MF, semiotic pollution as I call it. SB, yeah. And what is the sensible response to that? It is to put earphones on. It is to not look at your surroundings, just essentially to shut your senses off to your surroundings. This is a terrible position for people to be in. I would argue that it is actually worse to be unaware of your surroundings. Everyone's advice is to be in the present, look around you, experience things, etc. But if you are going to do that, all you are going to see are adverts and messages and hear all these announcements. MF, it's quite stunning. If you go to Europe, I noticed this in Sweden, Stockholm, there were no adverts. I thought, what's going on? Even in the New York subway doesn't have many. There is something about the massive cyberblitz of adverts in London. It is not that people tune out of public space, there is no public space for them to be in anyway. It is either a case of a certain kind of immersion, or in this babble, the babble of competing mobile phone voices, or the babble of capital, shouting at you to buy something. SB, you can bury yourself in your own personal sand, you can shut yourself off. This seems to be a lot of people's way of traveling, is to literally disconnect from the world around them, and in some ways it makes sense, but at the same time you are disconnected from the world around you. MF, I think certain kinds of disconnection are needed now. Unplugging from certain kinds of networks. I was speaking to my students about trying to unplug. We are in a new phase of human life, I think. In the 70s, boredom was big problem. Boredom was an existential void. Boredom could then be thrown back at the entertainment industry and mainstream culture, and it was also a challenge to ourselves. Why are we allowing ourselves to be bored? Given that we are finite animals and we are gonna die, it was a moral scandal of insane proportions that we can ever be bored. But now boredom is a luxury we don't have anymore, because of our smartphones. Even when you are standing in a bus queue or waiting for a train, you've got this constant low-level stimulus. Boredom and fascination are mixed in together now, to go back to those celebrity magazines. And a better example of this is those free papers in London which have thankfully disappeared: the London Paper, one word, and the totally aptly named London Light. The Evening Standard and Metro are great journalism compared. Those papers were an utterly terrifying prospect when they appeared. Talk about semiotic pollution, and also just the way they literally clogged up the streets, and you've got really poor immigrants responsible for irritating people, to stand in the way of commuters and push these things into their hands. But then the total compliance of readers, because they operated on a tired exhaustion. You'd look down the carriage, every single person will be reading those papers. You could feel the intellectual and cultural level just sink. Commuting time is probably the time when many people are paying the most attention to culture. It's not that I was immune to this. You'd see the headline on it, about some celebrity you have know and are not even interested in, yet you'd still want to know. It was this form of curiosity where you are not even interested in it. So you'd read the whole of this paper, not even interested in it, but at the same time it had drawn me in. This is what I mean about boredom and fascination. I imagine many people like myself have had serious books in their bag that they would have read if these papers weren't there. It tells you a lot about the way capital takes advantage of the worst instincts and exhaustion. TB, which is kind of why Boris Johnson is so popular. He is the hero of the shortlist generation. MF, I think the thing with Boris is a bit like Franco Berardi said about Berlusconi: the person who mocks the place of power while occupying it. That's also Boris, isn't it? Somebody who is weirdly popular around young people in a depressing way, because he doesn't take politics seriously, or doesn't seem to. Of course, what he does take extremely seriously is that of advancing his own position and own class. This form of faux bonhomie and cynical dismissal is an extremely dangerous problem by which class power naturalizes itself. I think Cameron has a version of that, not that he is as popular, but he is pretty good at coming across as a friendly sort of fellow you can talk to. My sense of the Cameron government is a total smash and grab. They know they are not going to get in again, but they also know if they change the defaults on certain things, then no Labour government in the immediate future without massive change at the top at the culture of the Labour Party is not going to have the capacity of change it back. SB, I read this recently, I don't know if it was a quote, but Thatcher was asked what her greatest achievement was and she said New Labour. MF, I don't know if it is a quote, but it is certainly true. I joined the Labour Party. I have never joined a political party before, but you have to have the same ambition that New Labour had and think 5 years ahead. If a few of us went in with a strong agenda, you could drive it in a certain direction. SB, I thought that and joined the Green Party. MF, fair enough. I don't want to concede any territory. I don't want to put all my eggs in that basket. There was no point joining the Labour Party during the 90s. They were set on one direction, towards New Labour, neoliberalization. There was no way it was going in any other place, whereas now I don't know where it's going. It might carry on with this desperately banal soft neoliberalism, or it may become something else in the end. 2 years ago Ewell was totally festooned with lots of revolutionary banners, all of that. It was the time of the student cuts. It was an incredible effervescence of militantism, which seemed to come out of nowhere. Now, when you go to Ewell and you walk down the central corridor where all the banners were hanging off is Costa and Starbucks, and the biggest sign you can see is an office with credit control on the side. There is a parable of what happens to every public space there. The public space that was asserted failed, so now we are back into these corporate monoliths and credit control in big letters right in the center of the corridor. TB, there are Costa coffees in every NHS hospital waiting room these days. MF, my wife's from Gravesend, and in a hospital near Dartford, McDonald's bid for the franchise of the restaurant. It is such a Philip K. Dick world to me where you can have shops in hospitals. I don't intrinsically object to change, I just object to the fact that everybody's change is shit. The thing about capitalism is that it provides things that nobody likes. When people talk about choice and capitalism, Microsoft, that sums up everything. Nobody wants it, everybody has to have it. It is the same with chains. Who is a big fan of them? Almost nobody, but we all have to go in them. People used to complain about British Rail being late all the time because we thought we had more ownership over it. Now we accept the fact that of course they are going to charge too much, because they can, and of course it is going to be crap, because we haven't got any other choice. Before we felt it was closer to us. There was a case for modernization of those publicly owned industries. They were run at a massive inefficiency, but that was just a pretext of privatization. They should have been improved while being publicly owned. It costs a lot more now it is privatized. It is some kind of ridiculous fee, how much more the tube costs the public purse since it was part privatized. It is a destruction of ethos with the workers themselves. The same with hospitals. Why aren't they cleaned properly? Because you bring in private contractors whose only incentive is to deliver it as cheaply as possible, to pay their cleaners as cheaply as possible. If you don't have that public service ethos, then everything of course will become shoddier. It's glossy shoddiness, isn't it? That is the reality. Again and again you come up with the same paradox. It is almost exactly the opposite to the thing it says. You've got more choice, you've got no choice. It's shinier, it's better, it's worse. It's cheaper, it's more expensive. I think realistically we are not going to go back to nationalization. It may not be a good idea. The one poem that really pulled me in was that early one about people not having a ticket. So powerful on so many levels, I think. The class dynamic of it. Having been in lots of those positions, either sitting there, or being the person who hasn't got a ticket. It reminded me of George Osborne being caught out in first class without a first-class ticket. He said he didn't want to waste taxpayers' money on a first-class ticket. Nice. You've got to respect the improvisational verve of that ludicrous excuse. Nothing sums up capitalism more than that, the fact that first class persists. The other day I went to Liverpool and it seemed like I was walking endlessly to get past first class. And of course, no one is in first class. Is it even economic to run, or does it have to be there because the class system demands it? That is the attraction of first class, there is no one in it. The whole idea of competition in train travel was completely flawed. It is not like you can go on the other line on the other train that leaves at exactly the same time. There isn't one. The one thing I think that most people would unequivocally nationalize overnight is the railways. It is expensive for the government to run, because they are just giving loads of public money to private companies who then charge loads of money. It hasn't liberated things, it hasn't given us freedom. I want to renationalize public space, not necessarily for the state. I think we have got to distinguish public space from the state. The state is legitimate, I would argue, insofar as it facilitates public space, but the public must be thought of as separate from the state. The state might be a precondition for the public, but it isn't the same. People want public space, which is why Starbucks is popular, because it offers a generic social ID. It is a form of anonymous, generic kind of space, and even things like the X factor, why people like it is because people are publicly, collectively, communing in something. So it shows that even in these conditions, where ideologically everything is opposed to the public, there is still a desire for the public, and all we are getting is degraded forms. What communism would offer is you can have these generic spaces where people can come in, but you don't have to pay for shit coffee. That's the kind of public space we need in the future, really, where people can get together but don't have the parasitic add-ons of capital, really. I think this whole thing about the means not the ends, just saying this is the step that I like. I'll go this way because I like this way. I find it hard to imagine what my ideal future is like, but I just think, what things work. And let's do more of those things that work. I think it is an imaginative task now is for us to think, what is the future of the public? If we can accept that the neoliberal story that the public is over, that story is now over. If the public isn't going to be just old-style nationalist state industries, state centralization, all of that, what is it going to be like in the future? We don't know, we have to invent it. Hauntology, Nostalgia, and Lost Futures, interviewed by Valerio Manucci and Valerio Mattioli for Nero. Nero, let's start from your last book, Ghosts of My Life. Mark Fisher, well, the overall theme of the book is the disappearance of the future, at least in culture. For me, the failure of the 21st century is that the 21st century has yet to really start, so, in a way, it's a disappearance of both the present and the future. This is something that is quite evident in music. In Ghosts of My Life I mainly collected a number of pieces that have already appeared in a variety of different places, together with some specific articles written especially for the book. It's an augmented collection, you can say. I wrote a number of pieces concerning hauntology, which is a term originally conceived by Jacques Derrida that started to regain currency in 2006. I picked up on and used it in relation to a number of different musicians such as Ariel Pink, Jessica Rylan, the Focus Group and the whole Ghost Box label. So, in Ghosts of My Life I tried to explicate how this concept had been gaining a new currency, especially in relation to music. And, talking about hauntology, there's one excerpt in your book that sounds like a recap of this kind of aesthetic, even if it's not about music, that is, when you describe the typical atmosphere of a British TV show from the 70s. Now, musicians such as the ones from Ghost Box heavily rely on this kind of memory, of BBC educational programs, TV series from the 60s and 70s and so on. And they often spread a sort of melancholic feeling, which is quite different from the simple nostalgia of the past. Melancholia is one of the great threads running through my book. I think that what happened after the 70s and particularly during the 80s, when the occupying forces of neoliberalism arose, was the sense that things were shifting. But probably the extent to which they would have shifted was not that clear at the time, at least not to me. I guess this is partly about the age that I am, and the expectations that I formed, being born at the end of the 60s, into a culture that was vibrant and experimental. It was something you could describe as an informal education system. I didn't like school too much myself, but I didn't need to like it because the source of education could come from elsewhere. Music culture was a big part of that. It was in music press like NME and so on that I first encountered the work of continental theorists like Derrida and Baudrillard. It's this kind of wide and interconnected network that I call popular modernism, a kind of infrastructure for disseminating and distributing experimental theory and culture. At the time it was just right, you just expected things to be like that, there was nothing special about it. But during the 80s, this network slowly disappeared. At first, I thought it was just a temporary blip and that it would have all come back. But I was wrong, it was an irreversible shift. So you see, things that are taken for granted just disappear. And this brings us to a melancholia, a hauntological melancholia. And, this is interesting, because if we take the classic idea of melancholia as proposed, for example, by iconologists and so on, we can describe it as the painful consciousness of our limits in contrast to our desires. How does this hauntological melancholia differ from that? First of all, let me tell you that I try to distinguish this kind of melancholia from standard depression, which is another important issue to me. Because standard depression is fairly spread, it's not very acknowledged, at least not as a political and cultural problem. Instead, it's treated as a chemical problem, or as the result of people's family history. In other words, it's highly privatized. I think depression is manifesting itself in terms of low self-expectations. Depressive people don't expect much from life. Things are getting worse and they are changing only to stay the same in a more intense form, and that's what capitalism is. So you have this kind of sadness or depression that is basically a consequence of adjusting to such things. But the melancholia I'm describing is a completely different thing. That's why I'm opposing it to depression. It's a much more conscious articulation, an aestheticist process. I would actually say that if depression is taken for a granted state, as a form of adjustment to what is now taken for reality, then melancholia is the refusal or even the inability to adjust to it. It's holding on to an object that should officially be lost. So instead of saying, well, public service broadcasting was like that, but now things have changed, you simply refuse to accept the loss of the object. And why is that hauntological? MF, let's put it this way, it's easy to say, oh, things were great in the 70s, let's go back to the 70s, but I think the real issue is what kind of future did we expect from the 70s? I mean, there was a trajectory, and this trajectory was interrupted. And now we find ourselves haunted by this future that we vaguely expected at the time, and that was terminated somewhere during the 80s by the values related to neoliberalism. From this point of view, it's no coincidence that the 80s saw a traumatic and violent defeat of the left, at least in the UK. And you're introducing another major theme of hauntology, the so-called nostalgia of future. MF, I think that the concept of nostalgia of the future partly illustrates one of the paradoxes that I'm trying to get across through the book. For example, hauntological music is often accused of being nostalgic. To a certain extent this is true, but the point is, nostalgic compared to what? I mean, the whole 21st century music scene could be described as nostalgic. Where is the sense of the future now? Today, if you ask people what is futuristic music, they would reply electronic music from the 90s, or even Kraftwerk, and stuff like that. In a way, we still rely on an old future. And what do you think of recent phenomena such as vaporwave and the pop art of the virtual plaza? According to music critic Adam Harper, artists such as James Ferraro or Fatima Al-Qadri are at least trying to reconsider the concept of future in music, taking inspiration from virtual technologies and the whole late capitalism imagery. MF, I actually think that vaporwave still relies on a 20th century vision of the future. The sound texture and even the imagery is derived from 90s corporate sources. The fact that vaporwave has been perceived as an example of futuristic music shows a kind of diminished expectations. Can we really compare that to, let's say, Kraftwerk? Or to jungle music? Or to BBC Radiophonic Workshop? All of these things clearly delivered a sense of future shock, like where does this thing come from? After listening to such artists, people had to reconstruct the whole sense of the music that was around them. Unfortunately, I just don't think there's anything like that in relation to vaporwave. But it's nonetheless interesting how these artists relate to a typical 21st century imagery. To quote The Wire's review of Fatima Al-Qadri's album, this music imagines a world of frantically animate matter with no life outside of the iPad. You can't deny that such a description sounds like a mirror of our time. MF, I think Fatima Al-Qadri mirrors this time by also not having a specific relationship with our time, at least in a way previous music did. Don't get me wrong, I sincerely think this music deserves attention. It was very interesting when I was in Berlin at the CTM festival and somebody played some vaporwave stuff over big speakers, and you could just hear that it wasn't meant to be heard that way. You know, the compression, the sounds, it really seemed music made for smartphones and tablets. And the relation between music and smart technology also resembles what happened with the visual aspects of our everyday lives. The idea of image can no longer be completely detached from the devices on which it is displayed. MF, indeed, smartphones and tablets are increasingly becoming, if not exclusively, the image of what the present is, of the extent to which communication technology has completely colonized our sense of what technology is. This is another symptomatic phenomenon of the 21st century. Now, think about it. How much did we really care about communication devices in the 20th century? We cared a lot about music technology because we could hear that. But phone calls and stuff like that, who really cared? N. These communication technologies are also affecting our idea of representation. Let's make an example. The concept of realism in present-day horror movies is often based on the idea of digital footage. In a few words, it is real what could be captured through an amateur camera. All that considered, how much do you think these technologies are influencing our understanding of reality and our relation with imagination? MF, it looks as though, for example, we forgot the grand visions that science fiction once had about technology. I mean, we used to talk about terraforming, transforming planets, altering solar systems. And from terraforming now we are discussing how to improve our access to the internet. That's a kind of reduction in itself, I think. Anyway, speaking schematically and overgeneralizing, I think that there's far too much emphasis on online digitality. It has totally colonized our sense of what the present and the future are, and I think the actual phenomenological reality is engaging with what I prefer to call capitalist cyberspace. So I'd rather not talk about technology as such, but more about the way technology operates within our economic system. For example, I think one of the key elements of digital technology is the sense of being slightly late all the time. Let's think about social media like Twitter. You're in a perennial state of reactivity. By the very fact you're there, you're always late, and therefore you're always in a state of slight and intense anxiety. I think we kind of normalize this as part of our nervous system, where even if something is perceived as instantaneous, it isn't quite. And this is part of a general sense of lack, of things lagging behind, which is a feature of the digital as such. Capitalist cyberspace demands a constant dispersion of attention. You're always solicited to respond and to react, so it's very difficult to be absorbed in anything. Also, the basic form of digital communication is command. Every time you pick up your smartphone, you've been told to do things. And even if they are friendly commands, nevertheless it's a massive stress on the nervous system. Just dealing with these commands, or even ignoring these commands, blocks us with a constructive relationship to the future. That's the other side of the destruction of time perspective. And then there is also the inundation of information. Do you think that when you see a lot of things, it makes you feel like you've already seen everything? MF, well yes, it does. But back in the day, it wasn't just the lack of exposure to things that made people think that they were experiencing something new. They were really experiencing something new. It wasn't just an illusion. But don't you think that these technologies somehow affect our imagination? For example, for a long time the future was envisioned by humans through the invention of new technologies, and in the 90s technology was seen as a tool for change on an aesthetic and political level. Today, instead, technology itself has become the subject who's telling us what the future is, bringing about an inability to imagine it. MF, I agree. If you think about it, nowadays we don't have the future, we have upgrades. And in a way it's a post-modernist thing. The whole experience of modernity was this double perception that whatever your current experience is, it's already obsolete, because modernity is a process which never reaches an end. There's no resting, no point of equilibrium, only this endless upgrading. And then today you have corporations such as Apple, whose business model is entirely based on this obsolescence. You don't expect to own an iPod for very long, if only because they don't last that much. I've had 5 or 6 already. And so what's the difference between the modernist approach and this, let's say, postmodern way of being modernist? MF, well, I mean that the degree in which modernism survives is the sense of newness, as in traditional modernism, but it's been transformed in terms of upgrades. In the past, the grand vision of the future was essentially a great dislocation from the present. That grand vision is no longer available to us. Look at science fiction. I think already in the 80s there was a crisis of the genre, but anyway, the last great science fiction movies are from that time. Today, we're still locked into Blade Runner, dystopian cities, or even William Gibson's cyberpunk. I would say that The Matrix itself, with its vision of a fully simulated society, couldn't update this vision. Perhaps Minority Report, with its pop-up corporate advertisings, captures the reality of capitalist cyberspace even better than William Gibson. Today cyberspace is like those continuous pop-up windows that constantly appear as advertising, commanding us to do something, in which we are not fully immersed in. It's more like a background noise from everyday life. And let's go back, then, to the years when, according to your analysis, the trajectory toward the future was interrupted, the 80s. Perhaps, one thing we shouldn't underestimate, is that the 80s is also the decade where postmodernist aesthetics became a common language. We come from 30 years of temporal pastiches, past and present anachronisms, double codes, quotations, and appropriations from different eras. Wasn't that a negation of the future itself? MF, absolutely. Also, if you read texts like The Ecstasy of Communication by Baudrillard, which is from 1987, you find out that things like the overwhelming flow of messages, the inability to constitute a distinction between the inside and the outside, to deal with having no halo or private protection anymore. Well, he's basically talking about Twitter and Facebook. And if you think about another author such as Frederick Jameson, his texts from the 80s are astonishingly prophetic. What was the specificity of postmodernism in the 80s, is now the dominant aesthetic paradigm, to the degree that it's very hard to see anything else. One of the most penetrating things of Jameson's analysis is this awareness of a particular form of anachronism that was emerging and calling attention to itself. If you think about a film like Body Heat, it was set in the 80s and it had a contemporary aesthetic, but the feel was something from film noir of the 30s and 40s. Now, that mixture of contemporary settings and out-of-date references is exactly the standard for so much culture of the 21st century. We naturalized anachronism. And, what about physical spaces? We talked about how postmodernism reshaped our relationship with time, but if you think about it, the term postmodern first emerged in architecture as a reaction against modernist architectural movements. MF, I think that the defeat of modernism in architecture, as described by Owen Hatherley in his book Militant Modernism, is part of the picture I'm describing. Just consider a city like London. The most futuristic parts of the city are the brutalist ones. You go to the Barbican Centre and you spontaneously think about the future, precisely because of modernism of the buildings. Fashion is another example. It seems to be stuck. They're cyclically remodernizing old styles. It's not even fashion as it used to be. And in that sense, what's your opinion of Simon Reynolds' Retromania, his book about the obsession that pop culture has in relation with its own past? MF, I mostly agree with Simon's analysis, but I guess that the main difference is that he sees retromania as an internet-related phenomenon. Of course the internet changed our lives, and of course the idea of timeless time deeply affected our habits, even in music, but we also have to bear in mind all the consequences of the naturalization of anachronism and its side effects, which are issues related not only with the possibility of accessing a space like the internet. It's also a political matter. It's the way in which we use the internet and the way in which the internet functions in our economic society. And we started by talking about the informal education system you grew up with during the 70s, and how it shaped a common idea of popular modernism. How do you think younger generations relate to that? How does their idea of future compare to the old one? MF, I think that they still feel a need for futurism, but it's in terms of a spectral, virtual presence of the former sense of it. I think that this leads to the fact that there's no specific discontent about the present. But when you produce something and you have the feeling that everything's already been done, it's sad, you know. Part 6. We are not here to entertain you. Reflections. 1 year later. K-Punk is 1 year old. Contrary to the plague of miserabilism that seems to have descended on blogdom, I know exactly why I blog. For much of the last year, especially when things got really bad, it's been my only connection to the world, my only outside line. It's reinvigorated my enthusiasm for so many things, and pricked my enthusiasm for things I'd never previously considered. It's made me many valued friends, both online and off too. Plus it's put me back in touch with friends I'd lost contact with. In short, and no exaggeration, it's made life worth living. I know it's an awful cliché, but it's really true, a blog is what you make it. So heartfelt thanks to all of those who have contributed, by linking, commenting, reading or inspiring. Spinoza, K-Punk, Neuropunk. Being a Spinozist is both the easiest and the hardest thing in the world. Easy, because it is simply a matter of acting in such a way as to produce joyful encounters. Hard, because the defaults of the human operating system are, in one of nature's most deliciously cruel tricks, set against this. The principal question which Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus set out to answer was deeply Spinozistic: why is it that people are so prepared to fight for their own servitude? Meanwhile, Burroughs' Spinozistic abstract model of addiction, i.e., very much not a metaphor, what could be more literal? Describes humanity's enslavement to a vast immiserating machine whose interests are not its. All of which, to come back to radar_anomalous Badio doubts, leads to another positive way in which we can wrest reason/rationality back from what Robin Undercurrent calls, hilariously, boredom-mongering epistemonists. According to Spinoza, to be free is to act according to reason. To act according to reason is to act according to your own interests. Finally, however, we have to recognize that, on Spinoza's account, the best interests of the human species coincide with becoming inhuman. Many of the problems with human OS come from its inefficient bio/neuro packaging. By contrast with very simple organisms that are set up to be attracted to what is beneficial to them and to flee from what is hostile to them, human beings have a convoluted system for processing exogenous and endogenous stimuli, rooted in the arborescent central nervous system running out of the spine and overseen by the brain. Actually, according to neurologists, the brain is in effect, three distinct brains: the reptilian brain, which is responsible for basic survival functions, such as breathing, sleeping, eating; the mammalian brain, which encompasses neural units associated with social emotions; and the hominid brain, which is unique to humans and includes much of our oversized cortex, the thin, folded, layer covering the brain that is responsible for such higher functions as language, consciousness and long-term planning. Neurology also gives a rigorously materialist account of the thanatoidal confusions between desire and prohibition that Lacan and Zizek have described. Crucially for Burroughs' analysis, it provides an account of why humans are so endemically prone to addictive behavior. This is because there are actually two separate circuits, one for motivation and one liking. In the latter stages of addiction, you want to consume the drug, but it is improbable that you will also like jacking up. Add all this up, and you pretty much have a neuronic recipe for the unremitting misery, hatred, and violence that have characterized human history. Nietzsche said that if animals could describe the human species they would call it the sad creature. Yet, precisely because of this hideously collocated morbid assemblage, the human contains potential for destratification which the functionally streamlined simple organism lacks. This is where Spinoza converges with cyberpunk, and hence with Deleuze and Guattari, cyberpunk's main theoretical program. One of the consequences of Spinoza's analysis, as I said before, is that human beings' emotion-generating hardware can be understood using the same causal framework that is applied to the so-called natural world. In the 20th century, cybernetics will make the same discovery. But let's dispense with one of the lazy, hazy assumptions we're all prone to fall into whenever we hear the word cybernetics. Cybernetics does not only refer to technical machines. Wiener call it the study of control and communication in animals and machines. Its principal discovery is feedback, a system's capacity to reflect and act upon its own performance. So, as Luke and I were discussing the other day, the whole point of cybernetics is that nothing is more cybernetic than anything else. There are only systems with more or less feedback, and different types of feedback. So if the word cybernetics calls up only gleaming steel, you have the wrong association. If cyborgianism is oriented towards a maintenance and reproduction of the organism and its homeostatic control, circuit rise, cyberpunk or K-punk flees towards a cybernetics of organic disassembly. Again, let's be clear here. You don't disassemble the human organism by replacing its parts with metal or silicon components. What matters is the overall organization of the parts. Do the parts operate as hierarchically organized and functionally specified organs within a cybernegatively construed interiority, or do they operate as deterritorialist potentials pulling from / towards the outside? This latter arrangement is what Deleuze and Guattari, following Artaud, designate as the body without organs. As Nick pointed out long ago, the BOO is an essentially Spinozist concept. When it is a matter of the body without organs, it is always a matter of Spinoza. One of the sublimely ruthless aspects of the behavior of aliens, predators, and shoggoths from which the organism recoils in horror is their readiness to ditch body parts when they are damaged or redundant. The BWO quickly dispenses with any features that either inhibit its flatlining slide towards the zero intensity of pure potentiality or which draw it back towards the closed-down depotentiation of the organism. This, astonishingly perhaps, is Spinozist reason. We can now see why becoming inhuman is in the best interests of humanity. The human organism is set up to produce misery. What we like may be damaging for us. What feels good may poison us. The fascinatingly destratifying potential in neuroeconomics, then, lies in the possibility of using it against its ostensible purposes. As yet another of capital's slave programs, the purpose of neuroeconomics is to induce the kinds of idiot repetition compulsion Burroughs and Downham delineate. According to Rita Carter in Mapping the Mind, where thought conflicts with emotion, the latter is designed by the neural circuitry in our brains to win. The Spinozist body without organization program is aimed at reversing this priority, providing abstract maps for imposing the goals of reason upon emotional default. So K-punk is also neuropunk, an intensive rewiring of humanity's neural circuits. Even if they have often repressed the knowledge, all cultures have understood that being a subject is to be a tortured monkey in hell, hence religion, shamanic practices, etc., geared towards the production of BWOS. Paradoxically, the ultimate interests of any body lie in having no particular interests at all, that is, in identifying with the cosmos itself as the BWO, the Spinozist God, the Lemurian body of Utunul. To get superimmanent, then, let's think about blogging. As Undercurrent described it over on Hyperstition, at its best, blogging can be a participative molecular collective of truly K+ processes. What has begun to emerge on the most destratifying elements of the blogosphere is a depersonalizing, desubjectifying network producing more joyful encounters in a positive feedback process in which mammal-reptilian conflict defaults are disabled. On the side of the BWO, everything is positive, so what use can be made of this animal in a trap howl of outraged subjectivism? Well, at the moment, Marcello is functioning as a morbidly compelling example of how not to be a good Spinozist. Spinoza's rigorous analysis of sorrow shows how the sad are typically not engaging directly and sensitively with the world but with their own frozen images. Consider, if you can bear it, the way in which Marcello tilts at the windmills of his own phantasms in flailing, pathetically resentful hunger for attention that is exemplary of how to produce sad encounters. It is a display of that romantic fetishization of self-destruction that, far from being subversive or transgressive, is the human OS in person. Still, in the words of Deleuze's favorite Spinozist formula, no one knows what a body can do. Maybe there will come a time when even Marcello will join us in this only just beginning, inciting experiment in collective identity shutdown. What reasonable person wouldn't? Why dissensus? The word dissensus came to me while I was sitting on the 28th floor of Centerpoint a few weeks ago. They took me to the top of the mountain. The view was of course stunning, literally sublime, London in all its unmanageable vastness, seen from both above and from its very heart. It was high, so high, and with the long table in front of you and the metropolis below, you felt like you should be crushing the economies of third world countries. I was there for a meeting about Moodle, which is a virtual learning environment, a fairly new and, so it would turn out, very exciting open source educational software application. I knew nothing about it, and when we're put into groups by the Blairite commissar in charge, I simply asked what were the merits of Moodle as opposed to using HTML. Cue black looks and frowns from the initiates. The commissar, who has joined our group, tells me, in the nicest possible way of course, that I seem to be skeptical and might like to think about my attitude. Aha! So being skeptical is pathological now. Rude. I get it. Course, quick as a flash, I replied. Yeah, and you might like to think about being a Blairite managerialist. Blairite, he replied, clearly stunned at having his politesse challenged. At being counter-pathologized. Later, a woman from Dublin College, also in our group, launches a not-before-time assault on PowerPoint. She pointed out that she had done a presentation a few weeks ago and people had been appalled and outraged that she did not have PowerPoint. As she rightly argued, if you have an organized mind, there really is little need for PowerPoint. Q Commissar, again. PowerPoint? Rubbish. It's just a tool, isn't it? I didn't say the following, but I wish I had. Well, not really, Mr. Progtech Microsoft, that's a rather naive view of technology, don't you think? Technology, especially MS technology, has a tendency to induce behaviors, it does not enable some pre-existent human creativity. Blairite Power is Microsoft, in every sense, diffuse, immolating, blandly inescapable. And you only see its real face when you challenge it, step outside the smothering consensus of politeness. The English master class are the only people for whom hypocrisy is not only acceptable, but obligatory. Yes, you have a grievance, yes, of course things are totally unjust. But there are ways of going about things, old chap. Procedures. Aggression, confrontation, they never get anything done, do they? Now that's not what I'm saying, I think your intensity is admirable, but other people, well, they're not quite so intelligent. They won't understand. So I would advise moderating it a bit. For your own sake. Carry on like this and things might get difficult for you. Stupidity and cowardice are always the stupidity and cowardice of the other. Power is always the power of the big other, that which speaks through you and of whom you speak. New comments. Policy. Please note, feminazis, cult studs, guilt-mongers, passive consumer wingers, friends who occupy the moral high ground, misanthropes, glibberals, stoner pacifists, therapy pushers. Whilst I disagree with Luke's idea that comments boxes should be closed entirely, I have decided to institute a new policy on comments. Only comments deemed to be positive by the collective will be left up. The purpose of the site is to build the collective, so comments by those intrinsically hostile to the notion of collectivity or those hostile to the K-Punk project per se will be deleted as soon as possible, so as not to waste the energy of the collective on distracting, egocratic nonsense. Clearly, I am at work throughout the day, and unlike some UK public service managers, my job does not allow me to spend all day in front of the computer. I am hoping though that, when I am not available to delete comments, others in the collective can be deputed to take over. Maybe another solution would be to only allow registered users to comment. Commenting here is a privilege that has been abused. K-Punk is not a liberal or democratic free-for-all. There are plenty of other ill-disciplined forums where people can air their resentments, ill-thought bile, and tedious ego defense opinionism. Or of course you can say what you like on your own blog. They really are very easy to set up. What could be easier than sitting on the sidelines and carping? I know some people get a nice warm feeling in the stomachs from their sense of innate superiority to all sroups and gangs. Perhaps what those people should do is follow the logic of their position to its logical conclusion and utterly withdraw from public forums and indeed public life altogether. Perhaps even more egregious though is the passive consumer winger. Think, really, how outrageous it is for the likes of Roger to appear in the comments box and assure me that I am coming off like a prick. On my own site. I don't say that K-punk is my site in a possessive sense. I just mean it is space that has taken me a great deal of time, stress, and anguish to build. It really is like inviting someone into your own house and having them abuse you. If anything makes me a prick, it is accepting a situation like that. After all, Roger, and others, you have paid absolutely nothing for access to this site. Nor, naturally, have received any financial remuneration for producing it. That isn't to say that I haven't received massive positive affect from doing it. What could be better than being part of a collective network? But it really has reached the point where I dread coming to K-punk to see what irrational spleen or spoiled boy/girl moodiness I will have to waste energy on dealing with next. Comments policy. Basically the situation ATM is this. The comments boxes have become almost completely unproductive. Almost all of the worthwhile discussion happens between members of the collective, who, if the comments boxes weren't there, might be inspired to produce their own posts. The comments boxes have heated things up and speeded things up. They need to cool down and slow down. Yesterday, when I closed most of the current comments boxes down, you can't imagine the relief I felt. I could come to K-punk without feeling sick with anxiety about what unthought-out Oedipalized rage, overgrown adolescent boy sulks and glibberal stupid American platitudes I would have to deal with. It was definitely more stressful than work. And I have a very stressful job. My problem is that I attribute rationality to positions and people who clearly are incapable of exhibiting it. It's partly to do with my background, which persists at a neuronic level, in the insistence, you are inferior, bend your head. So even when I am faced with clinically deranged second-stringer stalker obsessive autists with delusions of relevance, part of me thinks, maybe they are right. They most certainly are not. There is no more urgent task on this hell planet than the production of rational collectivities. These are not fascist gangs with leaders. Nor are they perfectly functioning neurobotic Spinozist networks. No, but they can be on the way to this latter, if there is a commitment amongst the collective to a starting from where you are. Demanding perfection before you are prepared to commit is prog-tech SF. Starting to build a way out of hell here, now is cyberpunk. The collective takes priority. In the comments boxes as they have developed in the last few weeks, the collective has struggled to make itself heard over the howls of outraged subjectivists, conflict-addicted organisms, and, worst and most pitiful of all, ILM-style one-liner one-upmen. Do you feel alienated by this? Good. And goodbye, then. The comments will be restored if there is a way of restricting them to registered users only. We are not here to entertain you. Chronic demotivation. What is supposed to be good about dope? The problem with it is not just the resultant psychosis but the actual state it puts people into in the first place: chronically demotivated, lethargic, filled with the kind of idiot porcine self-satisfaction that is the dialectical obverse of feeling paranoid. Better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied, not for stoners, whose only commitment is to the pleasure principle, to the shortest route to total relaxation. Thought requires effort, man. Stop oppressing me, let me sit here and babble senselessly, 'cause that's creative, right? Don't mess with my mojo, but buy me some munchies when you go to the shop, yeah. What could be better proof of Lacan's claim that the nirvana principle, the drive towards the total extirpation of all tension, is not the death drive proper but merely the highest expression of the pleasure principle? Stoner stupefaction seeks only to remove tension, to become a zombified consumer, shambling to the fridge or the late night garage to satisfy the constant craving of the insatiable tungsten carbide stomach of capital opened up in your organism by the dope. The meat, and all it wants. Thought, meanwhile, begins beyond the pleasure principle. As Howell Liebeck says in relation to Lovecraft, only those who are dissatisfied with life want to read and think. What from the perspective of those slave to the pleasure principle is the introduction of a discordant and dysfunctional element is from the POV of anti-naturalist communist constructivism the positive libidinal motor of an ever-complicating process of intelligence production. I know someone, probably Glebet, will immediately leap on what I'm about to say and produce some counter-examples which will allegedly disprove it, but most stoners are males, aren't they? More than that, and here's why any empirical refutation won't wash: smoking makes you male. Self-satisfied, concerned only with yourself, unable to care about others even if you wanted to. One of the many myths about stoners is that they are not aggressive. It's true that, in themselves, they don't feel aggressive. Their blissed-out idiot state of hyper-relaxed slackness precisely wipes away any feeling that would interrupt their communion with their own organism. But when this onanistic self-involvement is threatened, well, then we see how irascible, irritable, and bad-tempered stoners can be. Stoners demand the right to their own aggression, but detest any show of aggression from others, precisely because any antagonism, particularly political antagonism, my God, antagonism and rationality, what could be more of a downer? Disrupts their right to take pleasure. Bad vibes, man. I need hardly underline the point that young people voluntarily subordinating themselves to this pacification program is not exactly politically positive. It's not only because they all smoked it themselves when they lolled about on a full grant or because their kids are all smokers that the government is in favor of relaxing the legal penalties on the smoking of the supposedly harmless drug. It's because it is politically expedient. What could be better for the commissars of capital than if half the population spends all their spare time smoking dope and the other half spends it on SSRI antidepressants? Fukuyama's Brave New World-inspired argument against SSRIs was that, in producing a feeling of well-being, they remove the psychological motivation for action, for proving yourself. Though Fukuyama's argument is obviously advanced in the services of pro-capital enterprise, its logic can also be used by communists. You will not struggle against capital, you will not struggle against anything if you are immolated by narcotics. Of course, the obvious counterexample that people will reach for is Rastas and dub. But the Rasta relationship to dope was very different to that of most white workers toking on their time off, or students spending all day in what the fall, gloriously, called a state-subsidized cannabis haze. It was not only that the level of downpression to which the Rastas was much greater than the hard week of the white worker, it was that their consumption of drugs was part of a disciplined religious and political ritual. Exactly the opposite, then, of those who turn to dope as a means of fugging out the world. How to keep Oedipus alive in cyberspace. 1. Contaminate K-space with the monkey superstition that there are such things as persons. 2. Reject rationality and promote the propagation of opinionist virus. 3. Ensure the continued disengagement of reason by personalizing all discourse. You're only saying that because you are. 4. Promote the use of certain common fallacies of reasoning, in particular, irrelevant appeal to tradition/authority. We've always done that here, or to popularity. Some people might like it, the ad hominem fallacy, attacking the arguer instead of the argument. The straw man fallacy: invent a deliberately weakened version of your opponent's position, demolish it, then claim to have refuted their argument. The Spinoza agents report that a new and dangerously virulent form of artificial stupidity is spreading unchecked throughout K-space. This is a nasty combination of the ad hominem and straw man irrationalist mind viruses, provisionally codenamed straw ad hominem. This Oedipalizing idiocy proceeds thus: given that this argument challenges common sense and what is consensually accepted, the person who presented it must be, therefore anything they say is to be dismissed. No need to refute their arguments substantively, Natch. The SAS warn, this is unusually moronic even given the low standards we expect of you jumped-up monkeys. Watch it. We dogmatists. No, I am not tolerant. No, I do not want to debate or enter into dialogue with liberal Democrats, Pomosophists, onionists, carnalists, hedonists, Mensheviks, individualists. No, I don't respect you, nor do I solicit such respect for myself from you. The defenders of tolerance, debate, dialogue, and respect advertise their bourgeois credentials with such advocacy. I'm sorry, apologists for exploitation of labor, but, no, I don't see it as my duty to provide the enemy with a space to express itself. You already have the global videodrome, the judiciary, the police, the psychiatric establishment and the most powerful armies of the world on your side. If that isn't enough, you could always make the effort to build your own profile and audience so you can add to the chorus of approval for the satanic worldly. Be under no illusions, difference, incommensurability, language games, forms of life, very far from disrupting the dominant operating system are that operating system in person. Zizek is right about Rorty being right, for all their apparent philosophical wrangles, the political upshot of the theories of Derrida and Habermas is exactly the same, defense of the liberal values of respect for otherness, etc., etc. Yes, I want to leave all that behind. One of the scandals of Badiou's thought is to announce the blindingly obvious: difference is not suppressed by the established order, it is its banal currency. Fragmentation, deconstruction, cut up are the very stuff of which mediocrity is made. So, yes, hold on tight and spit on me, I am a dogmatist. But what does being a dogmatist entail? Briefly, it involves commitment to the view that there are truths. One can add to this, the view that there is a good. It's no accident that, since Kant, rationalism has been held to be synonymous with dogmatism. Post-Kant, we have grown accustomed to the view that critique rather than dogma is the only acceptable ethical and philosophical position, so that rational dogmatism sounds like the worst imaginable insult. But where does this attack come from? Fundamentally, four interrelated positions: authoritarianism, mysticism, egotism, and relativism. Far from being equivalent to authoritarianism, as the postmodern liberal Dasein would have it, dogmatism is the only effective alternative to authoritarianism. Authoritarianism and postmodern forms of life entail one another. The familiar pomo-relativist insistence that it is neither possible nor desirable to arbitrate between the different ethical and ontological claims of incommensurate language games surrenders reason to mysticism. Unlike rationalist systems, which proceed from stateable axioms or principles, these forms of life are unable to point to any reasoning which founds them. The sheer existence of these discursive communities is held to be the justification for any traditions and beliefs to which such communities might subscribe. It should come as no surprise that Spinoza was feared and reviled by the authorities of all established religions, since Spinoza used reason alone to prove that the core belief upon which traditional theism was based, that there is a personal, transcendent God who performs miracles and has free will, was irrational nonsense. In other words, it was Spinoza's dogmatism that allowed him to overthrow the authority of the Torah. In terms of contemporary academic philosophy, rationalism is beset not only by Nietzschean Wittgensteinian Lyothardianism and Heideggerian Nazi poetico-mysticism, but also by the qualia cult of consciousness. This philosophy replaces the ineffable mystery of God with the ineffable mystery of consciousness. It consists solely in the negative claim that consciousness cannot be explained by either science or philosophy. This is religion in the worst sense. But dogmatism is religion in the best sense. It is only through dogmatism, ruthless subordination of yourself to an impersonal system, that His Majesty the ego can be crushed. This has been the appeal of non-theistic religion throughout the ages. The ego is simply authority in miniature, a microdespot which can only be pushed off his throne by a commitment to sober systematicity. Finally, it is a mistake to oppose dogmatism to pragmatism. Postmodernism advocates pragmatism at every level, not only at the level of how to get things done but also at the level of what is to be done. But dogmatism is capable of distinguishing between what is to be done, what the goal is, from how this is to be achieved. London Littoned. The free paper plague is infesting all areas of London life. From dawn to dusk. Arriving at the station in the morning, the metro already piled up, waiting. Leaving the train, slipping into your somnambulant self, commuter character armor freezing into place, automatically making the wasteland walk across London Bridge, the way already blocked by reps proffering City AM. There's barely a day where there isn't a camera crew or some out-of-work actors playing a bit part in some promotional pantomime. And in the evening, rushing to escape the black hole of the city, you have to play live-action Pac-Man with the London Light and the London Paper drones blocking the pavement every few yards. As if London needed people poorly paid members of the city's immigrant sub-proletariat, at that actually being employed to obstruct the pavement. In the train, the free papers are everywhere, their dull gloss a lurid temptation for the drained mind, cut and pasted PR. Nothing happening forever, cocaine celebrities, a survey says, join in the debate, vote, more or bore, your texts, consume it and feel lulled and sullied. Semiotic parasites. Designed to prey upon hypnagogic drift. Weapons against the city's intelligence. Almost no one reads books anymore. London littered, public transport desolate into a time wasteland. Look around a carriage, snapshot of a mice-based city, diversity without difference, homogeneity without communality, bodies reduced to claustrophobic zombie meat fighting for space, background hum of mutual hostility simmering, yet everyone is reading the same thing. No future 2012. There was no future, but it wasn't like anyone expected. 2003 we're wandering through the industrial specters and overgrown dereliction of the Lee Valley. It's like the world has ended. A world has ended here, in fact. But now non-human worlds teem and thrive amid the deserted factories and the waste strata. Feral plants, algae so thick and artificial looking you'd swear you could walk across the canal on it. It is not a space that humans live in anymore. But it is a space they explore. Most of us there that day had alternative names. K-space names. Nick K, Wobot, Hair and Bone. Hair and Bone shows us a social history in the form of discarded packaging from defunct commodities. They call Hair and Bone the Bard of Stratford. This is his patch, his wasteland, and many of his words are assembled from discards, fragments of grime lyrics recalled from the pirates, observations of insect colonies, flights of fancy prompted by this desolate space. Nick K is ablaze with projects and schemes, his photographer's eye captured by images every few minutes. Photography is a darker art than most people routinely suspect. The visionary photographer can find the image, but they cannot necessarily see everything that is recessed in it. Most photographs act as mirrors, reflecting back the past into a frozen present. But some make contact with more mysterious dimensions of time. The traces and clues of things to come. Futures bleeding back. Omens that can only be read retrospectively. Sometimes there are signs but no one who can read them. 2007 other stalkers are moving through the scurf space we had traversed 4 years before. Repetition, with a difference. Right, said Sinclair, straightening up. Are you ready for the zone? From here on in it's pure Tarkovsky. And so it was. Light industrial spaces, car wreckers' yards, square-windowed studios, haulage depots. Then, a mile further on, we hit the fence. The perimeter of the Olympic site is now secured by a plywood fence that is 10 feet high, around 4 miles long, bright blue in color and chinkless. In places it is double-banked, in others it is topped by razor or barbed wire. The OTA began its construction last spring, and the last sections were put into place in July. The fence is a barrier designed to exclude not only access, but also vision. There are no viewing windows built into it, no portholes for the curious stakeholder. To see inside the zone, you must ascend Stratford Tower block, hire a helicopter, or the desideratum visit the OTA's website, which provides stills of the construction process and mock-it-up futuramas of the park. Nothing again nothing. The mocked-up Futuramas of the park surrender East London to the eventless horizon of the end of history, in which nothing happens forever. Nothing happens, again and again. Nothing happens. And every time it does, it's announced with a press release. In between our many visits to the Lee Valley in 2003 and Ian Sinclair and Robert McFarlane's expedition there in 2007, what happened, of course, was the awarding of the Olympic Games to London. In that period, Nick Kay died, the photograph he took that day in 2003 now looking more than ever like an eerie pre-echo both of his own fate, and the fate of the whole area, which has now been consumed by the CGI shadow of 2012. The first signs of a coming non-event is always the CGI. Ghost marketing. The CGI simulations that ring-fence the Lee Valley project forward fake futures which will never arrive but which are immediately effective, already reorganizing space in East London, already diverting resources from public to private. What this constitutes is a kind of negative hauntology, operating according to the familiar hype dynamics of corporate capital. We are not dealing with the specters of lost possibilities, the ghosts of things that never happened, or the traces of forgotten events photoshopped out of the end of history. Instead, we are confronting the ugly signs of a massive pseudo-event. A pre-scripted PR initiative disguised as an authentic happening. According to some interpreters, 2012 is the year of the Mayan apocalypse. The Olympics are now correlated with the end of time in quite a different way. The arrival of the Olympics in China is not just a ratification of the Chinese regime, it's also another moment in the end of history. 2008 is a symbolic threshold, much like 1989. Anti-modernist protests against China obscure the fact that the Olympics, like the People's Republic of China, is now inherently meshed with global capital. 2008 will celebrate this integration, which may well presage a new mode of capitalism, in which authoritarian state control coexists with PKD-like piratical capital. Victorian vampirism reformatted for cyberspace. The specter of ultra-postmodernism, in which everything can be mass-replicated, but nothing new will ever be invented. Memory disorders. Both in Derrida's original articulation of the concept, and its current recirculation, 15 years after Spectres of Marx, hauntology must be understood in relation to postmodernity. Postmodernism, in turn, has to be understood, as Jameson has taught us, as the logic of late capitalism. Postmodern temporality is captured by Fukuyama's claim everywhere officially disavowed, even by Fukuyama itself, even as, surreptitiously, it is universally accepted, operating as a kind of presupposition of the contemporary cultural unconscious that we have reached the end of history. This is not only the conclusion of the process, but also the final cause to which everything has always been tending. And, then, in a double, appropriately Hegelian, sense, the terminus and the teleological goal. The logic of late capitalism awaits the disintegration of the old Soviet bloc to find its fullest expression. Jameson's great contribution was to have grasped the way in which, far from leading to an efflorescence of cultural innovation, the unprecedented dominion of capitalism over the globe and the unconscious would lead only to a cultural situation given over to previously inconceivable levels of stagnation and inertia. Shorn of the confidence that an elite modernism could provide a revolutionary alternative to pacifying entertainment, no longer capable of believing that there was any form of detournement which could not in turn be rein corporate and commodified, Jameson is the successor to both the Frankfurt School and the Situationists. Jameson's Marxism, in other words, had taken cognizance of Baudrillard's critique. It was Baudrillard who anticipated the fusion of the opinion poll and reality TV in the seamless system of cultural interactivity which disarms any oppositional impulse by not only interpellating the consumer, but inducting them into its circuits. You decide. Text your response. Vote online. Join the debate. More or bore. Jameson and Baudrillard understood that this user-generated content, together with the concomitant retreat of the cultural elite that has enabled it, would not lead to new kinds of creativity, but to pastiche and retrospection. Just as the capitalist language of diversity is a cover for new modes of homogeneity. The duplicity that operates here is more a strange structural effect than any deliberate attempt at mystification, Jameson observes. What Jameson calls the nostalgia mode is one expression of this homogeneity. This remains one of Jameson's most ingenious formulations. The nostalgia in question is not manifested in a psychological state but in a kind of unacknowledged formal reiteration. Hauntology is the counterpart to this nostalgia mode. The preoccupation with the past in hauntological music could easily be construed as nostalgic. But it is the very foregrounding of temporality that makes hauntology differ from the typical products of the nostalgia mode, which bracket out history altogether in order to present themselves as new. Post-punk, indie's equivalent of mock Tudor. The great sonic theoretical contribution of the caretaker to the discourse of hauntology was his understanding that the nostalgia mode has to do not with memories but with a memory disorder. The caretaker's early releases seem to be about the honeyed appeal of a lost past, Al Bowley's aching croon in the Strand Ballroom in pre-war Tearoom London, buried beneath the sound which constitutes something like the audio correlate of hauntology itself, crackle. In veiling the past, crackle also makes the dimension of time audible. It is through this scratching of the scanner lens that we can hear the time wound, the chronological fracture, the expression of the sense, crucial to hauntology, that time is out of joint. Dyschronia. As the caretaker project has developed, though, it has become more about amnesia than memory. Theoretically pure anterograde amnesia is not about the inability to remember, so much as the incapacity to make new memories. The inability to distinguish the present from the past. The cultural pathology of a clip show culture locked into endless rewind. It as if the caretaker has taken us from an overlook hotel/Dennis Potter theme park into a simulation of neurological disorder. Fragments of tunes providing minimal orientation in an labyrinth of abstract sound. Have you heard this before? You can never be sure. Nostalgia for modernism. But if there is one act which makes a case for the supreme pertinence of the concept of hauntology in relation to music today, it is Burial. Precisely because Burial deals with nostalgic longings, his music does not belong to the nostalgia mode. What you hear in Burial's 2 LPs is a craving for a past which nevertheless appears irretrievably lost, veiled behind a relentless drizzle of crackle. Beyond a longing for a particular moment or a particular musical genre is a longing for the ceaseless forward motion of a culture which once appeared capable of infinite renewal, but which is now used up, involuted. The nostalgia for modernism resists the postmodern nostalgia mode. Burial's music is possessed by an extraordinary sense of space. This isn't only a question of the production, which recalls Martin Hannett as much as King Tubby or Basic Channel. It is also about what images the music evokes. Very vivid audio vignettes of South London in this decade. Edward Hopper sound paintings of London after the rave. A city populated by ex-ravers gone to seed, like Nigel Cook's dejected vegetables. The long come down after all the highs. Serotonin crash and antidepressants. The spaces that are the correlates of such disaffected states. All-day cafes and night buses glowing like diving bells in the undersea murk of the early hours. What haunts here is not only the past but possible futures. A drowned world catastrophe leaking back in time. Haunting is about space as much as time, about the spaces where the time rift becomes perceptible, and, with Burial's debut LP in particular, it was as if you were hearing double, hearing both the current dereliction and the former collective ecstasy. Flashbacks flaring in the gloom. What you are attuned to is a specific sense of place, as opposed to the third place, the space that is neither home nor work, but which combines elements of both. Spaces of consumer convalescence which could be anywhere. Burials in McDonald's relocates the spatially indifferent multinational capsule of the corporate franchise in a specific city, London, once again the capital of capital. Once the sooty, smoggy center of industrial capital, now the main hub of cyber capital. Open for business. Closed to almost anything else. Is this burning an eternal flame? The arrival of the Olympic flame in London a few weeks ago was a pseudo-event on the grandest of scales, given content only by its subversion. The CGI shadows of 2012 already enclose us. Present time captured into the performance of pre-scripted PR opportunities forever. But 2012 is an opportunity for dissent too. A focus for disaffection. Burial's second LP includes a sample from Lynch's Inland Empire, I Saw Your Light, It Burns Forever. You could hear this as the secret key to Burial's whole sensibility. Like Lynch, Burial is attuned to the muffled, muted light flashes of the numinous that can be fleetingly glimpsed through the mundane. Distant lights, or lights that can be apprehended only from a distance. Can we be guided by these lights, instead of by the Olympic flame, a symbol of a capital now more globalist than ever, the ultra-bright streetlights drawing planetary destiny into an eternal shopping mall surrounded by a sweatshop? Ridicule is nothing to be scared of. Like David Stubbs, I'm of course delighted to have been shopped to the commissars of common sense who compile Private Eye Sude's Corner. It's always bracing to be middlebrow beaten, a pleasure I can expect to enjoy fairly regularly from now on, since, if the section from the Mark Stewart feature that they selected is considered fair game, then they might as well open up a permanent spot for me. It's difficult to know what the alleged problem is, the conjoining of politics and music. Well, it's hardly stretching a point to argue that a record such as For How Much Do We Tolerate Mass Murder? Might, have had some connection with geopolitical developments at the end of the 70s. Would the same objection be made to linkages between politics and other areas of culture? But of course what is objected to is as much a question of tone as of content. The default expectation in British media is that writers perform a homely maideness, writing must be light, upbeat, and irreverent, never taking itself or anything else too seriously. The function of Sude's Corner to punish writing that in some way overreaches itself, that gets ideas above its station or gets carried away has now been taken up by online discussion boards and comments facilities everywhere. The effect on any writer who internalizes the critique is to be intimidated into colorless mediocrity. But the problem with most published writing today is not that it is pretentious, it is that it is unreflective PR hackwork. David Stubbs is right to invoke a certain Orwell as the patron of bluff, plain-speaking John Bull prose, but the Orwell of politics and the English language also attacked the mechanical circulation of dull, dead language. If only that Orwell were more heated. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print, he demanded, optimistically hoping that if one jeers loudly enough, sends some worn-out and useless phrase, some jackboot, Achilles heel, hotbed, melting pot, acid test, veritable inferno, or other lump of verbal refuse into the dustbin where it belongs. Over 60 years later, such verbal refuse continues to circulate with impunity, and is supplemented by a whole inventory of PR commonplaces and consumer effect babble. Surely any amount of pretentiousness is preferable to these soporific linguistic screensavers. Breakthrough in gray layer. Instead of tripping and beating a philosophy for its supposed faults only to end up with the same range of mediocre biases with which we began, we ought to find a more vigorous means of engagement with philosophers. The method I propose is to replace the piously overvalued critical thinking with a seldom used hyperbolic thinking. For me at least, it is only books of the most stunning weakness that draw attention to non sequiturs and other logical fallacies. The books that stir us most are not those containing the fewest errors, but those that throw most light on unknown portions of the map. In the case of any author who interests us, we should not ask where are the mistakes here, as if we hoped for nothing more than to avoid being fooled. We should ask instead, what if this book, this thinker, were the most important of the century? How would things need to change? And in what ways would we feel both liberated and imprisoned? Such questions restore the proper scale of evaluation for intellectual work, demoting the pushy careerist sandbagger who remains within the bounds of the currently plausible and prudent, and promoting the gambler who uncovers new worlds. Nietzsche makes far more mistakes than an average peer-reviewed journal article, but this does not stop intelligent adults from reading him all night long, while tossing the article aside for a day that never comes. Graham Harman, Prince of Networks. This is one of the most stirring passages in Prince of Networks, and it's particularly worth citing just now, when the topic of grey vampires has come up again. The mention of Nietzsche reminds me that he is one of the great scourges of grey vampirism, nowhere more than in the following passage from Part 6 of Beyond Good and Evil. Aren't people's ears all full enough already of wicked noises, says the sceptic, as a friend of peace, almost as a sort of security police, this subterranean no is terrifying. Be quiet at last, you pessimistic moles. For the sceptic, this tender creature, is frightened all too easily. His conscience has been trained to twitch with every no, even with every hard, decisive yes to respond as if it had been bitten. Yes. And no. That contradicts his morality. Conversely, he loves to celebrate his virtue with a noble abstinence, by saying with Montaigne, "What do I know?" Or with Socrates, "I know that I know nothing." Or here, "I don't trust myself. There is no door open to me here." Or suppose the door was open, why go in right away? Or what? Use are all rash hypotheses. Not to make any hypotheses at all could easily be part of good taste. In this way a sceptic consoles himself, and he certainly needs some consolation. For scepticism is the spiritual expression of a certain multifaceted physiological condition which in everyday language is called weak nerves and infirmity. Baron Mordaunt wrote to me a while back asking if grey vampirism wasn't a symptom of mental illness, and it is, but of the widespread, normaliste and normalising pathology that Nietzsche describes here. As is wont, Nietzsche attributes the rise of the spider scepticism to racial intermixing, but we needn't follow his ethnicizing logic in order to utilize his analysis, which applies with uncanny acuity to the impasses of postmodern relativism and the stale corridors of the academy, tyrannized by the fear where the worst thing that could happen was that you are caught out in an error or a miscited quotation, rather than that you have wasted your life in endless equivocation, quibbling and deferral. Vampires do not appear in mirrors. In the case of grey vampires, and remember that there are vampires that are not grey, there are other kinds of energy piracy altogether, some more lustrous and ferocious. This means both that they cannot recognize themselves as vampires and that their existence is entirely dependent upon the attention of the other. Grey vampires do not see themselves as vampires, they sincerely think that it is a duty to deflate enthusiasm and puncture projects. One sure sign of a grey vampire is the airy dismissal of concepts such as energy vampirism, no matter what their theoretical commitments might be in their published intellectual work. GVs are resolutely commonsensical in their everyday ontologies. But make no mistake about it, there is no more real level to human life than that of energy and its distribution. As Burroughs more than anyone else realized, persons and the social are just masks covering up a terrain populated by energy predators and propagators. Remember that you have to invite a vampire over your threshold, and grey vampires, like trolls, lose all their power once you cease to pay them attention or think about them. That is why, when they feel that your attention is gone, GVS will try any trick to regain it. The appeal to democratic values is a particularly scurrilous tactic. Trolls shamelessly try the same thing, of course, and it must be remembered that GVS are enablers of trolls. They like to position themselves as scrupulously neutral, uncommitted, but the grey vampire's secret sympathies are always with the troll. For the troll actually articulates the resentment and spite which the grey vampires feel but are not able to express. They share the troll's justification for their action, the belief that some people are getting ahead of themselves, that there is rather too much unseemly excitement about X or Y. As if what was required in intellectual life is more bent heads, more bitterness, less enthusiasm. Some teachers and lecturers do think that way, see it as their role duty to pass on the arid petrification which calcified their spirit usually sometime during their postgraduate career. Remember, all vampires are victims of vampirism. But I see motivating students, passing on enthusiasm, as the first and most important task of a teacher. That's why I would say that one of the most despicable figures in the academic bestiary is the troll master, the figure who feeds on the crushed enthusiasm of belittled students. The easiest way to win a cheap kind of respect is by adopting a nothing can impress me hypercritical stance, doused in cool Weltschmerz, finding fault everywhere, handing out praise and encouragement only very rarely. It's a transparent tactic, but one that works surprisingly well, and not only on jejune students, but also on very accomplished people, even those who have written a number of books. Often, the troll master's own intellectual project will be mediocre and or suspended. It's clear that all their libidinal energy is tied up in enslaving students into neurotic servitude. Troll masters can permanently insinuate themselves into students' heads, but usually their power depends upon the hothouse claustrophobia of the university department. They are village despots, whose charismatic tyranny seldom works outside their own turf. If they have a long-term effect, it is only to produce more grey vampires. Graham is absolutely right to note that grey vampires tend to operate on a one-to-one basis, whereas trolls always require an audience. That's because trolls want the attention of the big other, whereas grey vampires want to directly identify with the big other to become the voice of neutrality and authority, the voice from nowhere, which doesn't make any refutable claims and therefore cannot be caught out. The reason that there is a close fit between grey vampirism and the Academy now more than ever is that the Academy seeks to inculcate precisely this kind of neurotic neutrality, where the most important thing is that footnotes are correctly formatted. It is usually liberating to actually read the work of GVS and troll masters. From their endless, refined critique, you're led to believe that what they produce will be the most sophisticated, error-free, immaculate work you could imagine. It's quite a shock when you actually read it and see how contestable and mediocre it is. The alternative to these traps is not the heroic solitary genius, but the network, another reason that Graham's new book is so important. As Nick Cernacek has been arguing, political theory now has to deal with the question of networks. The toxicity of grey vampires and trolls is so important to think about because it is essentially network toxicity. Troll jouissance is derived precisely from their capacity to corrupt networks. The troll's usual MO is enter a thriving network and destroy it by diverting all its energy to dealing with them. The grey vampire, as ever, is more subtle and, for that reason and for so many others, more dangerous. They sap the network's energy, not only by defending trolls, but by also defending equivocation itself, by construing any decision or determinate position as oppressive. Their preferred model for discussion is the fruitless combat of the comments box/discussion board debate. This is the energy swamp of Web 2.0, but other kinds of network can grow here too. Real abstractions, the application of theory to the modern world. At a recent symposium at the University of East London devoted to dance music and theory, some dissenting journalists declared that they would much rather be buffoon empiricists than credulous dupes of theory. This kind of dismissal of theory, by way of ostensibly plain-speaking self-deprecation, is nothing new in British culture. It's a certain attitude that practically defines itself by its disdain for theoretical abstractions, a disdain which once informed empiricism, the philosophy with which the English-speaking world is most associated. But, precisely because it aimed to reject supposedly unprovable abstractions, the empiricism of philosophers such as George Berkeley and David Hume ended up undermining rather than ratifying the categories of given experience. Berkeley famously denied the existence of the material world itself, while Hume argued against the existence of the self. In contrast with their rarefied weirdness, buffoon empiricists see their own role as shoring up the way the world appears to us in our unreflective moments. They claim to privilege evidence, but really this is no more than a self-evident appeal to the very categories that empiricist philosophers denied, persons and things. And if only persons and physical things are real, what do buffoon empiricists think just happened in the global economy? Understanding the credit crunch and the recession demands the acknowledgement that abstractions are real. It's no accident that the countries which bought into neoliberalism and financialization most enthusiastically were the US and the UK. The continental theoretical tradition that buffoon empiricism defined itself against was often guilty of the kind of intricately nebulous, reality-denying textualism of which Anglo-Saxon nominalism accused it. The type of theory that has percolated through the art world and cultural studies in recent years, a confection of diluted postmodernism and degraded Deleuzianism, with its menagerie of vague anti-concepts such as difference, sensation, and multiplicity, is not so far from buffoon empiricism. What this kind of antitotalising thinking shares with it is a profound hostility towards systematicity. It holds the widespread view that making any kind of determinate claim is dogmatic, oppressive, even totalitarian. As Frederick Jameson has argued, this pick-and-mix approach to theoretical propositions has rather too close a fit with consumerism. In fact, Jameson famously goes so far as to say, it's an expression of the cultural logic of late capitalism. What is certain is that vague rhetorics of diversity do not have the cold lucidity necessary to give an account of the real abstractions of capital. In his 1966 essay, Cremonini, Painter of the Abstract, Louis Althusser made a distinction between abstract painting and the painting of abstraction. The painter Leonardo Cremonini, Althusser argued, managed to expose the abstractions of capital not by directly depicting them, such a thing is impossible, but by showing the determinate absence which governs. As Benjamin Noyes puts it in a commentary on Althusser's essay in his forthcoming book The Persistence of the Negative, we have no image of capital. Capital itself is a kind of pure relationality, a pure abstraction of value, labor, and accumulation, which can only be seen in negative. This is why the negation of real abstractions demands further abstraction, as abstraction is the only possible means to reveal this pure relationality which conceals itself in plain sight. Getting to this real abstraction entails an analysis of what I call capitalist realism. Capitalist realism, which by no means collapsed with the banks last year. On the contrary, there is no greater testament to its continuing power than the scale of the bank bailouts is the notion that capitalism is the only viable political economic system. It maintains that there is an inherent relation between capitalism and reality. Capitalist realism is a kind of anti-mythical myth, in claiming to have deflated all previous myths on which societies were based, whether the divine right of kings or the Marxist concept of historical materialism. It presents its own myth, that of the free individual exercising choice. The distrust of abstractions summarized by Margaret Thatcher's famous denial, there is no such thing as society, finds expression in a widespread reduction of cultural ideas and activities to psychobiography. We are invited to see the inner life of individuals as the most authentic level of reality. Much of the appeal of reality television, for instance, consists in its seductive claim to show participants for what they really are. The media is a sea of faces that we are encouraged to feel we are on first-name terms with. Feature interviews in mainstream papers and magazines are invariably structured around biographical chat and photographs. In Britain, now more than ever, artists and musicians are faced with the choice of representing themselves in this biographical way or not appearing at all. Attempts to appeal to abstract ideas alone, either in the art itself or the forces it is dealing with, are habitually greeted with a mixture of contempt and incomprehension. This is not restricted to the tabloid press, whose outing last year of the determinately faceless musician Burial is only one example of its aggressive insistence upon psychobiographical reduction. The default settings of the British broadsheet press are just as dismissive of abstraction. Witness Nick Cohen's recent fulmination against Free's own Dan Fox in The Observer, criticizing a blog Fox had written analyzing mainstream newspaper reports of the Alter Modern exhibition at Tate Britain, London. Cohen's article included a priceless sideswipe against the type of French intellectual who makes the English wish the Channel was 1,000 miles wide. With its guiding assumption that theory is some continental toxin for which the antidote is Anglo-Saxon common sense, Cohen's piece was a manifesto for buffoon empiricism, making its standard complaint that theory is unsupported by anything as mundane as evidence. But empiricism is not the same as the empirical. Any worthwhile theory must account for empirical data, but, in order to do so, it cannot remain at the same level of the data it is seeking to explain. Besides, empirical facts typically have little to do with the phenomenological experience of individuals. Althusser's description of his own theory as scientific has been derided, not only by Anglo-Saxon nominalism but also by much post-structural theory, which has tended to prefer poetry and discourse to the natural sciences. But Althusser's conception of the individual subject as a product of ideology is far more scientific than buffoon empiricism's unthinking dissemination of the concepts of persons and things. In his book Nihil Unbound, which draws upon neuroscience as well as the work of continental theorists, the philosopher Ray Brassier argues that science exposes human beings' everyday understandings of themselves and the world around them to be banal fictions. The kind of philosophical realism that Brassier advocates has nothing to do with capitalist realism. Indeed, it has the resources to expose this so-called realism as nothing of the sort. Developing from the work of neurophilosophers such as Paul Chechland and Thomas Metzinger, who argue that all of the seemingly self-evident furniture of inner life are mystificatory superstitions, Brassier's work is part of a renewed theoretical assault on a buffoon empiricist ideology that calls itself reality. No, I've never had a job. 1. I should have pointed out that Ivor Southwood has his own blog. Here he is on the Fairy Job Mother. And here's Digital Ben, with more on the same theme. Ben's post is, in the best possible way, sad. The key line is, why can everyone else do it and not me? When I was unemployed, I was convinced that an absolute ontological gulf separated me from work. Work which, like being in a relationship, would automatically confer on me the status of being a real person. But the horrific irony was that one couldn't achieve this status. You couldn't become a real person by getting a job. It was the other way round, only real people could get work. Being unemployed wasn't a cause of shame, rather the sense of shame which I carried around as if it was the core of my being was what prevented me getting a job. So my job applications and interviews had an air of total hopelessness about them. I know there's no way you would give the job to an insect like me, and we both know I couldn't do it even if by some miracle you offered it to me, but it took me years to realize that job interviews were a ritualist exchange where the point was to determine whether you knew what the right communicative etiquette was, and that telling the truth made you some weirdo. Surely even those who have not been in the castle know that one doesn't behave like that. Being a postgraduate student was little better than being unemployed, not least because it was regarded as a way of avoiding work. But I only avoided work because I didn't think I could do it. Ben writes, I can't quite make up my mind whether this missing quality is a ruling class privilege, or more of a stereotypical working class thing, hustle, graft, with its suggestions of not entirely legitimate activity. Perhaps it's something possessed by people at both ends, but lost by those in between? Rather like the ridiculous etiquette books of early Victorian times, real aristocrats didn't worry about that type of thing, they just did what the hell they pleased. Only the upwardly mobile bourgeoisie cooked up these arcane rules and customs to try and monopolize the road up and discreetly kick the bulk of the population off the ladder. For me, it was absolutely a question of being projected into a space between classes. When I did work in factories, I was either pitted or pilloried. Every job seemed impossible, manual work because of my feckless dilatoriness, graduate jobs because, well, I wasn't the sort of person who could do them. Me, a teacher, a journalist or a lawyer, surely not. Is there anyone who has caught the agony of the state of worklessness better than Morrissey? The useless jouissance of refusing what was anyway impossible. No, I've never had a job / because I've never really wanted one. No, I've never had a job because I'm too shy. I do sometimes think that the implicit political position in those handful of early Smith songs was one of the most powerful of the 80s. Singing England is mine and it owes me a living at the time of 3 million unemployed and the miners' strike. Rejecting the masculine destiny of Fordist worker at the very moment when that destiny was being denied to the working class. Rejecting, that is to say, all of those working class homilies about the dignity of labor. If there was a militant dysphoria in Morrissey, it was here, and the dysphoria was absolutely integral to the militancy, incapacity as refusal. Failure as negative capability. I'd rather be me miserable and shy than a successful communicative capitalist. All of this when the Wildean defiance was shaped by gaucheness and awkwardness, rather than staged as a pomo panto turn. There are brighter sides to life and I should because I've seen them but not very often. The but not very often is the genius touch, of course. Without that, the gesture of refusal could seem like empty breast beating, it would just be the swagger of wham rap. With it, there is just enough suggestion of other worlds, other ways of being, which no one in the current state of things has more access to than the unemployed dysphoric. And no one sees the total system of capital the way that work, sexual relationships, commodities all intermesh and entail one another. No one sees that more clearly than the person excluded from work. Morrissey represented the desire for a proletarian bohemia at the moment when after the 60s, after glam, after punk and post-punk that possibility was being closed down. There's an excellent chapter in Jim McGuigan's excellent Cool Capitalism about the history of bohemia, which McGuigan connects with Marcuse's concept of art as the great refusal. It seems to me that the installation of business ontology over the last 30 years has centrally involved the defeat of bohemia, art schools returning to largely being places for the privileged, the reduction of the print music press to indie smash hits, TV becoming populist trash or middlebrow mediocrity. The business culture of selling yourself has engendered the mandatory, seamless positivity that Ben and Ivor talk about, the great acceptance, as opposed to the great refusal. The aspiration to enter into bohemia was always the wrong kind of ambition from the perspective of a certain working class way of thinking. Still is, many members of my family have never encouraged me to write, and continue to regard it as a hobby, doing everything they can to put pressure on me to get proper work. Contrast this with the bourgeois kids doing unpaid internships for years on end. Fear and misery in neoliberal Britain. The passage I pasted below the introduction to a CE presentation, which was entitled "We're Not All in This Together, Public Space and Antagonism in the Wake of Capitalist Realism," was intended to be a kind of minimally fictionalist phenomenological tuning-up exercise, to give a predominantly non-UK audience a sense of what it has been like to live in the UK under capitalist realism. Everything here is based on genuine experiences, although some experiences have been compressed and condensed, and the experiences are not necessarily mine. Now, the swipe card doesn't work. The machine senses anxiety. You're sure of it? It knows the card is not yours. You try the card again. Nothing. Same red light. The card isn't yours, but you should have access to the building. You had to borrow someone else's card because it is only possible to get swipe cards between the hours of 9 and 1 and you are working at these times. Someone is behind you. You feel uncomfortable. Will they notice that the card does not belong to you? You try the card again. Again nothing. Red light. Your phone rings. You struggle to get it out of the bag. By the time you have it, the call has gone through to the answering service. You see that the call has come from another of your employers. A familiar anxiety grips you. What have you done wrong now? But you have no time to worry about that at the moment. You try the swipe card again. At last, the green light comes on. You're through the door. Rushing down the corridor. Which floor were you supposed to be on? You rifle through your bag until you find the documentation. You should be on this floor, but at the other end of the corridor. You walk towards the room number. But suddenly your progress is blocked. There is a no entry sign, an office that cuts the corridor in half and through which there is no access. It's a nightmare topology. Every time you seem to get close, another obstacle appears. You will have to go out of the corridor, down the stairs and up to the next set of stairs, facing a number of swipe card access doors on the way. By now the 5 minutes you hope to have before you start is evaporating rapidly. By the time you reach the room you were heading for, you are already late. You log on to the computer. Or you try to. The login is rejected. You try again. No luck. Then you remember, you're trying a login from one of the other institutions that you work at. It's difficult to keep track sometimes. You remember the correct login, quickly scan one of your email accounts. See an email from an administrator. Have you filled in your bank details form? Yes, you filled it in, you think. Weeks ago. But of course you can't be sure, maybe you only thought you had filled it in. Have they lost it? Flash of anxiety, will I not be paid this month? Last year, when you filled in all the same forms that you have to complete again this year, you were not paid for a whole 50-hour contract, until you pointed out the mistake. Will the same thing happen again? But there's no time to worry about this now. You have a room of 70 students waiting to be taught. Such is life in the UK's bloated and overfunded public institutions. Welcome to Liberty City. The busier you are, the less you see. 10 years ago, the New Path Institute. The psychiatrist asks you if your mood has improved. You say no. The psychiatrist says that the dose needs to be increased. You don't respond. You can't. The drugs you're taking and the condition you are suffering from give you the cottonhead response time of a zombie. The psychiatrist feels very far away, like you are seeing him through a fisheye lens. You don't need to respond. It's not about your responses. Besides, there's a sneering voice in your head constantly shouting at you. Of course the drugs won't work. Of course you won't get better. Because there's nothing wrong with you. Just give up. But that's easier said than done. The best you can hope for is a coma. After the consultation, you return to your bed. Everything feeling very heavy, as if a crushing undersea pressure is bearing down on you. You lie on the bed, absolutely convinced that this is the truth, the raw, unvarnished real. Strangely, that remorseless glacial sense of certainty does not lessen your anxiety or bring you any relief. You cannot rest, even though you are catatonically immobile. Your heart is pounding. Jackhammer thud out of a Poe story. It gets faster and louder until the only thing louder is the voice in your head. Later, you say to a nurse, "So that's what the treatment amounts to? Drugging and incarceration." They nod. In the background, someone is howling. Now, rush away to one of the other places you work. You are supposed to photocopy some texts. But by the time you arrive in the corridor, all the doors are locked. No one there. This is the second time this has happened. Last time the photocopier wasn't working. You should have come earlier today. But there wasn't time then. Defeated, but trying to ensure that the 2-hour round trip is not a complete waste of time, you go to the library, using the temporary swipe card that you were given because your contract has not been prepared yet. You take some books off the shelf and try to check them out. No dice. Your library record has not yet been prepared. Can you come back later? Yes, you can come back later. On the train home. Claustrophobia-inducing crush. You're so anxious about having your iPod or your phone stolen that it would almost come as a relief if they were. Exhausted, still standing up because there is no space to sit, you think about reading the book in your bag. But the temptation of the free paper is too great. Its headlines fix on your tired mind like predators that have eyed a stricken animal. The little edible celebrity narratives hook you in. Everything collapsing into the universal form of the tabloid. Idle chatter subsuming all other news. Politics as a family soap opera. Nothing going on except ambition, intrigue, envy. You're bored even as you are fascinated. 6 years ago, in the office of the occupational therapist. You are being asked to prove that you are mentally fit. Because as the human resources manager kindly pointed out, you have suffered from stress in the past. But now people are concerned. The anger that you've been showing towards management can only be a sign that you are unwell. A little unbalanced. Don't worry. No one is attacking you. We're all here to help. You say to the occupational therapist, "If I say management is conspiring against me, will that prove I am mad?" Now, stepping over the vomit, you remember too late, only a fool would go out into a provincial English town centre late in the evening. It's night oft living dead out here. Screams that sound like they come from the Dante damned. And that's just from the people who are enjoying themselves. The lurching zombie threat of violence simmering. Try not to catch anyone's eye. When you go by accident and emergency, you see all the walking wounded, and some who are not walking. All the casualties of the UK's many happy hours. You remember a doctor saying that 20 years ago, the night shift was so boring that the medics would engage in wheelchair races with one another. Not anymore. Not with all the knives, gun crime, fights, alcohol-related accidents, stomach pumps, and all the superbugs breeding in the wards. You reach home, switch on the TV. Emollient patrician voices crying crocodile tears. Public services to be massively cut back. 30%, 40%. A new age of austerity. Aristocrats and millionaires telling us, we've all got to do our bit. We're all in this together. Exiting the vampire castle. This summer, I seriously considered withdrawing from any involvement in politics. Exhausted through overwork, incapable of productive activity, I found myself drifting through social networks, feeling my depression and exhaustion increasing. Left-wing Twitter can often be a miserable, dispiriting zone. Earlier this year, there were some high-profile Twitter storms, in which particular left-identifying figures were called out and condemned. What these figures had said was sometimes objectionable, but nevertheless, the way in which they were personally vilified and hounded left a horrible residue, the stench of bad conscience and witch-hunting moralism. The reason I didn't speak out on any of these incidents, I'm ashamed to say, was fear. The bullies were in another part of the playground. I didn't want to attract their attention to me. The open savagery of these exchanges was accompanied by something more pervasive, and for that reason perhaps more debilitating, an atmosphere of snarky resentment. The most frequent object of this resentment is Owen Jones, and the attacks on Jones, the person most responsible for raising class consciousness in the UK in the last few years, were one of the reasons I was so dejected. If this is what happens to a left-winger who is actually succeeding in taking the struggle to the centre ground of British life, why would anyone want to follow him into the mainstream? Is the only way to avoid this drip feed of abuse to remain in a position of impotent marginality? One of the things that broke me out of this depressive stupor was going to the People's Assembly in Ipswich, near where I live. The People's Assembly had been greeted with the usual sneers and snarks. This was, we were told, a useless stunt, in which media leftists, including Jones, were aggrandizing themselves in yet another display of top-down celebrity culture. What actually happened at the assembly in Ipswich was very different to this caricature. The first half of the evening, culminating in a rousing speech by Owen Jones, was certainly led by the top table speakers. But the second half of the meeting saw working-class activists from all over Suffolk talking to each other, supporting one another, sharing experiences and strategies. Far from being another example of hierarchical leftism, the People's Assembly was an example of how the vertical can be combined with the horizontal. Media power and charisma could draw people who hadn't previously been to a political meeting into the room, where they could talk and straight guys with seasoned activists. The atmosphere was anti-racist and anti-sexist, but refreshingly free of the paralyzing feeling of guilt and suspicion which hangs over left-wing Twitter like an acrid, stifling fog. Then there was Russell Brand. I've long been an admirer of Brand, one of the few big-name comedians on the current scene to come from a working-class background. Over the last few years, there has been a gradual but remorseless embourgeoisement of television comedy, with preposterous ultra-posh nincompoop Michael McIntyre and a dreary drizzle of bland graduate chancers dominating the stage. The day before Brand's now famous interview with Jeremy Paxman was broadcast on Newsnight, I had seen Brand's stand-up show The Messiah Complex in Ipswich. The show was defiantly pro-immigrant, pro-communist, anti-homophobic, saturated with working-class intelligence and not afraid to show it, and queer in the way that popular culture used to be. Malcolm X, Che, politics as a psychedelic dismantling of existing reality, this was communism as something cool, sexy and proletarian, instead of a finger-wagging sermon. The next night, it was clear that Brand's appearance had produced a moment of splitting. For some of us, Brand's forensic takedown of Paxman was intensely moving, miraculous. I couldn't remember the last time a person from a working-class background had been given the space to so consummately destroy a class superior using intelligence and reason. This wasn't Johnny Rotten swearing at Bill Grundy, an act of antagonism which confirmed rather than challenged class stereotypes. Brand had outwitted Paxman. And the use of humor was what separated Brand from the dourness of so much leftism. Brand makes people feel good about themselves, whereas the moralizing left specializes in making people feel bad, and is not happy until their heads are bent in guilt and self-loathing. The moralizing left quickly ensured that the story was not about Brand's extraordinary breach of the bland conventions of mainstream media debate, nor about his claim that revolution was going to happen. For the moralizers, the dominant story was to be about Brand's personal conduct, specifically his sexism. In the febrile McCarthyite atmosphere fermented by the moralizing left, remarks that could be construed as sexist mean that Brand is a sexist, which also meant that he is a misogynist. Cut and dried, finished, condemned. It is right that Brand, like any of us, should answer for his behavior and the language that he uses. But such questioning should take place in an atmosphere of comradeship and solidarity, and probably not in public in the first instance. Although when Brand was questioned about sexism by Mehdi Hasan, he displayed exactly the kind of good-humored humility that was entirely lacking in the stony faces of those who had judged him. I don't think I'm sexist, but I remember my grandmother, the loveliest person I've ever known, but she was racist, but I don't think she knew. I don't know if I have some cultural hangover. I know that I have a great love of proletariat linguistics, like Darling and Bird, so if women think I'm sexist they're in a better position to judge than I am, so I'll work on that. Brand's intervention was not a bid for leadership, it was an inspiration, a call to arms. And I for one was inspired. Where a few months before, I would have stayed silent as the posh left moralizer subjected Brand to their kangaroo courts and character assassinations with evidence usually gleaned from the right-wing press, always available to lend a hand. This time I was prepared to take them on. The response to Brand quickly became as significant as the Paxman exchange itself. As Laura Oldfield Ford pointed out, this was a clarifying moment. And one of the things that was clarified for me was the way in which, in recent years, so much of the self-styled left has suppressed the question of class. Class consciousness is fragile and fleeting. The petty bourgeoisie which dominates the academy and the culture industry has all kinds of subtle deflections and preemptions which prevent the topic even coming up, and then, if it does come up, they make one think it is a terrible impertinence, a breach of etiquette, to raise it. I've been speaking now at left-wing, anti-capitalist events for years, but I've rarely talked or been asked to talk about class in public. But, once class had reappeared, it was impossible not to see it everywhere in the response to the Brand affair. Brand was quickly judged and or questioned by at least 3 private school people on the left. Others told us that Brand couldn't really be working class, because he was a millionaire. It's alarming how many leftists seem to fundamentally agree with the drift behind Paxman's question, what gives this working class person the authority to speak? It's also alarming, actually distressing, that they seem to think that working class people should remain in poverty, obscurity, and impotence lest they lose their authenticity. Someone passed me a post written about Brand on Facebook. I don't know the individual who wrote it, and I wouldn't wish to name them. What's important is that the post was symptomatic of a set of snobbish and condescending attitudes that it is apparently all right to exhibit while still classifying oneself as left-wing. The whole tone was horrifyingly high-handed, as if they were a schoolteacher marking a child's work, or a psychiatrist assessing a patient. Brand, apparently, is clearly extremely unstable, one bad relationship or career knockback away from collapsing back into drug addiction or worse. Although the person claims that they really quite like, it perhaps never occurs to them that one of the reasons that Brand might be unstable is just this sort of patronizing faux transcendent assessment from the left bourgeoisie. There's also a shocking but revealing aside where the individual casually refers to Brand's patchy education, the often wince-inducing vocab slips characteristic of the autodidact, which, this individual generously says, I have no problem with at all, how very good of them. This isn't some colonial bureaucrat writing about his attempts to teach some natives the English language in the 19th century, or a Victorian schoolmaster at some private institution describing a scholarship boy. It's a leftist writing a few weeks ago. Where to go from here? It is first of all necessary to identify the features of the discourses and the desires which have led us to this grim and demoralizing pass, where class has disappeared, but moralism is everywhere, where solidarity is impossible, but guilt and fear are omnipresent, and not because we are terrorist by the right, but because we have allowed bourgeois modes of subjectivity to contaminate our movement. I think there are two libidinal discursive configurations which have brought this situation about. They call themselves left-wing, but as the Brand episode has made clear, they are in many ways a sign that the left defined as an agent in a class struggle has all but disappeared. Inside the vampire's castle. The first configuration is what I came to call the vampire's castle. The vampire's castle specializes in propagating guilt. It is driven by a priest's desire to excommunicate and condemn, an academic pedant's desire to be the first to be seen to spot a mistake, and a hipster's desire to be one of the in crowd. The danger in attacking the vampire's castle is that it can look as if, and it will do everything it can to reinforce this thought, that one is also attacking the struggles against racism, sexism, heterosexism. But, far from being the only legitimate expression of such struggles, the vampire's castle is best understood as a bourgeois liberal perversion and appropriation of the energy of these movements. The vampire's castle was born the moment when the struggle not to be defined by identitarian categories became the quest to have identities recognized by a bourgeois big other. The privilege I certainly enjoy as a white male consists in part in my not being aware of my ethnicity and my gender, and it is a sobering and revelatory experience to occasionally be made aware of these blind spots. But, rather than seeking a world in which everyone achieves freedom from identitarian classification, the vampire's castle seeks to corral people back into identity camps, where they are forever defined in the terms set by dominant power, crippled by self-consciousness and isolated by a logic of solipsism which insists that we cannot understand one another unless we belong to the same identity group. I've noticed a fascinating magical inversion projection disavowal mechanism whereby the sheer mention of class is now automatically treated as if that means one is trying to downgrade the importance of race and gender. In fact, the exact opposite is the case, as the vampire's castle uses an ultimately liberal understanding of race and gender to obfuscate class. In all of the absurd and dramatic Twitter storms about privilege earlier this year, it was noticeable that the discussion of class privilege was entirely absent. The task, as ever, remains the articulation of class, gender, and race, but the founding move of the vampire's castle is the disarticulation of class from other categories. The problem that the vampire's castle was set up to solve is this: how do you hold immense wealth and power while also appearing as a victim, marginal and oppositional? The solution was already there in the Christian Church. So the VC has recourse to all the infernal strategies, dark pathologies, and psychological torture instruments Christianity invented, and which Nietzsche described in the Genealogy of Morals. This priesthood of bad conscience, this nest of pious guilt-mongers, is exactly what Nietzsche predicted when he said that something worse than Christianity was already on the way. Now here it is. The vampire's castle feeds on the energy and anxieties and vulnerabilities of young students, but most of all it lives by converting the suffering of particular groups, the more marginal the better, into academic capital. The most lauded figures in the vampire's castle are those who have spotted a new market in suffering. Those who can find a group more oppressed and subjugated than any previously exploited will find themselves promoted through the ranks very quickly. The first law of the vampire's castle is, individualize and privatize everything. While in theory it claims to be in favor of structural critique, in practice it never focuses on anything except individual behavior. Some of these working class types are not terribly well brought up, and can be very rude at times. Remember, condemning individuals is always more important than paying attention to impersonal structures. The actual ruling class propagates ideologies of individualism, while tending to act as a class. The VC, as dupe servants of the ruling class, does the opposite. It pays lip service to solidarity and collectivity, while always acting as if the individualist categories imposed by power really hold. Because they are petit bourgeois to the core, the members of the vampire's castle are intensely competitive, but this is repressed in the passive-aggressive manner typical of the bourgeoisie. What holds them together is not solidarity, but mutual fear, the fear that they will be the next one to be outed, exposed, condemned. The second law of the vampire's castle is, make thought and action appear very, very difficult. There must be no lightness, and certainly no humor. Humor isn't serious, by definition, right? Thought is hard work, for people with posh voices and furrowed brows. Where there is confidence, introduce skepticism. Say, don't be hasty, we have to think more deeply about this. Remember, having convictions is oppressive, and might lead to gulags. The third law of the vampire's castle is, propagate as much guilt as you can. The more guilt the better. People must feel bad, it is a sign that they understand the gravity of things. It's okay to be class privileged if you feel guilty about privilege and make others in a subordinate class position to you feel guilty too. You do some good works for the poor, too, right? The fourth law of the vampire's castle is, essentialize. While fluidity of identity, plurality, and multiplicity are always claimed on behalf of the VC members partly to cover up their own invariably wealthy, privileged or bourgeois assimilationist background, the enemy is always to be essentialist. Since the desires animating the VC are in large part priests' desires to excommunicate and condemn, there has to be a strong distinction between good and evil, with the latter essentialist. Notice the tactics. X has made a remark / has behaved in a particular way. These remarks / this behavior might be construed as transphobic / sexist, etc. So far, okay. But it's the next move which is the kicker. X then becomes defined as a transphobe / sexist, etc. Their whole identity becomes defined by one ill-judged remark or behavioral slip. Once the VC has mustered its witch hunt, the victim can reliably be goaded into losing their temper, further securing their position as pariah / latest to be consumed in feeding frenzy. The fifth law of the vampire's castle, think like a liberal. The VC's work of constantly stoking up reactive outrage consists of endlessly pointing out the screamingly obvious: capital behaves like capital, repressive state apparatuses are repressive. We must protest. Neo-anarchy in the UK. The second libidinal formation is neo-anarchism. By neo-anarchists I definitely do not mean anarchists or syndicalists involved in actual workplace organization, such as the Solidarity Federation. I mean, rather, those who identify as anarchists but whose involvement in politics extends little beyond student protests and occupations, and commenting on Twitter. Like the denizens of the vampire's castle, neo-anarchists usually come from a petit bourgeois background, if not from somewhere even more class-privileged. They are also overwhelmingly young, in their 20s or at most their early 30s, and what informs the neo-anarchist position is a narrow historical horizon. Neo-anarchists have experienced nothing but capitalist realism. By the time the neo-anarchists had come to political consciousness, and many of them have come to political consciousness remarkably recently, given the level of bullish swagger they sometimes display, the Labour Party had become a Blairite shell, implementing neoliberalism with a small dose of social justice on the side. But the problem with neo-anarchism is that it unthinkingly reflects this historical moment rather than offering any escape from it. It forgets, or perhaps is genuinely unaware of, the Labour Party's role in nationalising major industries and utilities or founding the National Health Service. Neo-anarchists will assert that parliamentary politics never changed anything, or the Labour Party was always useless while attending protests about the NHS, or retweeting complaints about the dismantling of what remains of the welfare state. There's a strange implicit rule here: it's okay to protest against what Parliament has done, but it's not all right to enter into Parliament or the mass media to attempt to engineer change from there. Mainstream media is to be disdained, but BBC Question Time is to be watched and moaned about on Twitter. Purism shades into fatalism: better not to be in any way tainted by the corruption of the mainstream, better to uselessly resist than to risk getting your hands dirty. It's not surprising, then, that so many neo-anarchists come across as depressed. This depression is no doubt reinforced by the anxieties of postgraduate life, since, like the vampire's castle, neo-anarchism has its natural home in universities, and is usually propagated by those studying for postgraduate qualifications, or those who have recently graduated from such study. What is to be done? Why have these two configurations come to the fore? The first reason is that they have been allowed to prosper by capital because they serve its interests. Capital subdued the organized working class by decomposing class consciousness, viciously subjugating trade unions while seducing hard-working families into identifying with their own narrowly defined interests instead of the interests of the wider class. But why would capital be concerned about a left that replaces class politics with a moralizing individualism, and that, far from building solidarity, spreads fear and insecurity? The second reason is what Jody Dean has called communicative capitalism. It might have been possible to ignore the vampire's castle and the neo-anarchists if it weren't for capitalist cyberspace. The VC's pious moralizing has been a feature of a certain left for many years, but, if one wasn't a member of this particular church, its sermons could be avoided. Social media means that this is no longer the case, and there is little protection from the psychic pathologies propagated by these discourses. So what can we do now? First of all, it is imperative to reject identitarian, and to recognize that there are no identities, only desires, interests, and identifications. Part of the importance of the British Cultural Studies Project, as revealed so powerfully and so movingly in John Akomfra's installation The Unfinished Conversation and his film The Stuart Hall Project, was to have resisted identitarian essentialism. Instead of freezing people into chains of already existing equivalences, the point was to treat any articulation as provisional and plastic. New articulations can always be created. No one is essentially anything. Sadly, the right act on this insight more effectively than the left does. The bourgeois identitarian left knows how to propagate guilt and conduct a witch hunt, but it doesn't know how to make converts. But that, after all, is not the point. The aim is not to popularize a leftist position, or to win people over to it, but to remain in a position of elite superiority, but now with class superiority redoubled by moral superiority too. How dare you talk? It's we who speak for those who suffer. But the rejection of identitarian can only be achieved by the reassertion of class. A left that does not have class at its core can only be a liberal pressure group. Class consciousness is always double. It involves a simultaneous knowledge of the way in which class frames and shapes all experience, and a knowledge of the particular position that we occupy in the class structure. It must be remembered that the aim of our struggle is not recognition by the bourgeoisie, nor even the destruction of the bourgeoisie itself. It is the class structure, a structure that wounds everyone, even those who materially profit from it, that must be destroyed. The interests of the working class are the interests of all, the interests of the bourgeoisie are the interests of capital, which are the interests of no one. Our struggle must be towards the construction of a new and surprising world, not the preservation of identities shaped and distorted by capital. If this seems like a forbidding and daunting task, it is. But we can start to engage in many prefigurative activities right now. Actually, such activities would go beyond prefiguration. They could start a virtuous cycle, a self-fulfilling prophecy in which bourgeois modes of subjectivity are dismantled and a new universality starts to build itself. We need to learn, or relearn, how to build comradeship and solidarity instead of doing capital's work for it by condemning and abusing each other. This doesn't mean, of course, that we must always agree. On the contrary, we must create conditions where disagreement can take place without fear of exclusion and excommunication. We need to think very strategically about how to use social media, always remembering that, despite the egalitarianism claimed for social media by capital's libidinal engineers, that this is currently an enemy territory, dedicated to the reproduction of capital. But this doesn't mean that we can't occupy the terrain and start to use it for the purposes of producing class consciousness. We must break out of the debate that communicative capitalism in which capital is endlessly cajoling us to participate in, and remember that we are involved in a class struggle. The goal is not to be an activist, but to aid the working class to activate and transform itself. Outside the vampire's castle, anything is possible. Good for nothing. I've suffered from depression intermittently since I was a teenager. Some of these episodes have been highly debilitating, resulting in self-harm, withdrawal, and time spent on psychiatric wards. I wouldn't say I've recovered from the condition, but I'm pleased to say that both the incidences and the severity of depressive episodes have greatly lessened in recent years. Partly, that is a consequence of changes in my life situation, but it's also to do with coming to a different understanding of my depression and what caused it. I offer up my own experiences of mental distress not because I think there's anything special or unique about them, but in support of the claim that many forms of depression are best understood and best combated through frames that are impersonal and political rather than individual and psychological. Writing about one's own depression is difficult. Depression is partly constituted by a sneering inner voice which accuses you of self-indulgence. You aren't depressed, you're just feeling sorry for yourself, pull yourself together. And this voice is liable to be triggered by going public about the condition. Of course, this voice isn't an inner voice at all, it is the internalized expression of actual social forces, some of which have a vested interest in denying any connection between depression and politics. My depression was always tied up with the conviction that I was literally good for nothing. I spent most of my life up to the age of 30 believing that I would never work. In my 20s I drifted between postgraduate study, periods of unemployment and temporary jobs. In each of these roles, I felt that I didn't really belong in postgraduate study, because I was a dilettante who had somehow faked his way through, not a proper scholar. In unemployment, because I wasn't really unemployed, like those who were honestly seeking work, but a shirker, and in temporary jobs, because I felt I was performing incompetently, and in any case I didn't really belong in these office or factory jobs, not because I was too good for them, but very much to the contrary. Because I was overeducated and useless, taking the job of someone who needed and deserved it more than I did. Even when I was on a psychiatric ward, I felt I was not really depressed, I was only simulating the condition in order to avoid work, or in the infernally paradoxical logic of depression, I was simulating it in order to conceal the fact that I was not capable of working, and that there was no place at all for me in society. When I eventually got a job as lecturer in a further education college, I was for a while elated, yet by its very nature this elation showed that I had not shaken off the feelings of worthlessness that would soon lead to further periods of depression. I lacked the calm confidence of one born to the role. At some not very submerged level, evidently still didn't believe that I was the kind of person who could do a job like teaching. But where did this belief come from? The dominant school of thought in psychiatry locates the origins of such beliefs in malfunctioning brain chemistry, which are to be corrected by pharmaceuticals. Psychoanalysis and forms of therapy influenced by it famously look for the roots of mental distress in family background, while cognitive behavioral therapy is less interested in locating the source of negative beliefs than it is in simply replacing them with a set of positive stories. It is not that these models are entirely false, it is that they miss and must miss the most likely cause of such feelings of inferiority, social power. The form of social power that had most effect on me was class power, although of course gender, race, and other forms of oppression work by producing the same sense of ontological inferiority, which is best expressed in exactly the thought I articulated above, that one is not the kind of person who can fulfill roles which are earmarked for the dominant group. On the urging of one of the readers of my book Capitalist Realism, I started to investigate the work of David Smale. Smale, a therapist, but one who makes the question of power central to his practice, confirmed the hypotheses about depression that I had stumbled towards. In his crucial book The Origins of Unhappiness, Smale describes how the marks of class are designed to be indelible. For those who from birth are taught to think of themselves as lesser, the acquisition of qualifications or wealth will seldom be sufficient to erase, either in their own minds or in the minds of others, the primordial sense of worthlessness that marks them so early in life. Someone who moves out of the social sphere they are supposed to occupy is always in danger of being overcome by feelings of vertigo, panic, and horror. Isolated, cut off, surrounded by hostile space, you are suddenly without connections, without stability, with nothing to hold you upright or in place. A dizzying, sickening unreality takes possession of you, you are threatened by a complete loss of identity, a sense of utter fraudulence. You have no right to be here, now, inhabiting this body, dressed in this way. You are a nothing, and nothing is quite literally what you feel. 2. You are about to become. For some time now, one of the most successful tactics of the ruling class has been responsibilization. Each individual member of the subordinate class is encouraged into feeling that their poverty, lack of opportunities, or unemployment, is their fault and their fault alone. Individuals will blame themselves rather than social structures, which in any case they have been induced into believing do not really exist. What Smale calls magical voluntarism, the belief that it is within every individual's power to make themselves whatever they want to be, is the dominant ideology and unofficial religion of contemporary capitalist society, pushed by reality TV experts and business gurus as much as by politicians. Magical voluntarism is both an effect and a cause of the currently historically low level of class consciousness. It is the flip side of depression, whose underlying conviction is that we are all uniquely responsible for our own misery and therefore deserve it. A particularly vicious double bind is imposed on the long-term unemployed in the UK now. A population that has all its life been sent the message that it is good for nothing is simultaneously told that it can do anything it wants to do. We must understand the fatalistic submission of the UK's population to austerity as the consequence of a deliberately cultivated depression. This depression is manifested in the acceptance that things will get worse, that we are lucky to have a job at all, that we cannot afford the collective provision of the welfare state. Collective depression is the result of the ruling class project of resubordination. For some time now, we have increasingly accepted the idea that we are not the kind of people who can act. This isn't a failure of will any more than an individual depressed person can snap themselves out of it by pulling their socks up. The rebuilding of class consciousness is a formidable task indeed, one that cannot be achieved by calling upon ready-made solutions, but, in spite of what our collective depression tells us, it can be done. Inventing new forms of political involvement, reviving institutions that have become decadent, converting privatist disaffection into politicist anger, all of this can happen, and when it does, who knows what is possible. Part 7. Acid communism. Acid communism. The specter of a world which could be free were trialed. In countries like the US and the UK, the implementation of capitalist realism was a much more piecemeal affair, involving inducements and seductions as well as repression. The ultimate effect was the same: the extirpation of the very idea of democratic socialism or libertarian communism. The exorcising of the specter of a world which could be free was a cultural as well as a narrowly political question. For this specter, and the possibility of a world beyond toil, was raised most potently in culture, even, or perhaps especially, in culture which didn't necessarily think of itself as politically orientated. Marcuse explains why this is the case, and the declining influence of his work in recent years tells its own story. One-Dimensional Man, a book which emphasizes the gloomier side of his work, has remained a reference point, but Eros and Civilization, like many of his other works, has long been out of print. His critique of capitalism's total administration of life and subjectivity continued to resonate, whereas the claims Marcuse's conviction that art constituted a great refusal, the protest against that which is, came to seem like outmoded romanticism, quaintly irrelevant in the age of capitalist realism. Yet Marcuse had already forestalled such criticisms, and the critique in One-Dimensional Man has traction because it comes from a second space, an aesthetic dimension radically incompatible with everyday life under capitalism. Marcuse argued that, in actuality, the traditional images of artistic alienation associated with Romanticism do not belong to the past. Instead, he said, in formulation, they recall and preserve in memory belongs to the future, images of a gratification that would destroy the society that suppresses it. The Great Refusal rejected, not only capitalist realism, but realism as such. There is, he wrote, an inherent conflict between art and political realism. Art was a positive alienation, a rational negation of the existing order of things. His Frankfurt School predecessor, Theodor Adorno, had placed a similar value on the intrinsic alterity of experimental art. In Adorno's work, however, we are invited to endlessly examine the wounds of a damaged life under capital. The idea of a world beyond capital is dispatched into a utopian beyond. Art only marks our distance from this utopia. By contrast, Marcuse vividly evokes, as an immediate prospect, a world totally transformed. It was no doubt this quality of his work that meant Marcuse was taken up so enthusiastically by elements of the 60s counterculture. He had anticipated the counterculture's challenge to a world dominated by meaningless labor. The most politically significant figures in literature, he argued in One-Dimensional Man, were those who don't earn a living, at least not in an ordinary and normal way. Registered such characters, and the forms of life with which they were associated, would come to the fore in the counterculture. Actually, as much as Marcuse's work was in tune with the counterculture, his analysis also forecast its ultimate failure and incorporation. A major theme of One-Dimensional Man was the neutralization of the aesthetic challenge. Marcuse worried about the popularization of the avant-garde, not out of elitist anxieties that the democratization of culture would corrupt the purity of art, but because the absorption of art into the administered spaces of capitalist commerce would gloss over its incompatibility with capitalist culture. He had already seen capitalist culture convert the gangster, the beatnik, and the vamp from images another way of life into freaks or types of the same life. The same would happen to the counterculture, many of whom, poignantly, preferred to call themselves freaks. In any case, Marcuse allows us to see why the 60s continue to nag at the current moment. In recent years, the 60s have come to seem at once like a deep past so exotic and distant that we cannot imagine living in it, and a moment more vivid than now, a time when people really lived, when things really happened. Yet the decade haunts not because of some unrecoverable and unrepeatable confluence of factors, but because the potentials it materialized and began to democratize the prospect of a life freed from drudgery has to be continually suppressed. To explain why we have not moved to a world beyond work, we have to look at a vast social, political and cultural project whose aim has been the production of scarcity. Capitalism, a system that generates artificial scarcity in order to produce real scarcity, a system that produces real scarcity in order to generate artificial scarcity. Actual scarcity of natural resources now haunts capital, as the real that its fantasy of infinite expansion must work over time to repress. The artificial scarcity, which is fundamentally a scarcity of time, is necessary, as Marcuse says, in order to distract us from the imminent possibility of freedom. Just as Marcuse predicted, the availability of more consumer goods and devices in the global north has obscured the way in which those same goods have increasingly functioned to produce a scarcity of time. but perhaps even Marcuse could not have anticipated 21st century capital's capacity to generate overwork and to administer the time outside paid work. Maybe only a mordant futurologist like Philip K. Dick could have predicted the banal ubiquity of corporate communication today, its penetration into practically all areas of consciousness and everyday life. The past is so much safer, observes one of the narrators of Margaret Atwood's dystopian satire, The Heart Goes Last, because whatever's in it has already happened. It can't be changed, so, in a way there's nothing to dread. Registered despite what Atwood's narrator thinks, the past hasn't already happened. The past has to be continually re-narrated, and the political point of reactionary narratives is to suppress the potentials which still await, ready to be reawakened, in older moments. The 60s counterculture is now inseparable from its own simulation, and the reduction of the decade to iconic images, to classic music and to nostalgic reminiscences has neutralized the real promises that exploded then. Those aspects of the counterculture which could be appropriated have been repurposed as precursors of the new spirit of capitalism, while those which were incompatible with the world of overwork have been condemned as so many idle doodles, which in the contradictory logic of reaction, are simultaneously dangerous and impotent. The subduing of the counterculture has seemed to confirm the validity of the skepticism and hostility to the kind of position Marcuse was advancing. If the counterculture led to neoliberalism, better that the counterculture had not happened. In fact, the opposite argument is more convincing, that the failure of the left after the 60s had much to do with its repudiation of, or refusal to engage with, the dreamings that the counterculture unleashed. There was no inevitability about the new right seizure and binding of these new currents to its project of mandatory individualization and overwork. What if the counterculture was only a stumbling beginning, rather than the best that could be hoped for? What if the success of neoliberalism was not an indication of the inevitability of capitalism, but a testament to the scale of the threat posed by the specter of a society which could be free? It is in the spirit of these questions that this book shall return to the 1960s and 1970s. The rise of capitalist realism could not happen without the narratives that reactionary forces told about those decades. Returning to those moments will allow us to continue with the process of unpicking the narratives that neoliberalism has woven around them. More importantly, it will enable the construction of new narratives. In many ways, rethinking the 1970s is more important than revisiting the 1960s. The 1970s was the decade that neoliberalism began a rise that it would retrospectively narrate as irresistible. However, recent work on the 1970s, including Jefferson Cowie's Stayin' Alive, The Last Days of the Working Class, Andy Beckett's When the Lights Went Out, and John Medhust's That Option No Longer Exists has emphasized that the decade wasn't only about the draining away of the possibilities that had exploded in the 60s. The 70s was a period of struggle and transition, in which the meaning and legacy of the previous decade was one of the crucial battlegrounds. Some of the emancipatory tendencies that had emerged during the 60s intensified and proliferated during the 70s. I made my way up to through the boat to take up position in the small area of the stern. On the way, I pick up Sister Sharon's teeny pink and white Sanyo transistor radio and switched it on. I looked up at the clear blue afternoon sky. Ike and Tina Turner's River Deep, Mountain High was playing, and a sort of rapturous trance descended on me. From the limitless blue sky I looked down into the churning, crystal-peaked wake our boat was creating as we motored along, and at that moment, River Deep gave way to my absolute favorite song of the period, Bus Stop by the Hollies. As the mock flamenco guitar flourish that marks its beginning rose above the deep burble of the Constellation's engine, I stared into the tumbling waters and said aloud, but to myself, this is happening now. This is happening now. This account comes from Going to Sea in a Sieve, the memoirs of the writer and broadcaster Danny Baker. It ought to go without saying that this was nothing more than a snapshot, one sun-saturated image from a period that contained more than enough misery and horror. The 60s were not a realized utopia, just as the opportunities that lay ahead for Baker would not be available to most working-class people. Similarly, it would be easy to discount Baker's reverie as nostalgia for lost childhood, the kind of golden memories that practically anyone from any historical period or social background might have. Yet there is something very specific about this moment, something that means it could have only happened then. We can enumerate some of the factors that made it unique: a sense of existential and social security that allowed working-class families to take holidays at all, the role that new technologies such as transistor radios played in both connecting groups to an outside and enabling them to luxuriate in the moment, a moment that was somehow exorbitantly sufficient, the way that genuinely new music that wasn't imaginable a few months, never mind a few years before, could crystallize and intensify this whole scene, imbue it with a sense of casual but not complacent optimism, a sense that the world was improving. This sense of exorbitant sufficiency could be heard in the Kinks' Sunny Afternoon, which Baker might well have also heard on the same transistor radio that day, or in the Beatles' "TM Only Sleeping," which would come out a month later, or in later releases like the Small Faces' "Lazy Sunday." These tracks apprehended the anxiety dream toil of everyday life from a perspective that floated alongside, above, or beyond it, whether it was the busy street glimpsed from the high window of a late sleeper, whose bed becomes a gently idling rowing boat, the fog and frost of a Monday morning abjured from a sunny Sunday afternoon that does not need to end, or the urgencies of business airily disdained from the area of a meandering aristocratic pile, now occupied by working-class dreamers who will never clock on again. TM Only Sleeping was the twin of Revolver's most self-consciously psychedelic track, Tomorrow Never Knows. If the lyrics to Tomorrow Never Knows, minimally adapted from the psychedelic experience, a manual based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead, seem somewhat pat, the music, the sound design, retain the power to transport. It wasn't like anything else we'd ever heard, John Fox recalls of Tomorrow Never Knows, but somehow seemed instantly recognizable. Sure, the words were a bit suspect, but the music, the sound, organic electricity, disintegrated transmissions, lost radio stations, Catholic/Buddhist mass from a parallel universe, what being stoned ought to be like: weightless, timeless, revelation, moving over luminous new landscapes in serene velocity. It communicated, innovated, infiltrated, fascinated, elevated. It was a 2. road map for the future. These luminous new landscapes were worlds beyond work, where drudgery's dreary repetitiveness gave way to drifting explorations of strange terrains. Listened to now, these tracks describe the very conditions necessary for their own production, which is to say, access to a certain mode of time which allows a deep absorption. The refusal of work was also a refusal to internalize the systems of valuation which claimed that one's existence is validated by paid employment. It was, that is to say, a refusal to submit to a bourgeois gaze which measured life in terms of success in business. I didn't come from a background where people had careers, Danny Baker writes. You went to work, you had different jobs at different times, but it was all in a jumble. It did not define you or plot your course in life, and thank God for that. Baker left school in southeast London with no qualifications. Yet he is careful that his picaresque journey from record shop assistant, to fanzine producer, music journalist, and television and radio presenter should not be seen as either a hard luck nor a hard work story. He doesn't tell it as a petit bourgeois narrative of betterment, but of recklessness rewarded. This recklessness came out of a sense that fulfillment wasn't to be expected from work, and from an immense confidence, which allows him to consistently rebuff bourgeois imperatives and anxieties. The 2 volumes of Baker's memoirs lay out very clearly the factors which allowed this confidence to grow: the comparative stability of his father's work, in thriving docks that seemed as if they would remain at the heart of British economic life forever, the family's embedding in a working-class network that supplemented wages with bunts, its acquisition of a brand new council flat with a garden. His own movement into writing and broadcasting was facilitated not by any entrepreneurial drive, but by a newly emerging public sphere constituted out of parts of television, radio, and print media in which working-class perspectives were validated and valued. But this was not a working class which could be understood according to the protocols of kitchen sink or socialist realism any more than it was limited by ruling class caricature. It was a working class that no longer knew its place, that had gotten above itself. Even the old redoubts of the bourgeoisie were no longer secure. In the 60s, Ted Hughes had become one of Britain's leading poets, Harold Pinter one of its most exciting new dramatists, both of them producing work which reflected working class experience in challenging and difficult ways, and taking it via television into the living rooms of a mass audience. In any case, we are a long way from the disappearance of class later that would later be trumpeted by neoliberal ideologues. The settlements that labor and capital had come to in societies like the US and the UK accepted that class was a permanent feature of social organization. They assumed that there were different class interests which had to be reconciled, and that any effective, not to mention just, governance of society would have to involve the organized working class. Trade unions were strong, emboldened in their demands by low unemployment. Working class expectations were high, gains had been made, but more were surely on the way. It was easy to imagine that the uneasy truces between capital and labor would end, not with a resurgence of the right, but with an embrace of more socialistic policies, if not quite the full communism that Nikita Khrushchev thought would be in place by 1980. After all, or so it seemed, the right was on the back foot, discredited and perhaps fatally damaged in the US because of the protracted and horrific failure of the Vietnam War. The establishment no longer commanded automatic deference, instead, it came to seem exhausted, out of touch, obsolete, limply awaiting to be washed away by any or all of the new cultural and political waves which were eroding all the old certainties. Where the new culture was not being driven by those from working class backgrounds, it seemed that it was being led by class renegades such as Pink Floyd, young people from bourgeois families who had rejected their own class destinies and identified downwards, or outwards. They wanted to do anything but go into business and banking, fields whose subsequent libidinization would have boggled the expanded minds of the 60s. Working class aspiration did not equate to class mobility, where the dubious reward was gradual and grudging acceptance by betters. Instead, the new bohemia seemed to point to the elimination of the bourgeoisie and its values. Indeed, it was the conviction that this was imminent which was one of the few areas of overlap between the counterculture and the traditional revolutionary left, who seemed in many other respects to be at variance with one another. Ellen Willis certainly felt that the dominant forms of left-wing politics were incompatible with the desires and ambitions triggered and traduced by music. While the music that she listened to spoke of freedom, socialism seemed to be about centralization and state control. The counterculture's politics might have been opposed to capitalism, Willis thought, but this did not entail a straightforward rejection of everything produced in the capitalist field. Her polemic against standard leftist notions about advanced capitalism rejected at best only half-true the ideas that the consumer economy makes us slave to commodities, that the function of the mass media is to manipulate our fantasies, so we will equate fulfillment with buying the system's commodities. Plus degree mass culture and music culture in particular was a terrain of struggle rather than a dominion of capital. The relationship between aesthetic forms and politics was unstable, and inchoate aesthetic forms did not simply express some already existing capitalist reality, they anticipated and actually produced new possibilities. Commodification was not the point at which this tension would always and inevitably be resolved in favor of capital, rather, commodities could themselves be the means by which rebellious currents could propagate. The mass media helped to spread rebellion, and the system obligingly marketed products that encouraged it, for the simple reason that there was money to be made from rebels who were also consumers. On one level, the 60s revolt was an impressive illustration of Lenin's remark that the capitalist will sell you the rope to hang him with. In the UK, Stuart Hall felt similar frustrations with much of the existing left frustrations that were all the more intense in his case because he thought of himself as a socialist. But the socialism that Hall wanted, a socialism that could engage with the yearnings and dreamings that he heard in Miles Davis music, was yet to be created, and its arrival was obstructed as much by figures from the left as from the right. The first obstructive figure of the left was the complacent steward of Cold War organized labor or social democracy, backward-looking, bureaucratic, resigned to the inevitability of capitalism, more interested in preserving the income and status of white men than in expanding the struggle to include. This figure is defined by compromise and eventual failure. The other figure, what I want to call the harsh Leninist superego, is defined by its absolute refusal of compromise. According to Freud, the superego is characterized by the quantitatively and qualitatively excessive nature of its demands. Whatever we do, it's never enough. The harsh Leninist superego mandates a militant ascesis. The militant will be single-mindedly dedicated to the revolutionary event, and unflinchingly committed to the means necessary to bring it about. The harsh Leninist superego is as indifferent to suffering as it is hostile to pleasure. Lenin's phobic response to music is instructive here: I can't listen to music too often. It affects your nerves, makes you want to say stupid nice things and stroke the heads of people who could create such beauty while living in this vile hell. While the complacent leaders of organized labor were invested in the status quo, the harsh Leninist superego stakes everything on a world absolutely different to this one. It was this post-revolutionary world which would redeem the Leninist, and it was from the perspective of this world that they judged themselves. In the meantime, it is legitimate and indeed necessary to cultivate an indifference towards current suffering. We can and must step over homeless people, because giving to charity only obstructs the coming of the revolution. But this revolution had little in common with the social and psychic revolution of almost inconceivable magnitude that Ellen Willis thought was seated in the counterculture's dreamings. The revolution as she conceived of it would at once be more immediate. It would fundamentally concern how care and domestic arrangements were organized, and more far-reaching. The transformed world would be unimaginably stranger than anything Marxist-Leninism had projected. The counterculture thought it was already producing spaces where this revolution could already be experienced. To get some sense of what those spaces were like, we can do no better than listen to the Temptation psychedelic Shack, released in December 1969. The group play the role of breathless ingenues who have just returned from some kind of wonderland. Strobe lights flashin' way till after sundown. There ain't no such thing as time. Incense in the air. For all the familiarity of these signifiers, listening to Psychedelic Shack now can actually bring us up short. Invited to think about the psychedelic, our first associations might be with solipsistic withdrawal. Yet Psychedelic Shack describes a space that is very definitely collective, that bustles with all the energy of a bazaar. For all its carnivalesque departures from everyday reality, however, this is no remote utopia. It feels like an actual social space, one you can imagine really existing. You are as likely to come upon a crank or a huckster as a poet or musician here, and who knows if today's crank might turn out to be tomorrow's genius. It is also an egalitarian and democratic space, and a certain affect presides over everything. There is multiplicity, but little sign of resentment or malice. It is a space for fellowship, for meeting and talking. As much for having your mind blown. If there's no such thing as time because the lighting suspends the distinction between day and night, because drugs affect time perception, then you are not prey to the urgencies which make so much of workaday life a drudge. There is no limit to how long conversations can last, and no telling where encounters might lead. You are free to leave your street identity behind. You can transform yourself according to your desires, according to desires which you didn't know you had. The crucial defining feature of the psychedelic is the question of consciousness, and its relationship to what is experienced as reality. If the very fundamentals of our experience, such as our sense of space and time, can be altered, does that not mean that the categories by which we live are plastic, mutable? Understood in individual terms, this quickly leads to the facile relativism and a naive voluntarism that the Temptations themselves had targeted on their first psychedelic soul single, Cloud 9. Sure, you can be what you want to be, but only by being a million miles from reality, only by leaving behind all your responsibilities. This superego appeal could have been endorsed by conservatives as well as a certain brand of radical conservatives, who wanted everyone to knuckle down to work, militants, who demanded commitment to revolution, which they said entailed an attention to the horrors of the world, not a quick fix flight from the real. Yet the claim that altered states of consciousness took you a million miles away from reality was question-begging. It foreclosed the idea that altered state of consciousness could offer a perception of the systems of power, exploitation and ritual that was more, not less, lucid than ordinary consciousness. In the 60s, when consciousness was increasingly besieged by the fantasies and images of advertising and capitalist spectacle, how solid was the reality from which psychedelic states fled in any case? Wasn't the state of consciousness susceptible to spectacle more like somnambulance than alertness or awareness? In retrospect, one of the most remarkable features of the psychedelic culture of the 1960s was the way it mainstreamed such metaphysical questions. The psychedelic was not new. Many pre-capitalist societies had incorporated psychedelic visions and the use of hallucinogens into their ritual practice. What was new was the breakout of the psychedelic from particular ritualist spaces and times, and from the control of particular practitioners, such as shamans and sorcerers. Experiments with consciousness were now in principle open to anyone. Despite all the mysticism and pseudo-spiritualism which has always hung over psychedelic culture, there was actually a demystificatory and materialist dimension to this. Widespread experiments with consciousness promised nothing less than a democratization of neurology itself, a newly widespread awareness of the brain's role in producing what was experienced as reality. Those on acid trips were externalizing the workings of their own brain, and potentially learning to use their brains differently. Yet psychedelic experiences were not confined to those who had taken drugs. The very mass media which mainstreamed psychedelic concepts along with the Vietnam War was itself a massive experiment in altering consciousness. With television, the breakdown of the distinction between dreams and waking life that film had begun now entered private domestic space. Television was at the center of a media landscape that was still only just assembling, and which no one understood because nothing like it had ever existed before. The Beatles released their first album only a few months before the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Television was channel for contagion, trauma, and hysteria as much as paternalistic messages or commercial huckstering. No one had been as famous in their own lifetime as the Beatles, because the infrastructure for such a fame was only just being created, and the Beatles themselves were playing a part in building it, as if at one and the same time the world had become an extension of their own electronic dream, and they had become characters in everyone else's dream. You might say that the Beatles' own psychedelic turn was an attempt to convert all of this into a lucid dream. This is the quality of Sgt. Pepper's A Day in the Life, which plays out the difference between Lennon's lucid dream calm and the urgencies of work life. Yet escape from urgencies is always achingly proximate. Once on the bus, McCartney's immediately character falls into a dream. Lennon sounds dispassionate but not detached, there is humor but no blockish familiarity. His vocal seems to intimate that the ordinary somnambulance of the workaday world can only be properly apprehended from the perspective afforded by a different kind of trance. Or is it, rather, that a voice disconnected from the imperatives of working/waking life comes off as catatonic? The tracks shows us the inside scene from outside, as Lennon takes us on journey through the different ways in which consciousness is electronically mediated. One read the news today, oh boy. This contrast between urgency and lucidity was everywhere in Jonathan Miller's television adaptation of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. It was broadcast on BBC television in December 1966, and reflected the influence of the Beatles even as it would go on to influence the Beatles in turn. Shot in black and white, the film has a strangely sober, almost austere visual style, devoid of any special effects or florid imagery. This fits with the adaptation's most striking innovation, its rendering off characters not as animals, but as human beings. Once you take the animal heads off, Miller told Life, you begin to see what it's all about. A small child, surrounded by hurrying, worried people, thinking, is this what being grown up is like? The film is pervaded by an atmosphere of lassitude, of languor and catatonia that sometimes lurches into sudden panic and helplessness. Miller again, the book, by dressing things up in animal clothes, presents a dream disguised domestic charade. All the levels of authority and order-giving and obedience are reflected. The ordinary world appears as a tissue of nonsense, incomprehensibly inconsistent, arbitrary and authoritarian, dominated by bizarre rituals, repetitions, and automatisms. It is itself a bad dream, a kind of trance. In the solemn and autistic testiness of adults who torment and perplex Alice, we see the madness of ideology itself, a dream work that has forgotten it is a dream, and which seeks to make us forget. 2. By sweeping us up in its urgencies, by perplexing us with its lugubrious dementia, or by terrifying us with its sudden, unpredictable, and insatiable violence. The laughter that this Alice provokes, sometimes uneasy, sometimes uproarious, is a laughter that comes from the outside. It is a psychedelic laughter, a laughter that, far from confirming or validating the values of any status quo, exposes the bizarreness, the inconsistency, of what had been taken for common sense. Is this not the laughter that Michel Foucault describes in a justly renowned passage from the preface to The Order of Things, a book that was originally published in the same year that Miller's version of Alice was broadcast? Foucault refers there to a story by Borges in which he quotes a certain Chinese encyclopedia in which it is written that animals are divided into, belonging to the emperor, embalmed, tame, suckling pigs, sirens, fabulous, stray dogs, included in the present classification, frenzied, innumerable, drawn with a very fine camel hair brush, etc., having just broken the water pitcher, that from a long way off look like flies. In the wonderment of this taxonomy, the thing we apprehend in one great leap, the thing that, by means of the fable, is demonstrated as the exotic charm of another system of thought, is the limitation of our own, the stark impossibility of thinking that registered. This perspective, this laughter from the outside, runs through all Foucault's work. For all its intricacy, its density and opacity, Foucault's major work from the history of madness at the beginning of the 1960s, in the, through to the books on sexuality he would publish after the Death Valley, seemed to revolve around and repeat a fundamental insight, or outside. The arbitrariness and contingency of any system, its plasticity. If this outside vision was consonant with the psychedelic consciousness, in Foucault's case it did not have its origins in drugs. Foucault wouldn't consume LSD until nearly a decade later, when he headed out to Death Valley and took acid at Zabriskie Point, the site of Michelangelo Antonioni's film about the counterculture. Foucault, seldom comfortable in his own skin, was always looking for a way out of his own identity. He had memorably claimed that he wrote in order not to have a face, and his prodigious exercises in rogue scholarship and conceptual invention, the textual labyrinths he meticulously assembled from innumerable historical and philosophical sources, were one way out of the face. Another route was what he called the limit experience, one version of which was his encounter with LSD. The limit experience was paradoxical, it was an experience at and beyond the limits of ordinary experience, an experience of what cannot ordinarily be experienced at all. The limit experience offered a kind of metaphysical hack. The conditions which made ordinary experience possible could now be encountered, transformed, and escaped at least temporarily. Yet, by definition, the entity which underwent this could not be the ordinary subject of experience, it would instead be some anonymous X, a faceless being. Much of the music that came out of the counterculture gave voice to this entity from the outside, and Foucault's turn to the limit experience paralleled popular experimentations with consciousness. Foucault said, in one of the interviews collected in the book Remarks on Marx, is not to recover our lost identity, to free our imprisoned nature, our deepest truth, but instead, the problem is to move towards something radically other. The center, then, seems still to be found in Marx's phrase, man produces man. For me, what must be produced is not man identical to himself, exactly as nature would have designed him or according to his essence. On the contrary, we must produce something that doesn't yet exist and about which we cannot know how and what it will be. In a commentary on Foucault's text, Michael Hart has argued that the positive content of communism, which corresponds to the abolition of private property, is the autonomous production of humanity, a new seeing, a new hearing, a new thinking, a new loving. Registered a new humanity, a new seeing, a new thinking, a new loving. This is the promise of acid communism, and it was the promise that you could hear in Psychedelic Shack and the culture that inspired it. Only 5 years separated Psychedelic Shack from the Temptations' early signature hit My Girl, but how many new worlds had come into being then? In My Girl, love remains sentimentalist, confined to the couple. In Psychedelic Shack, love is collective, and orientated towards the outside. With Psychedelic Shack, the Temptations were a year into the new sound that the group's unofficial leader, Otis Williams, had persuaded producer Norman Whitfield to develop. Whitfield had initially been reluctant to change the Temptations' sound, but his eventual conversion would lead to some of the most stunning productions in popular music history, productions that would build on the promise that Tomorrow Never Knows evoked, but which the Beatles themselves would rarely make good on. Whitfield became so entranced by the psychedelic soundscapes he worked on in the studio that he would push for the Temptations to release tracks that were 8 or 9 minutes long, with space for extended instrumental passages. He formed the group The Undisputed Truth specifically as a lab to try out these long-form lysergic productions. Whitfield's experimentation with the studio as a compositional tool paralleled what Lee Scratch Perry was doing in Jamaica with dub. The sonic spaces they opened up were also about a particular experience of time, a distended time, a time that was at once denuded, and populated with strange audio-unlike forms, which enticed the listener into a deep immersion in the moment, even as they enfolded us into rhythmic patterns and pulses. This new space-time would later be revisited and refurbished by new explorers such as Tom Moulton, Larry Levan, and Walter Gibbons, the inventors of the extended dance track, which would in turn form the basis of the psychedelic genres such as house, techno, and jungle. The template for the new Temptations sound had been Sly and the Family Stone, with traces of James Brown and Jimi Hendrix, a febrile matrix, composed of elements which were already interacting with one another. The change in sound was more than a shift in style, it was also responded to a new set of demands and expectations of what music could be. No longer confined to love song balladeering or good time cheerleading, popular music could now be social comment. Even better, it could feed off and feed back into the social transformations that were dissolving former certainties, prejudices, assumptions. It could take its bearings from the confidence, anger, and assertiveness that was brimming out of the civil rights movement, and it could perform a new set of social relations that gave a heady taste of what the world might look like once the movement had succeeded. That is what Greil Marcus heard and saw in Sly and the Family Stone in his great 1975 essay, The Myth of Staggerly. Sly's real triumph was that he had it both ways. Every nuance of his style, from the razzle-dazzle of his threads to the originality of his music, made it clear that we was his own man. If the essence of his music was freedom, no one was more aggressively free than he. Yet there was also room for everyone in the America made up of blacks and whites, men and women, who sang out different strokes for different folks and were there on stage to show what such an 19-pounds idea of independence mean. Sly and the Family Stone did indeed seem to have it every way, with a sound that was somehow ramshackle, improvised, and yet sinuously danceable, a music that was neither sentimental nor sanctimonious, but humorous and deadly serious all at the same time. The laughter of Alice, the ludic freedom and daring embodied by Sly and the Family Stone, they might have been performed by an advanced guard, but there was no necessity for them to be confined to an elite. On the contrary, the question that their presence on radio and TV insistently posed was, why shouldn't this bohemia be open to everyone? Despite much off-traditional left's deafness and hostility to these currents, the counterculture did have an impact on the workplace, in struggles conducted by a new kind of worker. It's a different generation of workingmen, explained J.D. Smith, a union treasurer at the Chevy Vega plant in Lordstown, Ohio. None of these guys came over from the old country, grateful for any job they could get. None of them have been through a depression. They've been exposed at least through television to all the youth movements of the last 10 years, and they don't see the disgrace of being unemployed. Degree in 1972, the Lordstown plant was embroiled in a struggle over working conditions which reflected the new intolerance towards drudgery and authoritarianism. The Lordstown workers, Jefferson Cowie writes, became a collective national symbol for the new breed of worker and emblematic of a widespread sense of occupational alienation. People gravitated to the refreshing vision of youth, vitality, interracial solidarity hidden from the public behind the likes of television's Archie Bunker, prower labor leadership, and the growing politics of the blue-collar backlash. 1. Lordstown was part of a wave of activism in which this new breed of workers struggled for democratic control of their own trade unions and of the places in which they worked. Seen in the light of such struggles, the egalitarian social space projected in Psychedelic Shack could not be dismissed as a passive pipe dream or a distraction from actual political activity. Rather, music such as this was an active dreaming which arose out of real social and cultural compositions, and which fed back into potent new collectivities, and a new existential atmosphere, which rejected both drudgery and traditional resentments. The young black and white workers dig each other, said the Lordstown local president Gary Briner. There's an understanding. The guy with the afro, the guy with the beads, the guy with the goatee, he doesn't care if he's black, white, green, or yellow. These new kinds of workers who smoked dope, socialized interracially, and dreamed of a 22_wanted world in which work had some meaning, democratic control of both their workplace and their trade unions. Something of the same ferment was building in Italy, where a new kind of worker was increasingly visible. This new generation of workers did not have so much to do with the old tradition of the labor parties, says Franco Berardi of the situation in Turin in 1973. Nor anything to do with the socialist ideology of a state-owned system. A massive refusal of the sadness of work was the leading element behind their protest. Those young workers had much more to do with the hippie movement, much more to do with the history of the avant-garde. By 1977, a whole new social mix, a mass avant-garde, was in place in Bologna. It was here, perhaps more than anywhere else, that acid communism came together as an actual formation. The city seethed with the energy and confidence that erupts when new ideas commingle with new aesthetic forms. The university was filled with Terroni, Germans, comedians, musicians, and cartoonists like Andrea Pacenza and Filippo Scazzari. Artists were squatting houses in the center of the city, and running creative places such as Radio Alice and Traum Fabric. Some people were reading books like Anti-Oedipus, some were reciting poems by Majakovsky and Artaud, listening to the music of Keith Jarrett and the Ramones, and inhaling Dream. 24. Inducing substances. As in February, A/Traverso, the zine published by Berardi and others young militants, produced an issue entitled The Revolution is Just, Possible and Necessary. Look, comrades, the revolution is probable. We want to expropriate all the assets of the Catholic Church, cut the working hours, increase the number of jobs, increase the amount of the salary. Transform production and place it under workers' control. Liberation of the huge amount of intelligence that is wasted by capitalism. Technology has been used so far as a means of control and exploitation. It wants to be turned into a tool for liberation. Working less is possible thanks to the application of cybernetics and informatics. Zero work for income. Automate all production, all power to living labor, all work to dead labor. In 1977, such demands seemed not only realistic but inevitable. Look, comrades, the revolution is probable. Of course, we now know that the revolution did not happen. But the material conditions for such a revolution are more in place in the 21st century than they were in 1977. What has shifted beyond all recognition since then is the existential and emotional atmosphere. Populations are resigned to the sadness of work, even as they are told that automation is making their jobs disappear. We must regain the optimism of that 70s moment, just as we must carefully analyze all the machineries that capital deployed to convert confidence into dejection. Understanding how this process of consciousness deflation worked is the first step to reversing it.